In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minzathar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Kaj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Kaj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Waktunya para caster juga mengaktifkan Inspire di mana sekarang ini buat Indomie membuat EVOS langsung coba di zoning out. Ini karena best turret dari Onyx 10.000 gold difference akan terpilih Onyx yang mengambil sebentar lagi tapi melepaskan Onyx belum ada yang masuk. Mereka tahu dan
satu akan recall tapi barusan dengan pergerakan Kimurela untuk menggila dengan cukup cepat pula barusan dan satu lagi langsung dikeluarkan kabunyi untuk menggila pula Karja untuk kali ini lejap tapi sekarang double kill berhasil menciptakan triple kill looking for band yang untuk high akankah mereka berhasil untuk bisa menorehkan satu poin kill lagi ataupun satu kemenangan aktifkan Inspire di mana sekarang di main Jasmine Rasinya tak dapat memori keluarkan di portal udah mulai pecah tapi sekarang dia langsung aja mulai lompat lagi dengan satu element saja juga Tyron tidak connect tapi Rasinya tidak mendapatkan apapun karena di pada berbeda ada satu keamanan langsung dikeluarkan pelatihnya mencoba untuk mundur dan juga selamat dari yang tersebut tapi Sally Boy mencoba untuk bisa mundur ke bagian belakang final saja connect karena beberapa player dan juga Sally Boy masih bertahan di area tersebut WON Paijan lejap bercampur dihilang tapi Sally Boy dan itu menjadi
dan seperti yang Pulung bilang tadi, kenapa dia pick Dewa, ada late game insurance.
Yap. Final sudah dikeluarkan Suelo, ada flicker tadi terlihat yang tersebut dan peperangan kembali terjadi. Karja hilang, Tempo sampai dikeluarkan, tapi Vincentnya masih berhasil.
Terkena satu damage, Cutthroat menuju ke berat, objektif game terjadi. Double kill from Blue, dan Fluffy terperangkap di sana sendiri, tak ada menemani. Dan bahkan Kapten Marky belum. Karena best turret dari Onyx 10.000 gold difference akan terpilih Onyx tapi di depan sana mereka tidak bisa mendefense bersama dengan seorang Pai Kyrie Tik buka perbank Tik buka miskintan damage ya Kyrie langsung menghilangkan Dino ini bencana Onyx benar-benar memporak-porandakan mereka masuk mereka tahu dari seorang Ray bisa bermain dengan kabelnya. Dia menunggu momentum, Rian menunggu momentum, tapi nampaknya belum ada momentum yang dibuat oleh seorang Rian. Dan Kairi Pilot Last! Boost! Menggantikan semua! Menghilangkan Pit Dragon! Free hit! Double kill! Bagaimana double kill? Para Anda! Ende Pantana! Onik!
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rules sendiri, kayak aku. Dalam kondisi apapun, nggak ada lagi halangan. Malah ngebuktiin potensiku. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the Tank Emblem. By upgrading the Tank Emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem. By upgrading the Fighter Emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Dari 2 emblem yang selain Weapon Master sangat berguna lah di early game. Di laning phase malah jadi rajanya lah istilahnya. Kedapet di lampu. Oke. Halo, gua Kadera. Selamat datang di Project Next. Butuh tutor main God Lane setelah update patch emblem. Nggak akan ada yang lebih bagus dari episode ini, karena gua akan bahas 2 hal penting dari patch ini untuk para God Laner. Yang pertama, kombinasi-kombinasi terbaik talent utama untuk God Laner. Dan hero God Laner apa yang akan meta di patch kali ini. Nah, sekarang kita coba ke kombinasi pertama ya. Di sini gua pakai hero Beatrix. Rekomendasi dari gua yaitu yang pertama pakai Rapture, terus yang kedua Weapon Master, dan yang terakhir Weakness Finder. Oke, itu jadi kita langsung coba di in game-nya. Kan tadi kan pilihan emblem kita ada Rapture sama Weakness Finder. Nah, kalian nggak usah takut buat apa ya, ngepok gitu, karena kalau kita ngehit musuh nih, mereka dapat slow sama mereka nggak bisa ngepok balik gitu. Jadi kayak kalian di lane nggak bakal sering kepok. Terus yang weapon master itu kan nunggu dari item kan. Jadi dari dua emblem yang selain weapon master sangat berguna lah di early game buat survive. Nah gitu guys. Kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang berikutnya ya. Di sini gue pakai hero 1-1. Rekomendasi dari gue yang pertama Swift, terus yang kedua Bergen Hunter, terus yang ketiga Weakness Finder. Oke, jadi emblem yang pertama kita kan ambil Swift kan tadi. Nah, di awal kita kayak udah berasa ada item tambahan satu. Kayak knife nih. Kan nambah 10% attack speed kan. Tapi tanpa kita harus beli knife-nya langsung, kita udah berasa kayak attack speed kita lumayan berasa lah gitu. Terus lagi buat 1-1 ya, dengan adanya Weakness Finder, kalian malah jadi lebih gampang kebuka. Nah, setiap kalian ngelempar skill 1, terus di combo sama pasif Weakness Finder, musuhnya kayak nggak bisa lari, kena slow, terus kena 3 kali stuck skill satunya, dia bisa nge-stun. Jadi kemungkinan otomatis terbukanya lebih besar gitu. Bergen Hunter karena kita bisa jadi lebih cepet jadiin item kita. Swift Crossbow di wave 2 mungkin udah bisa kebeli ya, karena ada emblem yang ini. Jadi kayak kalian di laning phase malah jadi rajanya lah istilahnya. Oke, next kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang terakhir ya. Di sini kita make God Lane bertipe Magic, yaitu Harit. Kalian bisa ngambil yang Inspire. Terus yang selanjutnya Bergen Hunter. Terus yang terakhir Impure Rage. Kita udah di in game nih. Yang pertama kan Inspire yang ngebantu kalian nambah cooldown reduction. Jadi kalau sudah semisal kalian max emblem, terus kalian nambahin Inspire itu, kalian nggak perlu butuh yang namanya cooldown reduction lagi di item kalian. Jadi kayak beliin aja item yang paling mahal, Blood Wings contohnya kayak gitu. Kita jelasin lagi di Impure Rage. Semisal nih kalian pakai Magic side lane, itu pasti kemungkinan jungler kalian assassin. Masa kalian mau egois, blue buff-nya diambil, gak mau dikasih ke jungler assassin kan? Gak mungkin kan? Nah, di Impure Rage ini kalian ngeakalin mana kalian. Di Impure Rage kalian bakal nerima balik 2% mana ya max kalian. Kayak contoh, gue pakai skill nih, terus ngehit atau nggak ngehit, pokoknya pakai skill bisa ngebalikin 2% max mana kalian, tapi ada cooldown 5 detik. Ayo coba update project next hari ini ya. Tapi kalau menurut lo tips dari gua kurang relevan karena lo pemain role lain, tenang aja, karena di next episode-nya akan dibahas mengenai kombinasi talent dan hero-hero meta di role lain. Dan jangan lupa share videonya ya. Gua Kadera, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali. 12-nya kemana?
12-nya ada di Blibli 12 tahun Anniversary. Beli apa aja ada gratis ongkir 12 kali, cashback 12 kali, dan flash sale Rp12. Ayo belanja di Blibli sekarang.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game. 1 basic common emblem, and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Menurut gua sih update enemy ini sangat membantu kita para fighter ya, karena kita bisa lebih fleksibel dalam pemilihan hero nantinya. Joy bisa langganan sini di band. Hai, gua Sorizo. Selamat datang di Project Next. Explorer setelah ada patch bukan lagi cuma sekedar jago adu otot, karena kita juga harus memutar otak buat combination talent dengan emblem terbaiknya. Yuk tonton video ini agar lo bisa jadi explainer yang lebih hebat. Nah, sekarang kita coba kombinasi pertama nih. Dari yang gue pakai adalah Yuzong. Buat talent pertama, yang gue pakai adalah Agility. Yang kedua, yang gue pakai adalah Festival Blood. Yang ketiga, gue pakai Killing Spree. Jadi yang pertama kenapa gue pilih Agility adalah buat movement speed. Menurut gue Yuzong ini sangat butuh movement speed guys, karena ketika lo mengejar musuh, kayak speed lu lebih kenceng gitu lah dibanding mereka. Yang kedua kenapa gua pilih Festival Blood, karena buat lifesteal. Lihat ini gua belum ada item lifesteal, tapi gua tetap bisa dapat lifesteal guys. Yang ketiga kenapa gua pilih Killing Spree. Killing Spree ini tujuannya ketika lu bunuh musuh lu dapat lifesteal serta movement speed. Ketika lo bunuh musuh, ya pokoknya keras banget guys. Dan kenapa gue seneng banget, karena yang dulunya gue di Factor cuma bisa Festival Blood, sekarang udah bisa pakai Killing Spree juga guys yang di Assassin. Jadi kayak lo bisa combine gitu. Nah gitu guys. Sekarang kita coba kombinasi talent berikutnya ya. Hero yang gue pakai adalah Joy. Buat talent pertama, yang gue pakai adalah Rupture. Yang kedua, gue pakai Bargain Hunter. Yang ketiga adalah Killing Spree. Nah, sekarang kita bakal coba langsung ke in-game-nya ya guys. Buat talent pertama, kenapa gue pakai Rupture? Ini sangat bagus banget guys, karena damage lu 5%, penetration lu bakal sakit buat ke musuh. Contohnya, lebih sakit guys, dibanding lu nggak pakai, ini lebih sakit. Dan yang kedua, gue pakai Bargain Hunter. Fungsi dari Bargain Hunter ini adalah ketika lu harga item lu bakal jadi lebih murah guys. Dari yang harga 100% lu beli di harga 95%. Contohnya ini ya, S12. Ini harga aslinya adalah 2000 jadi 1900 guys. Yang ketiga gue pakai adalah killing spree. Fungsi dari killing spree ini, ketika lu bunuh musuh, lu mendapatkan 8% max HP dari musuh dan 15% movement speed selama 3 detik. Ini bagus banget guys, ketika lu dalam team fight yang gede lu bisa survive. Ini sih OP banget sih guys. Ketika lu yang biasa cuma bisa pakai bargain hunter, sekarang lu bisa pakai bareng killing spree. Joy bisa langganan sini di band. Oke, next kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang berikutnya ya. Hero yang gue pakai nanti adalah hero Esmeralda. Itulah hero favorit gue juga. Yang pertama, talent yang gue pakai adalah agility. Yang kedua, bargain hunter. Yang ketiga adalah constructive blast. Oke, kita langsung coba ke in game ya guys. Yang pertama, talent agility. Kenapa gue pakai agility? Fungsinya tuh menambahkan 5% movement speed guys. Jadi ketika lu ngezoning atau nge-cover teman lu, itu sangat bagus guys. Lebih kenceng lah jalan lu. Dan dikomboin dengan skill 1 Esmeralda, lu lebih cepet lah buat lu kemana-mana gitu, move lu. Yang kedua, kenapa gua pakai bargain hunter? Esmeralda ini early-nya membutuhkan item yang lebih cepat guys. Jadi gua pakai bargain hunter biar lu bisa beli item lebih murah lah di awal. Yang ketiga, kenapa gua pakai Quarter 11? Ini ketika lu basic attack ada kayak efek ledakan gitu yang mengandung magic damage. Jadi ketika lu clear wave jauh lebih cepat dibanding yang lain guys. Contohnya kayak gini. Nih. Tuh. Lebih cepat guys jadinya. Dengan ada stats baru ini gue makin suka sih main Esmeralda. Nah, dari 3 kombinasi itu, kalau yang paling cocok ke gameplay gue sih Esmeralda ya, dengan talent agility, bargain hunter, dan constructive blast. Nah, menurut gua sih update enemy ini sangat membantu kita para fighter ya, karena kita bisa lebih fleksibel dalam pemilihan hero nantinya. Gimana nih para SPLaner? Udah siap main meta terbaru belum? Yuk langsung update ke Project Next dan cobain ya. Nah, buat kalian yang main Roles and XP, tenang aja, karena di next episodenya akan dibahas mengenai kombinasi talent dan hero meta di role lainnya. Jangan lupa share videonya ya. Gua Sorizo, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Karena Lancelot itu tipe jungler yang harus fleksibel keluar masuk team fight, dan gua rasa killing spree ini cocok banget di gameplay Lancelot gua. Kalau yang paling masuk ke gameplay gua itu yang kombinasi talent pertama, karena cocok banget sama Fanny gua. Hai, gue Super Ken. Selamat datang di Project Next. Kali ini gue mau ngasih beberapa rekomendasi kombinasi talent setelah update patch emblem nih. Dan gue yakin kalian bisa tiru ini biar rank kalian naik terus. Di sini gue akan bahas hal terpenting dari patch ini untuk pemain jungler nih. Nah, tonton sampai akhir ya guys. Nah, sekarang kita coba ke kombinasi pertama nih. Hero yang gue pakai, hero andalan gue yaitu Fanny. Emblem yang pertama di hero Fanny gue pakai Rapture. Emblem ini berfungsi untuk menambahkan physical penetration. Emblem yang kedua, gue pakai Master Assassin. Emblem ini berfungsi untuk menambahkan damage di sekitar hero-nya untuk mendapatkan snowballing di early game. Emblem yang ketiga gue pakai Killing Spree. Emblem ini dapat memulihkan HP dan movement speed untuk bisa keluar dari team fight. Nah gitu guys, kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang berikutnya ya. Kali ini gue mau pakai Lancelot. Kembali menggunakan Rapture sebagai talent pertama. Hal ini dimaksudkan untuk jungler typical damage dealer agar bisa dapat 5% damage penetration. Terus yang kedua gue pakai Season Hunter karena dengan talent ini bisa nambah 15% damage ke Lord atau Turtle. Dan untuk kill monster jungle juga lebih cepat. Dia dapat tambahan kira-kira 7%an damage. Jadi untuk kejar objektif dalam game cocok banget. Karena Lancelot itu tipe jungler yang harus fleksibel keluar masuk team fight, dan gue rasa Killing Spree ini cocok banget di gameplay Lancelot gue. Oke, next kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang terakhir ya guys. Gue di sini pakai Fredrin. Untuk talent pertama bisa diisi oleh talent Agility yang memberikan extra movement speed 5% untuk bisa clearing minion jungle lebih cepat, dan mobilitas lebih cepat juga dalam setup objektif maupun ganking. Season Hunter akan memberikan benefit damage tambahan sebanyak 15% untuk objektif, baik itu Turtle maupun Lord. Untuk ke minion jungler, damage tambahan hanya berlaku setengahnya saja atau sekitar 7,5%. Conclusive Blast sendiri sebagai output damage tambahan yang mengambil keuntungan dari banyaknya HP hero yang kita gunakan sebanyak plus 7% dari total HP. Jadi dari 3 kombinasi itu, kalau yang paling masuk ke gameplay gue itu yang kombinasi talent pertama, karena cocok banget sama Fanny gue. Langsung praktekin aja ya guys. Dan jelas patch baru ini bikin kita makin seru mainnya, karena kita lebih bisa fleksibel dalam menyesuaikan ke hero yang kita pakai nantinya. Yuk langsung update Project Next dan cobain. Dan jangan lupa tonton juga episode tentang role lainnya guys. Jangan lupa share videonya. Gua Super Ken, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Don't you wish your phone was fun like this?
Don't you wish your phone looked more like this? Don't you wish your phone could flex like this?
Don't you wish your phone could fit in here? Don't you?
Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Pre-order now. Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Pre-order now. Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Pre-order now.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Erudicio.
Erudicio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we'll take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minzathar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Taj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Taj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Ada coba dapat bola baru ada satu lagi. Inspire di mana sekarang? Kali ini buat Indomie, ngebuat EVOS langsung coba di sounding out. Kita best to rest dari Onyx, 10.000 gold difference akan menjadi milik Onyx. Mengambil seperti lagi, tapi melepaskan Onyx belum ada yang masuk. Mereka tahu dan
satu antar recall dari barusan dengan pergerakan Kimura yang langsung menggila dengan cukup cepat pula barusan dan satu lagi belakang langsung dikeluarkan kaburnya langsung menggila pula karena untuk kali ini lejap tapi sekarang double kill berhasil diciptakan triple kill looking for man yang untuk high akankah mereka berhasil untuk bisa menorehkan 1 poin kill lagi ataupun 1 kemenangan. Aktifkan Inspire di mana sekarang di Jaspan Rasinya tak dapat memori keluarkan di portal udah mulai pecah tapi sekarang dia langsung aja mulai lompat lagi dengan 1 elemen dan juga Tyron tidak connect tapi Rasinya tidak mendapatkan apapun karena di pada berbeda ada 1 ke atas langsung dikeluarkan pelatihnya mencoba untuk mundur dan juga selamat dari tersebut tapi Sally Boy mencoba untuk bisa mundur ke bagian belakang Finance Manager paling karena beberapa player dan juga Sally Boy masih bertahan di area tersebut WOS Paijan lejap bercampur dihilang tapi Sally Boy dan itu menjadi
dan seperti yang Pulung bilang tadi kenapa dia pick dewa ada late getting sure.
Yap. Final sudah dikeluarkan Cuelo ada flicker tadi terlihat yang tersebut dan perangan kembali terjadi. Karja hilang tempo sampai dikeluarkan tapi Vincent masih berarti
terkena 1 damage. Cutout terus juga berat. Objektif game terjadi. Double kill from Pulung dan Fluffy terperangkap besar sendiri dari menemani dan bahkan Kapten Marky belum best to red dari Onyx 10.000 gold difference akan menjadi milik Onyx tapi di depan sana mereka tidak bisa mendefense bersama dengan seorang Pai Kyrie Tikti buka bermain Tikti buka main kita damage ya Kyrie langsung menghilangkan Dino ini bencana Onyx benar-benar memporak-porandakan belum ada yang masuk mereka tahu dari seorang Ray bisa bermain dengan kabelnya. Rian menunggu momentum, tapi nampaknya belum ada momentum yang dibuat oleh seorang Rian. Dan Kyrie pada kuat, Bus menggagalkan semua, menghilangkan band belakang, free hit, double kill, bagaimana double kill, para-paranda, Hende Matana!
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rules sendiri, kayak aku. Dalam kondisi apapun, nggak ada lagi halangan. Malah ngebuktiin potensiku. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. core talent unlocked with the tank emblem. By upgrading the tank emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem. By upgrading the Fighter Emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Dari dua emblem yang selain Weapon Master sangat berguna lah di early game. Di laning phase malah jadi rajanya lah istilahnya. Kok kedapet di lampu? Oke. Halo, gua Kadera. Selamat datang di Project Next. Butuh tutor main Godland setelah update patch emblem. Nggak akan ada yang lebih bagus dari episode ini, karena gue akan bahas dua hal penting dari patch ini untuk para Godlaner. Yang pertama, kombinasi-kombinasi terbaik talent utama untuk Godlaner, dan hero Godlaner apa yang akan meta di patch kali ini. Nah, sekarang kita coba ke kombinasi pertama ya. Di sini gue pakai hero Beatrix. Rekomendasi dari gue yaitu yang pertama pakai Rapture. Terus yang kedua Weapon Master, dan yang terakhir Weakness Finder. Oke, itu jadi kita langsung coba di in-game nya. Kan tadi kan pilihan emblem kita ada Rapture sama Weakness Finder. Nah, kalian nggak usah takut buat apa ya, ngepok gitu, karena kalau kita ngehit musuh nih, mereka dapat slow sama mereka nggak bisa ngepok balik gitu. Jadi kayak kalian di lane nggak bakal sering kepok. Terus yang Weapon Master itu kan nunggu dari item kan, jadi dari dua emblem yang selain Weapon Master sangat berguna lah di early game buat survive. Nah gitu guys, kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang berikutnya ya. Di sini gue pakai hero 1-1. Rekomendasi dari gue yang pertama Swift, terus yang kedua Bergen Hunter, terus yang ketiga Weakness Finder. Oke, jadi emblem yang pertama kita kan ambil Swift kan tadi. Nah, di awal kita kayak udah berasa ada item tambahan satu, kayak knife nih, kan nambah 10% attack speed kan. Tapi tanpa kita harus beli knife-nya langsung, kita udah berasa kayak attack speed kita lumayan berasa lah gitu. Terus lagi buat 1-1 ya, dengan adanya Weakness Finder, kalian malah jadi lebih gampang kebuka. Nah, setiap kalian ngelempar skill 1 terus di combo sama pasif Weakness Finder, musuhnya kayak nggak bisa lari, kena slow, terus kena 3 kali stuck skill satunya, dia bisa nge-stun. Jadi kemungkinan otomatis terbukanya lebih besar gitu. Bergen Hunter karena kita bisa jadi lebih cepet jadiin item kita. Swift Crossbow di wave 2 mungkin udah bisa kebeli ya, karena ada emblem yang ini. Jadi kayak kalian di laning phase malah jadi rajanya lah istilahnya. Oke, next kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang terakhir ya. Di sini kita pakai Godland bertipe Magic, yaitu Harit. Kalian bisa ngambil yang Inspire. Terus yang selanjutnya Bergen Hunter. Terus yang terakhir Impurage. Kita udah di in-game nih. Yang pertama kan Inspire yang ngebantu kalian nambah cooldown reduction. Jadi kalau sudah semisal kalian max emblem, terus kalian nambahin Inspire itu, kalian nggak perlu butuh yang namanya cooldown reduction lagi di item kalian. Jadi kayak beliin aja item yang paling mahal. blood wings contohnya kayak gitu. Kita jelasin lagi di impurage. Semisal nih kalian pakai magic side lane, itu pasti kemungkinan jungler kalian assassin. Masa kalian mau egois, blue buff-nya diambil, gak mau dikasih ke jungler assassin kan? Gak mungkin kan? Nah, di impurage ini kalian ngeakalin mana kalian. Di impurage kalian bakal nerima balik 2% mana max kalian. Kayak contoh, gue pakai skill nih, terus ngehit atau nggak ngehit, pokoknya pakai skill bisa ngebalikin 2% max mana kalian, tapi ada cooldown 5 detik. Ayo coba update project next hari ini ya. Tapi kalau menurut lo tips dari gua kurang relevan karena lo pemain role lain, tenang aja, karena di next episode-nya akan dibahas mengenai kombinasi talent dan hero-hero meta di role lain. Dan jangan lupa share videonya ya. Gua Kadera, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali. 12-nya kemana?
12-nya ada di Blibli 12 tahun Anniversary. Beli apa aja ada gratis ongkir 12 kali, cashback 12 kali, dan flash sale Rp12. Ayo belanja di Blibli sekarang.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem, and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this.
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head and Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome back to MPL ID Season 12, the third day of week number 3, where things are getting even more intense here. But on the caster desk, it's me, Eterna, alongside with Goni, as well as Arashi. And before we get into the first match of today, a Bigtron going against the Blue Bulls, Rebellion Zion, we would like to thank our sponsors. MPL ID Season 12 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone, our official sponsor, Head and Shoulders, official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel, our official gold partner is UBS Gold. We also have our partners in esports, Blibli, Dunia Game, Grab, OVO, as well as YouTube. Our official broadcast is Maxstream, Teferi Sports, as well as video. And of course, MPL ID. We also have our suppliers here, Indomart, Mineski, Samsung, and MPL ID Season 12 is supported by PBSE. Now, coming into the first match of the day, once again, a Bigatron Alpha going against Rebellion Zion, where both of these teams seem to be going on an up and down run. Bigatron 0-2 against Aura Fire. I just had to slip that in before we get into today's headline.
Hyze's Force unleashed. Will the Bulls turn the Red Robots into their feast? It's a bit weird because you consider that Bulls don't really consume metal, but both these teams, they've been doing pretty okay, and right now, walking right onto the stage.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! That's a quick team entrance, but let's welcome here the Blue Bulls of Indonesia, Rebellion Zion.
Oh, this is always the moment we've been waiting for in style. What is this reference to, Arashi?
It's One Piece, the straw hat, the pose, right, facing behind. That is what is up. But against them today, it's gonna be Bigatron Alpha.
Yes. Oh, wait a second. That's an interesting lineup.
That's Moreno in the lineup indeed. So let's welcome the Terminators of Indonesia, Bigatron Alpha.
The Red Robots make it on stage, and do you see Moreno? He did a little spinny spin thing right over there, but we've been anticipating his presence for quite some time now, finally coming to the lineup for Bigatron Alpha. What differences can we expect?
We can expect a bit more of an aggressive style right here from Bigatron. Having Moreno, the Filipino Slayer himself, in the mix. He's definitely going to try and prove something right here, but trying to supply them with the tools. It's going to be the coaching staff for both Bigatron and Rebellion. It's Coach Chiku, Coach Aldo, as well as Razeboy and Vivi.
Everything is going to start into the drafts. A lot of people actually have started to question Coach Aldo's drafts lately coming into the previous matches, especially the one against Aura Fire. Do you agree with this?
You know what? Looking at week 3 specifically, it feels like Bigatron, they're having a little bit too much experimenting that it somehow loses their identity, quote unquote, that we saw in week 1 and week 2. But keys to victory, what's going on here?
By the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and the Z Flip 5 maximize the pickoff strategies of Rebellion's dynamic duo. Oddity Z, the Matador, and Hyze, the Raging Bull. Together, they make a great combination if they can stay in control. Along with that, disrupt Super Ken's rotations for Bigatron, because whenever Super Ken gets shut down, when the trio mid can't just roam as much as they want into the side lanes, that is where Bigatron just struggle to try and find momentum, to try and push the tempo. So I think the Matador and the Raging Bull, they are the ones that have to try and control and overpower the calculations of the robots.
Definitely. The Red Robots, you gotta say, they like it early, right? They like to claim that early game rotation, that early game tempo, and they try to end it as soon as possible. And how do they do that? They rely on Super Ken. The fact that he's always able to jungle above the enemy jungle 2-3 EXP levels ahead, it gives them ease to get the objectives, it gives them ease as well to do the rotations. But without that, we see that the game plan coming in from Bigatron Alpha seems a little bit lost, and we saw that being disrupted by a team like Onyx. As we take a look now at the keys to victory here by the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 for Bigatron.
Contest Paquito and Valentina, the EXP lane for Sorizo, and of course, getting that Valentina in the hands of Moreno is definitely going to be a huge factor if they want to try and press their signature high-pace, high-mobility style. Along with that, win the roamer matchup in the objective contest, particularly right in those neutral objectives. If they're both dancing around waiting for the right moment to just strike and go for a pickoff or go for a huge team fight, the weight of the engage is always going to be on the roamer. If the roamer loses out in the matchups, that means that while they're moving around, when they're trying and outmaneuver each other, ODTZ might get an edge on them. So if they want to prevent that, they have to ensure that Super Vin gets a great hero, a comfort hero, and a hero, more importantly, that he can use to try and shut down these players coming in from Rebellion.
I completely agree. I think Super Vin needs to be drafted in the sense that also can cover for the side of Saken, because Audi, as we all know, he's one of the players that is liking the Novaria roam this season specifically, so it's gonna poke the gold lane. Perhaps Supervin can provide that cover, but Rookie of the Week.
Yeah, it's Audi TZ, a total of 74 assists and a team fight participation of 69%.
Nice.
I think the first week we didn't see him pop off too much, but later on I feel like chemistry has developed, confidence as well has developed, and we finally see him have an impact in the game, getting the very important pickoffs, getting the important hooks onto the core members of the enemy team. So does this mean why did we not see him pop off in week 1, and why has he stepped up in week 2?
I think he's always had that performance, that style that really suits the current meta. But in the first week, I think we were making a huge point about he wasn't really given a lot of pick-off heroes that can make plays, that can engage team fights as well. So in the upcoming weeks, when he's able to be given a lot more tools to try and catch people off, to try and engage and surprise his opponents, that's where he starts really shining through. And of course, having that flexibility to go with the Novaria, like Goni mentioned, that's also such a great tool to have, especially in the current meta where it seems like drafting is so important, as in you need to be able to adjust to what your opponents are doing. Taking a look at the player head-to-head here by head and shoulders. Highs and Super Saiyan in the gold lane, yet another highlighted matchup. Super Saiyan doing better in the GPM, in the tower damage, but when it comes to aggression, when it comes to being aggressive and dealing damage, that's where Highs has been so important. And their winning formula is getting Highs ahead and taking him along to those mid-game team fights. If Bigatron wants to try and shut him down, that will be something they have to keep in mind when they're trying to set up rotations in the Land of Dawn.
It's definitely a priority, honestly, right? Because when Highs is facilitated, we see him go crazy. Maniacs, savages even. Whereas I don't think Super Saiyan is that type of gold laner. He's not as flashy, he's not as in your face like Highs.
Well, looking at the playstyle, I agree. I think in a sense when Highs, when it's his day, you can see him just pop off in every way. But consistency, I feel like Saiyan has that edge where, again, MPL, it's a marathon. Saiyan, if he is really that consistent, I favor Saiyan more.
Interesting. I agree. Consistency is very important, right? And like you mentioned, a marathon. We've spoken about their differences, but one of the similarities that they have is their power on the Beatrix, which is why I think that it is and could possibly be a contested pick between these two players, especially if we take a look at Rebellion Zion, Audi TZ on the Novaria. We've seen Novaria and the Beatrix become such a prominent combo here at MPL ID Season 12. The fact that the snipes with the ultimate coming in from Novaria can actually increase that hitbox and increase the accuracy as well. And then you go in with the Astral Sphere as well. The damage is so insane.
Especially if you're a backline member, it's going to be very dangerous. And it seems to be a rising combo. If it's not the Novaria, it's also the Farsa we've seen being used in that combination. But on the other hand, if you look at the signature heroes for both Saiyan and Highs, you really see a bit of a disparity there. Both play Melissa, but Saiyan, he plays 1-1s. He plays all these heroes with outplay, with security for himself. And for Highs, it's all about getting more aggressive, having more burst damage, having more crowd control as well. But let's go straight into the drafting phase right here. In the first phase, for Bigatron, they respect the aggression coming in from the side of Rebellion.
Yeah, they completely do here. Bigatron with the first pick, Rebellion with the second. And one of the keys to victory that we saw earlier on was a contest between Valentina and Paquito. So Valentina has been taken off the board. Paquito is still up in the air.
Well, looking at the bans here, Paquito ban comes through. Melissa ban straightforward, right, respecting. But take a look at the bans from the side of Bigatron. 2 suppression now eliminated itself, signifying that they perhaps will prio that joy. But another hero that Saiyan really likes, remember, is that 1-1.
Well, the 1-1 is available, but right now the Paquito actually gets banned out by Bigatron themselves. For the side of Rebellion, one more ban right here, and having the Valentina and the Melissa, I think they're just trying to eliminate the late game potential, but turns out it's going to be a ban targeted towards Super Saiyan, and the first pick is going to be a Uranus. That is peculiar.
It's a power pick though for Sorizo. We've seen him being able to build that space for his team, and that's exactly what Bigatron needs. Ken needs that space that a Uranus can offer. So I see that going in correlation with the gameplay that they want to go for. I really liked your catch with suppression as a Joy was taken out. But Rebellion Zion, how do they want to respond to this?
I feel like they go for comforts here, right? Give a hero for Hyzamore. Yeah, Beatrix and Fredrin. Fredrin, again, most likely falls in the jungle position, but when in need, it can fall to that EXP.
In the XP lane, though, you're used to seeing cars on playmaking heroes that are aggressive. And against a Uranus, maybe you can go for a solo play, a solo kill against Oriza right here. But if they go for something that has crowd control, maybe cars will play that roam-heavy style and try and have more presence in the team fights instead. But for Brigatron, though, very early on already, the Angela, which is quite meta still, but then it's going to be the Harith. Good mobility, good true damage as well. Trying to eliminate, trying to alleviate the pressure for Saken going up against highs against that Beatrix.
Well, looking at the bands, looking picks here, Angela Harith, Esmeralda pickup it makes sense, right? It just counters the shieldings, but I don't know.
And it's also not bad in lane against the Uranus.
Not bad at all, right? So I feel like Esmeralda pick here can come through, but let's see alternatives. No, it's going to be the Faramis. So it feels like they want to add more artillery in that team fight. With this Faramis, right, it adds more time with that call of altar.
Sustain, right? If they want to go for that, it's definitely possible. But with the Faramis being picked up, I'm assuming that it might fall into the mid lane instead, because I do think that they still need a hero that can lock down the Harith. Like you mentioned, Harith is very vulnerable to CC. I know that the Kaja as well as the Franco is off the board, but there are other options, right? We have Kufra as an option. Maybe even an Atlas at this point could work. But Rebellion Zion here in the second phase, they're going to eliminate the Akai.
Well, if you talk about roaming possibilities right here, a pick that comes to mind right now is the Edith, right? It can eliminate, it is a great power pick in the middle of a huge team fight. It's also a secondary source of damage for the composition of Rebellion right here. Considering they have a cult altar, this could be a great choice for them to exploit against the team of Bigatron, who is tankier and a lot more burst heavy. If they can out-sustain the initial burst and then out-DPS in the later stages of the fight, it could be very, very beneficial for them. But for Bigatron, they are more concerned about the crowd control in the middle of those chaotic team fights. They will be banning away the Arlet.
Well, looking at the composition here, you're right, I agree. Angela, Harith, quite vulnerable towards crowd control, but remember, the three heroes that was picked up by the side of Bigatron can all pick up the Purify. So I feel like that is already within the game plan of Aldo. You know what, let's pick up the Harith and Angela. You don't mind using the Purify? Let's see what will be the response from the side of Rebellion. Will they go all in on towards the crowd control? Or will they just go for burst, right? They just straight kill. Scan burst, Harith, or Angela down.
I get your point. But I was so focused on these bans, right? 3 bans for that jungle position. Akai, Martis, as well as the Fanny. What are the options here? Ling? Lancelot?
Lancelot. Well, if they want to go for something a bit more tanky, the box chest is also available. And again, so much sustain. I think it really fits well for Bigatron. So if Rebellion doesn't take it up right now, forcing the Fredrin to be flexed away into the EXP lane, it's going to be good. But it's going to be the Edith. We can get a bit of a sneak peek from the phone. As predicted, man, that's a lot of damage on the side of Rebellion. And we can see that in the hands of Vanstrong, this Edith pick can still be very aggressive, can still be very pick heavy, and ODTZ is no stranger to this hero.
Yeah, it's a power pick definitely here for the side of Rebellion Zion, seeing their history as well with the CC that was utilized. But now Bigatron, what do they want to go for? I was thinking Alice, but too much magic damage, I think, for their side as well. So what can they go for here? Do they go for something like the Ling to be able to get into that back line, have some more early game say?
Yeah, before the Edith pick, I was thinking about Helkert, right? But with that Edith pick, it just nullifies the option for that Helkert pick. So I'm looking at a fighter here, just to and there you go, the Alpha debut. That's a fighter. Yeah, the passive hurts, and why not? Why the heck not?
Yikes, man, that's a lot of damage, a lot of sustain as well. Tankiness is the name of the game for the side of Bigatron, and DPS is what Rebellion are going to try and look for. But against a comp like this, they need crowd control, they need someone that can withstand the aggression. They go for that Grok pick, and they're putting it in the EXP lane in the hands of Cars.
Wow, I mean, just when you thought that Super Ken, we've seen all his cards, he picks up something crazy like this, and I'm not surprised that Bigatron Alpha is the one to start with the experiment first. They were the ones to bring Alice first. They were the ones to bring Just all these crazy picks first. X-Borg, something that we haven't seen as well. Alpha. I hope this works out. This is crazy interesting.
This is a very, very nasty combination here from the side of Bigatron, Rebellion. What can they do? A lot of CCs, and there you go, 3 Purifies. The first 3 picks that in the first phase, they opted for a Purify.
Well, it's going to be a lot of defensive. It's a defensive Purify for sure, but in the middle of a huge fight, they can use this Purify to go a bit more aggressive as well. But I think let's go straight into the game.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's go straight into the game here for game number 1 between Bigatron Alpha as well as Rebellion Zion. Will the Super Ken pick here work out? The first time ever we've seen the Alpha jungle definitely in the hands of Super Ken, where he opts for Brave Smite as his talent.
Well, this Alpha pick, Omwawa on the Indonesian desk have been speaking very highly about it. Looking at the emblems though, very early on, Super Vin going with the Impure Rage yet again. We've seen this strat being used, Angela as the sole source of magic damage and an Impure Rage, but without the focusing mark, the pickup potential is a lot lower for Bigatron Alpha, but with so many fighters, that might not even be necessary. 3 Festival of Bloods, 3 Brave Smites. They're trying to outlast the opposition.
Yeah, it's sustain versus sustain here. Rebellion Zion, they have the Cult Altar, but Bigatron Alpha says, well, you have the Cult Altar, but we have the Spell Vamp. You can see here already Rebellion Zion trying to pick up the tempo, trying to cut Super Ken's rotations out. So far, it hasn't been working, but one of the questions that I really wanted to ask was, why does Super Ken on the Alpha not pick up the talent that goes for more damage to creeps?
The experienced jungler. I think it's a good option, but I think for Bigatron, the idea for this Alpha isn't purely to just out-farm your opponents, because the Fredrin is already very adept at doing so. It's to be a bit more aggressive and then go for those skirmishes. So I think he's opting for a more fight-heavy emblem, but now look at that. Sorizo getting ganked on.
He's level 4 though. There you go. He popped the Consecration, pulled back. Let's see. It seems like Rebellion and Bigatron, they are ready to fight here 4v4, but I do want to point out something here that the last time that we saw a Lapu mid was back in Season 7. Onyx, Drian was on that Lapu mid now. Season 12, Super Marino is on him now. Sorizo now combined with the Hard Guard. Let's see what will he be able to do. Bravest Fighter popped as well. There you go. It's cancelled out. Oh, take a look at the ult by Alpha. Catching 2. Forced Harsh use the Flicker, but First Blood falls in the hands of Bigatron Alpha with the kill on towards Vincent. Oh, another kill happens. RDTZ caught there.
3-for-0 trade for Bigatron Alpha in the first 2 minutes of the game, getting 2 kills and the turtle for themselves. And it looks like that early game, that early to mid power spike that Bigatron Alpha so dearly holds with their composition has been working out. Rebellion Zion, they need to wait a little bit longer for Highs more to pop off. And going against the Harris, it's not going to be an easy task as, wow, aggressive Bigatron Alpha. They're going to steal it away.
See? Let's see. Oh, so Vincent canceled the personal draft now. Oh my god, Sorizo with the kill again. It's an all-out brawl here in the top side, but Grok will be able to just sneak away, escape with the wild charge. Another kill though falls to the hands of Bigatron Alpha.
Rebellion, man, they gotta respect the fighter prowess in the early game. This is only 3 minutes in, and at level 4, all these fighters are definitely gonna be a lot more dangerous as the purple buff gets stolen away by Super Ken yet again. Rebellion, they gotta buy some time, avoid these fights, and scale into that late game where Renbu and Heismore will have enough items to actually be a real threat. And they need to be, if they want to go for fights, they can try and do so, but they have to try and space away from each other. In that fight, they were just getting fully comboed, but Super Saiyan right now getting jumped on. There's not enough crowd control in the hands of Rebellion Zion.
Yeah, so far, Bigatron Alpha, they're comfortable. They're playing towards their strengths. Something that we've seen Bigatron Alpha do is the fact that they're able to force their tempo onto the enemy. With 3 fighters, like you mentioned, it's going according to plan. Talent's prediction though, 3v3. It does look like you are in favor of Rebellion Zion here, Arashi. Please elaborate.
I think when the late game comes, or even the mid game, if Rebellion Zion doesn't fall behind too much, they still have a very good chance of winning this out. No marksman, no real magic damage for Bigatron Alpha. The early game is definitely going to be rough, but if Rebellion Zion keeps fighting like this, they might just fall too far behind.
Call Alter popped as well. Renbu now very low on that Call Alter HP. Oh, Moreno with the catch towards the backside. Renbu forced to use the flicker. Vincent might be caught here. Oh, take with the Salmon Force there. Oh my goodness, very low. So Rizzo jumps in, finds the kill. Supercan grabs the neutral objective, but now RDTV, weird engage. It's just, they should just disengage here. Bigatron Alpha again expanding their lead.
A 1-for-1 trade, and it's Vincent that goes down. Definitely in favor for Bigatron Alpha. Meanwhile, here you can see that Kars is not present in these team fights. He's actually more focused on getting the permanent objectives on the board, which is that turret in the top side. If he does get it, then, like you mentioned, despite Bigatron Alpha holding the tempo, Rebellion Zion, they are looking for trades on a different side of the map, which is exactly what they need to do.
Rebellion, again, just going toe-to-toe against Bigatron Alpha in the early game, and they keep losing their jungler, and this is important. You can see that the level gap is starting to really form. Vincent level 6, Superken level 9.
Whoa, that's 3!
If this continues, man, Rebellion Zion at their power spike in the mid to late game, they'll have a severe retribution disadvantage, and Bigatron Alpha, this is how they're using their early game lead to try and secure more guaranteed objectives in the late game indirectly.
Definitely. I don't think that they can even contest for objectives at this point. They need to look for something else on the map. Perhaps go for pickups.
Whoa.
But exactly like that. That was brilliant, right? That's exactly what Rebellion needs to do. They need to make the playing field a little uneven with Supervin off the board. There's no sustain coming in for Superken. And Rebellion Zion, they should be able to have and gain some control over the map.
I think this game is going to draw all the way to the late game. And at that point, it's going to be a contest between Super Sorizo and Kars. Who has more pressure? Who can actually make more plays happen alone on the side? And I must say, Uranus against a Grok, the Grok is just a bit more difficult to catch down, to lock down due to the wild charge. But a Purify Uranus can also be a huge nuisance, so the execution will definitely be called into question. But now, Bigatron Alpha playing for the turtle side, they're going to just go ahead with the same default game plan.
Yeah, it seems like here Grok will grab another turret. He grabbed the top tier turret. He grabbed the bottom tier turret as well. So in that sense, Rebellion Zion is, I feel like, doing what they can, picking their battles. I like it. Oh, almost. But this time, Supercan finds the red tray.
Kars is doing everything, man. Everything he can. I can imagine like in those, oh, wait a minute. Supercan?
Yeah, isolated. Hard guard hasn't been popped though. Oh, there you go, popped. It's a 1v5. Technically, he gets taken out. Oh, Super Moreno wouldn't be able to cover his teammate. Super Vin now, quite low. Take a look at the backside. Kars was able to find the kill. Gets straight back. RDTZ now flickering back. Hasn't been touched since, but man, what a fight for Rebellion Zion.
Definitely worth it here for Rebellion Zion. I'm actually curious as to see how far the items have gone, because so far, Bigatron Alpha, they haven't been punished by playing like that. The fact that they have so much sustain, the damage from Rebellion Zion isn't quite there. With Highs already picking up the BOD, it does make sense, and I'm looking at Dominance Isis here, but it's only the Sea Halberd here for Grok.
Well, it's so important for the side of Rebellion Zion, but Kars, he was the sole reason, I think, why Rebellion Zion were able to come out on top in that fight. Just bursting down Superken and afterwards also securing the kill onto Supervin. That was such a great play by Kars, and that is going to be something that Bigatron Alpha will need to try and mitigate in the late game. But of course, like you mentioned, no Dominance Isis just yet for anyone or Rebellion Zion.
But they have an anti-region item in that Sea Halberd from Kars though. So this is, yeah, sure, you don't have Dominance Ice, but again, they are building towards that item.
I don't think it's enough though, right? Because most of the time, Kars is not even in the team fights.
Exactly, so I think Rebellion Zion will be building towards that. They might be looking for other items in the beginning. Look at that, the damage from Highs is definitely starting to ramp up, but Audi has been so slippery on this Edith, man. Earlier, surviving with a sliver of HP as well.
Oh, here it is. Malefic Roar for Kars as well. So he's building in to more damage, trying to be able to sustain and win that 1v1 against that Uranus if it comes down to it. So far, Kars, like we mentioned before, hasn't really been present in these team fights. He's more focused on getting more trades on the opposite side of the map. And now, Rebellion Zion, they're actually catching up to that disparity of EXP and a gold with Bigatron Alpha. Superken, level 12, Vincent, level 10. this does still look like an advantage if Bigatron Alpha want to go for the Lord.
It's an all-out 5v5 setup here, it seems like. One has yet to pull the trigger here. But they have information that Sorizo popped his Purify. It seems like here, both teams taking their time. Ooh! Take a look at the snipe. Renner's apathy towards Vin. Oh, take a look at the mid Ripper here. Sorizo's taking damage. Hard guard popped as well. Oh, Moreno popped. The bravest fighter towards the backside. Call Alter now triggered. But nobody is taken down just yet. Take a look at Ken. Backs away with the ult. Oh, the engage. Oh, DTZ gets taken down. Highs more in the backside. Oh, this might be a kill for Highs. Good cancel there by Cars with the stun. Another kill forward side of Super Vin as Rembu gets taken out. Now Vincent zoned away. 2v3, Sorizo. Man, this guy is unstoppable.
Rebellion Zion, man, they keep clumping up, being forced into those small crevices of the jungle by Bigatron Alpha, and that is just so devastating because all these fighters, the bravest fighter, Super Sorizo's, all his skills, and Super Ken as well, all these spells are hitting everyone from Rebellion Zion, and it's making that Cult Alter almost negligible. And in that fight, Cars was unable to go for the pickoff in the back line. And even ODTZ, he was completely nuked down. So Rebellion Zion, they have to try and find better executions in the middle of these fights. Otherwise, they're gonna keep coming up short.
I agree. It looks difficult because earlier on, I thought in that team fight, I was like, oh man, no. Rebellion Zion, they're using the Cult Alter to bait out the resources coming in from Bigatron Alpha because we saw Super Moreno actually utilize his ultimate, his bravest fighter in, but it turns out that the bravest fighter was to bait out the Cult Alter, and then Bigatron Alpha went in, realizing that the Cult Alter was already used. So it's actually a mind game that has been playing around between both of these teams. And the fact is, Rebellion Zion, they can't go in for a 5v5 in that sense. They need to be able to utilize what they have, which is range. Highs being able to snipe that much damage off Super Vin. I think those things, those movements on the map, I think that is what they can actually capitalize over Bigatron Alpha.
Bigatron Alpha now just going for the objectives, getting great success, taking out all the turrets. But when it comes down to the base, Rebellion Zion are the team with the better high ground, with more DPS. I think this is going to be the real test for Bigatron Alpha. Whoa!
Pull on towards Suko. Alter popped as well. Let's see here. Bigatron surviving though. My goodness, what a pull. But Bigatron Alpha, it seems like their gold difference here is what makes a difference. Oh, Moreno, awkward, the bravest fighter there. But it seems like now both teams just hovering around each other.
A lot of 7,000 gold lead here, Arashi.
A lot of ultimates were burned in that engagement, well, in that escape for Bigatron Alpha. I think Super Ken and Super Moreno were forced to use their ultimates right there. I think Rebellion could have went for a bit of a fight, but they're playing it disciplined, man. They know that the longer the game goes, the more this gold difference will stop making a difference. So they're just taking it chill. But Bigatron Alpha, they are definitely trying to punish as much as possible.
Of course. They want to end this as soon as possible as well, right? They don't really have that late game composition that Rebellion Zion actually has with Highs as well as Renbu. If we take a look at the items here, you can see that the Beatrix has a little bit of a deficit in terms of gold, but with the BOD and the Malefic Roar, is it enough damage to penetrate through Bigatron Alpha?
I think it's enough damage if Bigatron Alpha clump together and go for a combo. Super Vin though, surviving from a 1v5 engagement. Fortunately, none of the crowd control reaching him. But for Rebellion, again, the longer drawn-out fights are supposed to favor them, but in order for that to happen, Highs needs more items. You cannot simply have 2 items only and rely only on your ultimates. The Runner's Apathy as well as the Nibiru's Passion. He needs to try and find more items in order to be able to deal damage purely using the basic attacks the longer the fight goes.
So you're saying that Rebellion Zion need to buy a little bit more time for Highs to pop off. How do they do that with these imminent dangers on the way here, right? Bigatron already going in once again.
Shaman forced pop. Sorizo now again being the sandbag. Oh, Cult Alter early. Vincent gets taken out by Saken. Take a look at the backside now. It's a 5v4 fight. Rembo might be caught. Forced to use the flicker as a defensive maneuver. Now, looking at Sorizo, he is there. He is still surviving. Nobody can touch Sorizo.
Nobody, especially now that he's already picked up the Oracle, Arashi.
The Oracle is definitely a great item, and with the composition from Bigatron Alpha, a lot of them are picking up that item. I think Super Ken has one as well, and it's working really, really great. Rebellion Zion, despite the fact that they use the Cult Alter, they just don't have enough damage right now to deal with all these tanky members barreling towards the back line. In a fight, if Highs as well as Renbu gets zoned out from the fight, this is game over. So they have to try and use the crowd control very defensively, because at this point there's no way they can get a pick off. They have to use all of their stuns, every single one, to try and stop Sorizo and Moreno from getting to that back line.
Let's see here. The defense from the side of Rebellion, who is behind almost 10,000 gold. Sorizo will force and push the top side. Two-wave push here. Very, very odd by Bigatron, but it seems like both teams still holding on.
Yeah, because the Lord is still on the way there in the bottom side. They want to be able to utilize it as much as they can. It's a ticking time bomb here. All it just needs is one utilization of their skills. Super Moreno, did he use his ultimate earlier on?
Super Moreno, maybe, yeah. Yeah, base turret bot side will be taken out now. Sorizo has a Purify, that's why he's already confident in hovering in front of the side, the members of Rebellion Zion. Now Super Saken, all Purify popped as well. Call Alter now will be triggered by the side of Rembo, but no clear engagements by both teams just yet.
Supervin was forced to use the hard guard as well in that engagement, just in case someone gets stuck in the base and gets bursted down. But Rebellion Zion, they have successfully defended, but losing a base turret in the process. Fortunate for them, in 70 seconds, the Lord is on the side of the destroyed base turret, so it won't be a big issue in the macro sense. But for Bigatron Alpha, they have full control. They're going for a pickup on Cars.
Be careful here. Cars still holding on towards that flicker. There you go. 5 members still holding on. Rebellion Zion isn't able to find the orange buff. Their orange buff still here, minute 16.
They're starving. They're starving at this point, right? It's like you see a bull in a desert with no water and no food at this point, right? 10,000 a deficit, Arashi.
10,000 and no clear way of getting a shutdown, of equalizing the situation. Of course, right now, everyone's level 14, approaching level 15, so this is the critical moment. After level 15, generally the gold difference starts becoming less and less relevant. But looking at the items right now, even a Demon Hunter Sword purchased by Heist to ensure that he can do a bit more damage. I would like to see a bit of an adjustment as well from Renbu, because right now, he has an End of the Necklace of Durance, which is great to reduce the regeneration, but he doesn't have a Glowing Wand. And against all these heroes with such a high HP pool, I think the Glowing Wand will be a very beneficial pickup in order for Bigatron Alpha to try and start feeling the damage coming from this Faramis.
I agree, but priorities, right? The fact that Bigatron Alpha has just so much sustain, I think that's a priority that they're going for, but they should be on the way to the Glowing Wand, like you mentioned before. Finally, though, a lot more respect items coming through, but Super Saiyan goes in once again.
It's easy, very low. Call Alter popped as well. Moreno taking a lot of damage. Flicker defensively. Let's see, Car jumps in. Yep. My God, Car is insta-deleted there. Let's see here, the engage again. Rembu will not be able to deal the shadow damage. Vincent quite stuck. Very low, but Bigatron Alpha comfortably gets the Lord.
And they didn't even lose a single member. Super Moreno was so low. It would only take one hit perhaps from Rebellion Zion to take him off, but they didn't. Bigatron Alpha, they're picking up all the advantages in every single way.
I think him being low was also why Cars was kind of baited to try and move forward right there. But you can see that the longer the fight goes, the more that Rebellion actually gets a bit of an adjustment. But look at AudiTZ.
Oh my God, AudiTZ soaking a lot of damage. Still has Immortal though, but Sorizo will lose his Immortal. Rembu pops the Call Alter. Mid-side here will be the target. Still defended for now. Top side here, let's see here. All members already hovering the area. Still defended as well. My goodness, Bigatron Alpha, will they be able to close this out? Rebellion now with 5. Lord marching in the bot area will be taken care of. Super Cannon quite caught here. Has the Immortal though, so he is still safe. But the mid-side will be the target and mid-side will fall soon.
Oh, it hasn't though just yet, right?
Oh my God,
tower is still standing strong. And this is the issue with the composition that Bigatron Alpha brought. They don't have the high range like Rebellion Zion does in these scenarios where Bigatron Alpha is going in for the siege. Because they don't have that range, they don't have that poke potential. Rebellion Zion with Beatrix, with heroes like Renbu as well, they should be able to clear easily and defend easily.
At this point, I think it's already in the hands of Rebellion Zion. They have the items right now, and you can see that for Bigatron Alpha, the tanky members are starting to really feel that damage. If Rebellion doesn't really mess up, if Bigatron Alpha can't set up an ambush and catch Heights Amor or Renbu off guard, this will be Rebellion Zion's game to win by default. So Bigatron Alpha, this is the moment where they have to try and become a bit more creative with the maneuvers, with the flanks maybe, to try and catch Rebellion Zion by surprise.
I agree. They need to go for the pickoffs first because they go for a 5v5 in the base of Rebellion Zion. I don't think it's going to work to their favor. So this is when I feel like a team as strong as Bigatron Alpha gets put to the test. The fact that they always lose out in the late game. Ladies and gentlemen, we are entering the 20th minute of the game. This is already not a comfort area for Bigatron Alpha. It's not their area of expertise. If they can't close it, then it's just fixed, you know? Bigatron Alpha can't play late game.
Can't play late game, especially with this composition, man. They're already on the back foot as of right now. But with one base tower down, like we mentioned, with Sorizo still having more mobility compared to a Grok, right, compared to Cars, they have a chance of playing the macro game right here. There's more ways for them to threaten Rebellion Zion because at any moment, those base towers are just so low that one person or just a single minion can do enough damage to take it down and put Rebellion Zion at even more of a deficit. So for Rebellion Zion, I think they have to try and be creative in how they want to catch Sorizo, because if they try to contest the Lord, I feel this is going to be a bit too dangerous.
I think from minute 15 or even 14, the deficit was already very huge. But Rebellion Zion, they made it work. Now, let's see here. Perhaps potentially the last Lord fight. Rebellion now moving with 5 members. Oh, this is a good party here for that Shaman Force. Let's see. Call Alter pops in the backside. Torizo backs away for a bit. Rembu might be calling here. Oh, what a catch by Super Ken. Onto it. Super Saken obliged with the kill. Super Saken though gets taken out. That's a 1-for-1 in the backside. Audi TZ 1 HP. Surviving. Kaiser Moore needs to be careful here. Quite juicy. But it seems like here it's a 1-for-1. And Renbu has already survived as well.
Faramir passive in the late game. That is the value. No jungle for 35 seconds. Rebellion Zion, without the mid tower that they've lost out of nowhere, they can try and make a play right now. They have a 5v4 situation. They can force the issue.
Yeah, let's see here. Let's see. Rebellion Zion with 5 though. Sorizo. Oh, force Renbu now forced to use the flicker at the backside. So Rizzo jumps in, call Ultra Popped as well. Suppression comes through with the Winter of Truncheon. Oh, Moreno loses his Immortal. This is a bad sign for Bigatron Alpha. Moreno pulled back, gets taken out. Renbu though will to be taken down in the process as well, as Sorizo will be forced to back away. That's a huge dub for the Blue Bulls.
Once again, a Rebellion Zion. They have the space. Only Saken, Sorizo, and Vin are left. But Super Ken is on the way. He is known to be able to make that 50-50 steal. Let's see if he is able to make it possible.
Bigatron bought enough time for Super Ken to jump in back to the fray. Now it's still a 5v4. 20,000 HP on the Lord. Super Saken now with the help of Hard Guard. Oh, good catch there. Unstoppable for Saken. Take a look at the backside here. So Rizzo dealing damage. Cars trying to provide cover as well. As my goodness, what a fight. Lord still not resetted. 13,000 HP. Vincent giving damage. Finds the shutdown with an Imperious Passion. And this might be it. Vincent finds the Lord as well. Bigatron now forced to fight. Shaman Force, Renbu forced to use the defense as well as he was caught. Bigatron Alpha lost the Lord, but they win the fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, this looks like this might be the end for the Blue Bulls. Super Ken already racing into the base.
Lord is up though. Lord is up. Let's see, they might ignore it here as Lord marches topside. Super Rare, no. With the Hard Guard, Vincent very low. Vincent taken down, loses Immortal, but the base is just too exposed for Rebellion Zion, and Bigatron Alpha strikes first.
Wow, man. One moment is all it took. They got the fight, they got the Lord, but they lose 4 members in the process. And Bigatron Alpha, in the midst of all the chaos, make the AI, the calculated decision, and they have succeeded in making that early game composition work all the way in the late game, showing again improvement from their reputation of not being able to close it out the longer the game goes.
For sure. Well, how many minutes was that game? 23?
23, around
23
around
minutes around.
23,
Okay, we'll
around
see the
24.
exact number later on, but there it is. This is the development that we like to see from these teams. The fact that Bigatron Alpha have always wanted below a 15-minute game, the fact that they're always able to hold on to the tempo from that early game, the fact that Rebellion Zion were able to stave off that pressure and actually force it to the 23rd minute of the game shows progress on both fronts, because not a lot of teams can hold against that aggression from Bigatron Alpha. We saw the tempo that was created. We saw that 10,000 gold deficit, and we saw that Rebellion Zion were very close to turning it around. Because honestly, that last team fight in the lower, that was the 50-50. If Rebellion Zion had the upper hand there, that would have been their game to win.
I mean, Rebellion Zion, for the most part, right after 15 minutes of the game, they were able to make it look like it wasn't a 10,000 gold gap. Yeah, sure, they defend for the most part of the game, but Bigatron Alpha, they weren't able to really penetrate the base of Rebellion Zion.
That was so unfortunate. I think what happened was Rebellion finally tasting a bit of victory. You saw the itemization coming from Highs. He just completely adapted for the tanks, man. He went for a Demon Hunter sword. He bought a golden staff right before the final fight, and you can see with a single hit, the Uranus was chunked for like 2,000 damage. That's a Uranus, a full tank hero, by the way, chunked for 1,800 to 2,000 damage. So he was doing an insane amount of damage, and that's the first kind of fight where they were able to get some momentum going on. But then he moved forward, and Saken just comes in before he knew it, he got completely nuked out and deleted because of his aggressive item build. I think that was a very important moment right there, because if Highs was still alive right there, and you know, with only one minion wave, with the Lord coming up as well, I don't think Bigatron would be able to end.
And I think that's so, what's the word for it? Difficult. Yeah. That's what makes it so difficult, right? Because Highs, I don't think he can opt for magic defense. I think the team needed his damage, exactly.
For sure. I think that's a very important part of, you know, the Beatrix. You rarely build, sure you can build Athena, but then again, if you're on the backside, at that situation, I think you want to give maximum damage. But then again, a very good discipline from both teams, right? I mean, Bigatron, sure, they made a couple of mistakes, but overall, they were able to keep the tempo, keep the momentum to their side. Meanwhile, Rebellion Zion just choosing their battles towards the end.
Definitely. But we gotta hand it, man. A player of the game here by the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5, Z Flip 5 is Super Sorizo on the Uranus. For the longest of times, once again, I mean, in the drafts, I even mentioned it. I was like, you know, Super Sorizo, Uranus, space. That's all I can say.
I mean, beyond space, he was again and again being the front line in the fights as well. And even though he was always the front, essentially, the first target who gets very low and gets engaged on by Rebellion, he only got taken out one time, and he still has a 65% kill participation, so his itemization is also pretty solid, going for the Brute Force Breastplate for more movement speed, and going for the Blade Armor just to ensure that Highs has even more of a difficult time in that fight. But man, I feel like the whole game was also a very surprising adaptation for Rebellion, because they definitely weren't expecting a four fighter, one Angela strategy right there. And you can see it from their macro play as well as their micro play. Looking at the heat map here, especially in the 5-minute to 10-minute mark for Super Sorizo, it's all about, like you mentioned, Eterna, space, right? Being on the opposite side of all the action and making sure that Cars on that Grok, despite all the plays he's making, he has a lot more things to think about in the middle of those fights. He's just being pulled away from the team fights where the Grok wants to be as impactful as possible with the Wild Charge. So it is a great performance, and showing again why the Uranus is a signature hero in the hands of Sorizo.
But honestly, in the first 5 to 10 minutes, Sorizo was a little bit more participant in these team fights, whereas Cars was very sticking to the opposite side. So I would argue a different rotation from both of these EXP laners. I feel like Cars was a little bit more independent. He was looking for more trades around the map, and like you see here on your screen, Super Sorizo, he's actually very impactful in these team fights. The fact that he's always in even the gangs as well.
Even these dives, he was facilitating them very, very well. And both Cars and Sorizo were just clearing waves and trying to be participant, but of course Sorizo gets there a bit faster, and every single time in these big fights, the reason why Heist can't just stay still and output the damage is because Sorizo just zones him away. And afterwards, when everyone's just running away, then the consecration as well as the slows coming in from the Uranus just comes in very, very impactful right there.
This was the moment where Saken, very effective Shaman Force, and the catch from Super Ken as well, that just dismantled the side of Rebellion. But this was the last fight as well, where, take a look at Super Saken here, right? Positioning, very effective.
Look at Heist as well, how much damage he's outputting with only 1 or 2 basic attack hits. It's an insane amount of damage, but look, what they won. He was a bit overzealous, right? They got the Lord at this point. They can just easily disengage. Maybe even sacrifice Vincent if they really needed a sacrificial lamb to exit the fight. But no, they thought it was their time to shine. Look at Saken come in and completely shut him down. That was the big moment of the game, in my opinion. That really sealed the deal for Bigatron. And afterwards, only Vincent, only Cars. There is damage, but they are just completely pressured. And they were unable to clear that one last minion. And that will be the end of it. But it also shows that this game was so close, it all came down to one moment. So for Rebellion, they could very easily make adjustments. But before that, let's take a look at the items right here.
Definitely. I saw something really interesting though, Arashi, before you begin in these in the analysis, right? Uranus picked up the Oracle at some point, right? That's why that the shielding coming in from the Angela was also exemplified. But at some point, he stole it for Brute Force. Why?
So for Brute Force for more physical defense and for movement speed to move away from these fights. Like we mentioned, Rebellion Zion, they need to save and conserve their crowd control to make sure that Heist does not get picked off. So if Sorizo is trying to move away from the fight, they can't really afford to use any of the spells, and with more movement speed, it becomes even better. And keep in mind, if you look at the kind of magic damage he's receiving, for the most part, it's burst damage coming in from Renbu. So the Athena is more than enough and even a better choice when you're talking about just sustaining through the initial hit of damage. But speaking of items here, in that late game, the Glowing Wand and Divine Glaive from Renbu definitely was one of the factors that allowed him to be a lot more relevant in these fights. And like we mentioned for Heist, he went with the Haas Claws for more sustain in those fights, and he went for all the DPS with the Demon Hunter Sword with the Golden Staff as well. Unfortunately, he's able to sustain, but he cannot survive burst damage, and that's where Super Saken was able to take advantage. Look at the emblems as well, like we mentioned, the sustain, the Festival of Bloods on 3 members from Bigatron Alpha, and the agility, just to make sure that they can keep up and chase Heist down. It's definitely a very good strategy, and it's a bit reminiscent of the 1-3-1 strategy that we used to see a couple of seasons back, where it's all about being aggressive in the early game and ending the game before all these late game carries can even farm up to a healthy amount of damage.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? Overall, Bigatron Alpha here somehow stomps Rebellion Zion, but Rebellion Zion managed to take it to the 23rd minute. That says something about the defense from side of Rebellion Zion.
I think it also says something about the composition, honestly, right? Because I think 15 minutes, 16 minutes, that's when things get a little bit shaky there for Bigatron Alpha. The fact that Rebellion Zion are transitioning into their item power spikes, that switch around in power of... Yeah, basically that is what I'm trying to say. So
the shift and balance.
Exactly.
The turntables.
The turntables, exactly, Arashi.
Well, looking at the damage numbers as well, by the way, Super Saken, you don't notice it, but when a Harith has no threat towards him, when his whole team is moving forward, you can see the amount of damage he's able to output. Because keep in mind, a lot of that damage is true damage as well, and he was just completely untouched in that composition. If it was not a fighter comp, it's a more rounded out composition, against a Beatrix, he would get completely nuked down, but in this composition, that Harith becomes such a useful pick. It's just such high-tech decision-making coming in from Bigatron.
And you know why?
Why?
Because he's using the Samsung Galaxy. Okay, he's actually not, but my question would have been to a better transition is how can I play a Harith like that, right? Because when I play the Harith, I find it so difficult. I can't see most of the map.
Because they're not using the C Fold 5.
That's why.
What's surface area?
Exactly. Surface area. I wish I had one because I'm hearing that the Galaxy Z Fold actually boasts an immersive 7.6-inch AMOLED dynamic 2x main screen and is equipped with the latest chipset 4nm Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 for Galaxy, and it delivers incredible smooth performance for gaming, Mobile Legends, watching, Mobile Legends and working Mobile Legends all at once.
And don't forget the battery capacity, man. It's 4,400 mAh. So you can last throughout the whole day, man. 2 screens lasting the whole day. That's crazy.
I think that's bonkers.
That is bonkers. And for you guys who love it to express themselves and actively create content on social media like Arashi, there's also the new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 5. That's 5, right? Now with the larger cover screen, that's 2.7 times bigger than the previous version. So perfect for capturing the best selfies. Stylish as well. Comfortably in your hand, and there's no gap in the folding hinge. So what are you waiting for? Pre-order the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5 now. Link in the description, or check out samsung.com/ID with installment options. All right, so again, it's gonna be a phone that has the free double storage upgrade, 1 year Samsung Care Plus, and 2 years of screen protection. TNC apply, so get ready for the ultimate gaming adventure. Join the flip side.
See, I'm grateful for that because I need a screen protection.
Okay.
Because when I'm angry on my ranked games, when I go on a lose streak, I like to smash my phone.
That's good. This is a perfect phone.
Exactly. Because of that screen protection. Maybe you guys at home, you guys have anger issues like me. Don't worry, Samsung has got you covered.
Exactly.
All right?
It shows
no worries.
It shows that you're a passionate person.
I
Arashi.
am. Huh?
I guess.
if you're
I come in, Gronny said like, oh, you slam your phone? That's good. Gronny says like, wow.
It shows that you're a passionate person.
Well, whatever your situation is, the coverage is definitely top-notch, man. 1 year for the phone, 2 years for the screen. So, I mean, go to town. And, of course, make sure that you keep your head cool, man.
Yeah. Don't be like me,
With
man.
what?
Don't be like me. Use Head and Shoulders, because when you use Head and Shoulders, you become, your head stays cool, no itchy or wet dandruff, and of course, confidence is the key. Like we saw last time in that match, right? Bigatron Alpha, the confidence from Moreno. Who in the world uses a Lapu Lapu in the mid lane? We haven't seen that in so long.
Why? How? Aldo. Season 7 or 8, it was Aldo in Onyx, uses Lapu mid.
Oh, you're right.
Bring it back. He's running it back with Bigatron. Now Moreno, Lapu Lapu. Again, I feel like he's a masturbator. Why? In game 1, he banned out Kaja and as well as Franco, which forces what? Arashi, which forced the Joy ban from Set of Rebellion Zone. And then what? He insta-picked the Uranus.
Well, without a pick-off tool as well, the Uranus is just so difficult to deal with. And remember, they went with 3 Purifies. That really won't be viable if they haven't banned out the 2 suppressed heroes for Rebellion. And on the note of confidence earlier, hair cam by Head and Shoulders. Check it out, my dudes.
Man, I'm so jealous, man.
No, I'm glad Sheffen's not here. That's all I can say.
Why? Why are you glad Sheffen's not here?
If you watched yesterday's stream, you would understand.
I was watching, but what was going on?
I was watching as well, but I don't know, Ronnie.
Yeah, did you?
I don't quite know what exactly
elaborate
Ronnie
here
is
now.
talking about.
All right. I guess we'd have to rewatch. Ladies and gentlemen, if you guys know what's going on with Sheffen and Haircam, please DM me or say it in the live chat, because I don't quite understand.
Just girls
but
in general,
what I
not
do
her.
understand is the top 3 week here for the mid laners. Renbu actually on the charts with Super Key, but there's no Super Key. It's Moreno.
Yeah, it's true. 100% first blood rate. That's crazy, Arashi.
I mean, it's cool and all, but it's not only about the first blood, man. The team fight participation, 62%. It's relatively low compared to the rest of the guys. And maybe that's hinting at the fact that he doesn't really do well in these big skirmishes. Whatever his situation is, though, I feel like for Bigatron, it won't be as simple. Because we talked about the early game, how Rebellion were willing to engage in a fist fight against all those fighters from Bigatron. In game number 2, if Bigatron Alpha go for the same kind of strategy, I feel like the adjustments, as far as decision-making comes, for Rebellion would be a lot more in style. Because I think early on, we saw that the trades are really good for Rebellion, but not in the beginning. Only after, at the 4th or 5th minute, that's where Cars starts going for trades and all that. I think Bigatron, for sure, if they want to try and do the same plan, it really can't be as one-dimensional.
Okay, Arashi, pop quiz.
Pop quiz.
Where does the team fight participation statistic come from?
That's a good question. I assume it's just how often they, it's like accumulation from their kill participation.
Yeah, but what does kill participation mean?
Whether or not they are involved in securing a said kill.
Okay, so it doesn't matter if it's just the 2 of them, or the 3 of them, or the 4 of them.
The 2
of like, okay, because let's say we saw earlier on, what was the statistic for Renbu? He had 62% KP. Am I wrong? Am I hallucinating?
around that.
Teamfight participation, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So what does that mean? What is he doing as a mid laner in that other 40%?
Clearing waves, perhaps, because in that game earlier we saw that one of the only heroes in the hands of Rebellion that can really have that AOE. They can clear the waves without too much spending too much time. Is going to be that Faramis. So there are times where he is away from the fight. So I think that's where that lane comes from. Because mages right now, the AOE is partially why they're so good, which is why the meta picks are always the Valentina, the Yves, the Farsa. You don't see the single target mages really come through the meta anymore, but now looking at the drafting phase, it's almost exactly the same. And the Uranus once again will be haunting the members of Rebellion.
But it does look like once again a Bigatron on the same side, Rebellion with the second pick. And this is the exact same draft. Wait, am I watching match number 1?
Again, Aldo with the
Am I watching match number 1? I need to make sure. What's
Deja
going
vu?
on?
Deja vu, is this game 1 or game 2, Arashi? Please analyze and elaborate.
Well, I'll be real. If they want to try and go with the exact same draft, I believe that Rebellion will come out on top this time. They've seen it before.
Whoa.
They can make the mid-game, the early game to mid-game adjustments and avoid the fights and ensure that Heist gets gold earlier. This is looking to be the exact same so far. We'll see if Rebellion are willing to go for that gamble. It was a Faramis in game number 1. It's going to be Yves in game number 2. That's a great pick, by the way, because now when everyone from Rebellion, from Bigatron are trying to dash towards Rebellion, that slow is going to be a huge problem for them.
I mean, you touched on range, right? In game 1 regarding Rebellion, that they have more range, even with the Faramis. Now, with the Yves, they are trying to amplify the range.
I don't know what's better though, right? Because I felt like the Faramis had a lot of impact in the team fights.
To balance it out.
Exactly, sustain, right? They're going against a composition with so much sustain in Bigatron Alpha, with so many fighters and Festival of Bloods and Spellvamps and yada yada yada, and they tackle that with their own version, which is the Cult Altar. Now with the Cult Altar eliminated from them, is it going to still be the same dynamic in these team fights?
I think they will switch things up here in the second phase though. So, banning Kadita, still the same as the first phase. Well, will they ban the Alpha?
The Alpha, I think that was quite good for a sustainable high damage jungler. But again, without a Faramis, it means that the strategy for Rebellion isn't to engage in the fight, it's to kite away from it, and they want that range. They want to be able to just burst down and zone Bigatron, especially during those neutral objective takes. So the Farsa will be banned away, and now for Bigatron, they're going to require some kind of engage, because this time Rebellion won't be as willing to try and get into close range.
What is going to be next here is the question. Arlet banned out? Bigatron, will they ban out another fighter here?
Last time they banned out the Fanny.
Okay.
I don't know if they want to do the same thing again.
It makes sense, right? Why they banned out the Fanny?
Yeah.
What are
That's a good read.
It's a great pick. I mean, Baxia lowering down the shielding, the regeneration. Early on, it was a bit of a surprise strat from Bigatron. Now Rebellion are fully expecting it, so the Baxia pick would be really good. It also ensures that the jungler won't be easily punished, as opposed to game number 1 where the Faramis just couldn't, where the Fredrin couldn't escape from the clutches of Bigatron. So, with that being said, for Rebellion, are they going to try and get more crowd control? Are they going to try and get more saving tools to ensure that the Yves and the Beatrix aren't jumped on? Because for Bigatron, they can still go for the Masha right here and still be a huge problem.
Oh, you're right. The Masha can be an option, but let's see here. It's going to be the Kufra here instead. Remember, game 1. 3 of the heroes picked up the Purify. It's gonna be heck. It's gonna be nasty for Kufra here, going up against 3 Purifies. It's not gonna be fun.
I mean, you can see that there's a shift in game plan, right? Because
True.
last time they went for the Edith, and the same for the Kufra. But you're saying that even Kufra is gonna have a bad time.
It's still tough, I feel like.
All right, it's difficult, right? Because I thought maybe the cooldown timers were a little bit different. Maybe Edith has a longer cooldown, and they're trying to combat that with Kufra, but no, still the same. All right, that's difficult now. Bigatron Alpha, though, do they still want to go for the Alpha once again in the jungle position? Obviously, they're going to go for the Fanny now that it has been left open, as well as the Cho. I think this is nasty from Bigatron.
My God, he does it against Kufra. You usually somehow, you know what, Fanny off the board, but still, man, Super Ken doesn't matter. Bouncing ball, I don't care.
Well, Cho and Fanny and a Harith against a Kufra. I mean, this is a lot of dashers that could be just completely denied by Audi TZ, and Audi does really good in these engage heroes. So for Bigatron, if they're trying to go for the same rush strat, it's going to be so difficult for Rebellion. I think crowd control is where it's at. They need a bit more. It's not necessary, but it's definitely a nice to have to try and lock down some of these really slippery heroes, including the Uranus.
Indeed. It's going to be nasty, but I expected the Grok pick like game 1. The Grok pick comes through and somehow to overwhelm the Purifier, right? So let's see here, the combination between the Grok and the Kufra, will it be effective going up against the composition from Bigatron?
I kind of like it. I like it, right? If you're going against a Purify, just that overwhelming idea coming in from Rebellion Zion, I kind of like it. It might actually work, and Fanny might be susceptible to that CC.
I think the Fanny is definitely the main issue right here. If she can get snowballing, if Super Ken once again can highlight, you know, the fast hand mechanics on the Fanny, there's definitely a lot of trouble for the Beatrix and the Eve. There's no way a Kufra alone will be able to be that big of a problem. Purifies, as predicted by Goni as well, in the hands of Super Sorizo and Saken.
But not Moreno.
Right.
Last time it was Moreno on the Purify, so going for the Flicker instead here.
Last time it was Angela Vin.
True.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see if it works out. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2 between Bigatron Alpha and Rebellion Zion. Remember, this is a match point. Bigatron Alpha need only one more win to win out this entire series, pushing Rebellion Zion to the depths of the red zone. And here it is. It seems like both junglers, they're going to go for their respective buffs first.
The Kufra against the Cho, Audi TZ against Supervin. Supervin is a great pick-off player. He's always so good at finding those opportunities and hiding in the bush, being very unpredictable. But against Audi TZ, a similar player who has a tool in his arsenal to deny that, we'll have to see. Looking at the emblems right here, agility for both the Yve and the Grok to be for the faster rotations, and the tenacity in the hands of the Yve, knowing that she will be a big target right there, is definitely a good call for Renbu to not be too greedy when it comes to that emblem selection.
And it also comes to show that Rebellion Zion, they just love the late game. It's where they thrive. 2 weapon masters on the Grok as well as the Beatrix. Very interesting build as well, coming in from Cars, going in for more damage with Vin here.
Oh my goodness, already forced Audi to use that Flicker.
That's Fanny, man. That's so much pressure. Before you know it, you can just get completely bursted down. On the other side, Rebellion, they're just sending Vincent to try and farm up, to try and match the speed, but early game, the Fanny will definitely have a bit of a lead. And that begs the question, for Rebellion Zion, will they try and contest the first turtle, or are they thinking that the Fanny is going to be too much of a nuisance? Because they have to be very thrifty with their crowd control.
Definitely, and I think it really depends on how far they go in terms of their farm, right? If, let's say, Super Ken is able to mobilize and just level up his farming game and actually get a pick onto highs here.
Okay.
Oh, but he doesn't, though.
Yeah, usually when you see a Fanny, first turtle, they let it go, and there you go. Bigatron Alpha still doing the same template.
Yeah, Bigatron Alpha, they're actually focusing more on the pickoffs. And Super Ken actually fails to steal that. It is going to fall into the hands of Vincent there for Rebellion Zion. It was very close. But Bigatron Alpha, they lose on 2 rotations already.
Yeah, unfortunate for Super Ken. He comes in kind of late So he's kind of forced to be a bit more urgent with his retribution, and the turtle was just very slightly off in the HP. So Rebellion Zion secures that, and they also are able to save highs from that 4-man, 3-man dive attempt. So far, it's been beneficial for Rebellion Zion, but the goal lead really isn't that far beyond. Looking at the town's prediction, it's the exact same prediction from game number 1. We'll see if things play out differently. But for Rebellion, they're not playing around the gold lane, around high, so this is definitely a different look. Because usually their win condition is to try and use and play around the aggression coming in from the gold lane.
Yeah, there you go. High, still info, no flicker. And they committed on towards the bot side. First kill, first blood falls to the hands of the side of BTR.
Oh, Vincent, does he want to go for this? He's doing some damage. Super Vin gets really low. Still able to get out for now, but meanwhile, Super Ken gets the kill onto Cars. And this is where I feel Rebellion Zion's game plan start to crumble. They're banking on the fact that Cars is able to create space, and Audi TZ goes in again.
Pops the Purify here. Vincent, though, catches the taunt. Oh, good sidestep by Saken. Bye-bye, Audi.
But back to that point, right? The fact that Begatron Alpha have been able to heavily punish those side lanes, it's not good for Rebellion Zion, who are banking on both of these people, both of these players to step up in their own way, right? They're relying on Heist for the damage, and they're also relying on Cars for that map space.
So now in the mid lane, you can see that Bigatron, they're still winning when it comes to space, when it comes to map pressure, and that's a lot of that is due to Super Ken just being able to influence the map so much more often. Once again, he's going for Cars on the opposite side, abandoning this turtle, and Rebellion are playing more default, going for it.
Oh my god, let's see. Super Marino catching the kill though, top side. Real World Revelation now popped. Oh, good. Wave Dragon was actually cancelled by the Real World Revelation edges there. Bigatron Alpha still winning the lead. But, of course, they will lose the turtle.
And right now, we talk about space. Super Ken already being more mobile, and now Cars is also behind. Killed twice already. In the mid game, this space is going to be a lot more difficult for Rebellion Zion to have any say in contesting the map control, the vision game as well. So even though they're letting go of turtles, Bigatron Alpha, they are investing in that mid game to late game later on, where having so many more assassins, so much more pick-off tools, like the Way of the Dragon, they can actually really start to snowball.
Exactly, it's very different to what we saw from game number 1, where Rebellion Zion at least still had a little bit more of map pressure to bring them to that mid towards this late game. But the fact that Bigatron Alpha have been controlling it like this, it looks a lot more difficult. And the fact that onto the Harith here, already a 500 gold lead, Beatrix has not even picked up a BOD just yet. It's already been 5 minutes, and the Starlight side has already been picked up. So he's practically ready for these team fights in a sense.
Renbu though, he went for the rush onto the Ice Queen's wand for more utility, but at the same time, I don't feel like he's been required to provide that much utility anyways. I thought maybe a more defensive option would be important, and now he's getting pushed down!
Oh my god, Shaman Forest with the combination of that hard guard almost takes down Renbu there, bottom side.
I mean, just as you mentioned, right? Renbu nearly gets taken down, but Super Ken goes in once again.
No commitment just yet. In the backside, High uses the flicker onto Super Vin. Way of Dragon. Bye-bye, High's more. Audi TZ now quite low. Will be taken down as well by Sorizo. That's another turret. Will surely taken down next wave. Bigatron Alpha, very healthy lead.
Wow, man. At every turn, Bigatron Alpha, they have their sights set on Heizamore or on Auditizi. Whoever they try and shut down right here will be beneficial for them, and Cars is no exception. Super Ken goes for it.
Oh god, with the help of hard guard there, Super Ken finds the kill. It's a 5v4. Last turtle. Will it be a perfect turtle at least for the Blue Bulls? Let's say. Seems like Real World Collision popped as well. Renbu in the backside will cause chaos there in that zone. Super Vin caught there. Now, let's see the Retribution battle. Appraisal's Rats wins it. Perfect turtle here for the Blue Bulls.
Wait. Vincent was still able to get that level 9 against level 10?
I guess Appraiser's Wrath, when he's that low, it just does so much more damage compared to the usual Appraiser's Wrath at full HP. So he's able to use that very intelligently and get the turtle. But at what cost, right? Cars was taken out yet again. And as you mentioned, Super Ken is still very much ahead right here. And their usual tool, their usual tip of the spear, Highs, is also 0 and 2. And he is one level behind Super Saken, and he's still vulnerable to getting bursted down like in game number 1.
0-3-0. That's Kars on the Grok right now. He's building a glass cannon build a little bit more just damage. And the fact that in these 1v1s, if he is trying to be that person to grab space on the map, get those turrets on those side lanes on the opposite side of the map, the fact that Superkin can burst them down, is it a wise build to go for?
Well, the nature of the passive, right, means that whenever Kars builds physical attack, some of it gets translated to defense. So in a way, that's just what people try and abuse on the Grok. But I agree, at this point, maybe experimenting or at least exploring a bit more of a defensive option might be necessary for Rebellion Zion if they want to maintain the macro game, the control on the far side of the map. If they want to try and still go for a huge team fight, then maybe banking on more damage could be more useful. But that is still a very risky play when you can't really control where the fight takes place.
3.2, 3,000 gold lead now. Bigatron, RDTZ here, very good positioning. Oh, he might be calling it. Oh, with the revenge and rage. Say good night to Supervin. The first kill for the Blue Bulls here happens almost 9 minutes in.
That's 3 ultimates though, used to pick off the roamer. Shows you again why the mobility on this Tro is just so annoying to deal with. And on top of that, when it really comes down to it, Bigatron Alpha could use the hard guard to ensure his survival as well. The Lord now is up and Kars is once again trying to impact the map from far away, but at this point, Bigatron Alpha, they can very easily go for an engage and Rebellion Zion will be forced to kite backwards. Renbu gets jumped on.
Oh, force Renbu to use the flicker there. Sorizo now still being the sandbag. Oh, no bouncing ball. Me and Super Ken will go crazy at the backside. Renbu taken out by Fanny.
Oh no, but they're going in for more. Vincent very low.
Oh, he will not survive this one. My goodness. Sorizo finds a kill. DTZ will not be able to provide cover. Heisemordo in the backside, quite free hitting there. But again, Rebellion Zion lost 2 members. This is a huge green light for Bigatron Alpha to take down the Lord.
And Super Moreno just going in crazy with the recalls. A disrespect coming in from Bigatron Alpha here in the first 10 minutes of the game. But it makes sense, right? The fact that they've been able to control everything that has been going on. They understand the gameplay from Rebellion Zion, from what they observed in game number 1. The fact that Kars is going to be the one that always goes into the opposite side of the lane. They punished that even beforehand as well. What was he supposed to do?
He's just forced to read the map a bit better, and now Rebellion Zion go for a trap, but Supervin very easily crosses the wall right there and escapes from danger. Rebellion Zion, they can't get anything, and Super Ken is still waiting in the back line. He might spot something. He might get spotted.
Oh, good setup there. He waited there for like, what, 15 seconds, I think, waiting for the right time. And guess what? Supervin, he was like the shepherd. He guided Rebellion members to go towards that side. Now Lord marches top side. It seems like here no members pull the trigger just yet.
Not yet, not yet. They're looking in for a pick. Supervin, it doesn't have flicker just yet, so maybe they're waiting on that. The fact that Super Ken goes in crazily again for more damage. BOD, oh wait a minute.
Well, charge and real world has been popped. Shaman Force will be responded though. Take a look at the damage there already. More than enough to put Rebellion members to back away. 6,500 gold lead. Deja vu. Somehow, in game 1, 11 minutes in, this healthy amount lead. Take a look at Vincent. Oh, take a look at the cutthroat there. Finding the perfect fill. But Supervin at the front side gets taken out. That's a trade. Jungler for Roamer.
Look at how Super Ken is just able to bait out the bouncing ball so consistently. He's such a big threat that you can't really afford to wait for the damage to come through before activating your skills. And he is completely making use of that factor, of that extra overreaction from Rebellion Zion. But now they're going in for the play though, into Sorizo.
Oh my god, in the backside, Super Ken is just going ham! Finding 2 kills, a double for Rembo there as well. Bigatron, they might just end it. Kupra, Fredrin, will they be able to end the base? But this time, Bigatron, they know they don't have to force this. They're already in that lead. What a play from Super Ken.
I swear, if I was Heis, I'd be banging my head on like the window or something, right?
What window?
He's any window. 1-4-1. He's only been able to make one item so far, Arashi, compared to the Harith. He's so far behind. He hasn't been given a moment, any space to play.
And even if there was a chance for him to output damage,
Finally, Malefic Roar in the 12th, almost 13th minute. Okay, I'd be so mad.
he is just so behind. And if he does damage to Super Marino or Super Can, there is damage to be dealt there. But he isn't even allowed the chance to do so because Super Can is just way too lethal. And for Rebellion Zion right now, they severely lack the crowd control. Vincent and Audi TZ are the only ones that have any kind of significant, easily reliable crowd control. And they're always forced to use it for everyone else before Super Can even comes. So they're just forced to, I don't know, just save it and do nothing. But if they do so, then Big Kitchen Alpha has full control over neutral objectives, and that is exactly what we're seeing right now.
So then what? What do you do at this point, right? Vincent level 13 here. Do they even have a chance to contest?
Oh, wall charge onto two, the real world revelation, perfectly placed. Super Chorizo has Immortal, will lose his Immortal. Now, jumping in with the cables and hard guard. Super Ken in the backside will get taunted. Super Ken gets taken down, where Dragon does not matter as Heis was able to flicker out of the way. Audi TZ though will die in the process, but it's a 3-for-1 for the Blue Bulls. Oh, Super Second gets a double. Ooh. Never mind, they equalized!
Yeah, that's a 2-for-2 trade, but that's a Lord for the side of Bigatron Alpha. Despite them losing 2 members, they're going to be able to get the purple buff as well as perhaps an inhibitor turret here in their push.
And now they have the 2 high ground damage for Rebellion, so they can still defend from this. Superbin tries to push the wave as urgently as possible, but against such range, I don't think they can defend it, but no hard guard allows for them to do so.
On towards Super Second, where Dragon on towards Heis more. Weird angle though. Superbin will lose his Immortal, but still survive almost. Goodness. 7,000 gold lead established. 2 base turrets taken down. Rebellion Zion still holding on.
They're holding on, and they were able to get a shutdown on Super Ken. He went way too aggressive there. Maybe feeling like all the ultimates were already used, the wild charge and all. Let's take a look at the instant replay here by the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold and Z Flip. Look at that. He baits everything out. He feels like it's time to go in, but then he gets taunted, and that's the damage coming in from that Beatrix. You can never count it out, especially if you're a squishy player. But afterwards, Rebellion, they are powerless to try and deal with Super Ken, the shielding, the true damage, and with the hard guard in tower as well. There's just way too much for them to deal with. But it's a step in the right direction, and they still have the high ground. By all means, if they can stop Super Ken from deleting the backline, the Yve and the Beatrix will still be such a problem for Big Kitchen Alpha to try and crack open the base. It's the same problem they had in game number 1.
Did Supervin use his Way of Dragon onto Audi TZ earlier on?
In that fight, he used it on Heis actually.
On Heis.
But Heis was able to survive
with the flicker
and get out. So that was very fortunate for him as well.
That's what happened. Because I was like, okay, something's going on here. I can't really see it. But now, Bigatron Alpha, they're going in for the engage once again.
Yeah, on towards cars. That's the right target. You know, take down the member that can crowd control. But now it's a 5v4. Let's see. Super Ken just bluffing, waiting for the right moment to come in. But it seems like, you know what? Base turret should be our number 1 prio. Base turret should be their target. Let's see. Base turret defended. Yeah, nothing much. Rebellion Zion, they defended.
Too much high ground. And look at Super Ken. There was a single attack from Heis, I believe. The Renner, I believe, hit him for half HP. So he can no longer just assume that without crowd control, he is all good and dandy. He now needs to be very aware that Heis has the damage to kill him, and he needs to wait for the right opportunity where he is crowd controlled in order to go in. Rebellion Zion, like we mentioned, the longer the game goes, their composition has more value, but Big Kitchen Alpha has the advantage when it comes to control, when it comes to opportunities and execution.
Good, I'm glad to see it. I'm glad to see it. I'm glad to see Heis' revenge arc just happen, just start here, because I feel like nobody should be treated that way as a gold laner. Can you imagine how much pressure he must have felt in that early game? But finally, he's coming on the line. He is going and just, he's catching up. Heis more. Number 4 on a player's gold here with 10,000. He's catching up with those items, and like you mentioned earlier on, a Big Shot and Alpha, they need to start respecting it. But look at Chorizo here. He's already cutting, yeah.
Oh! Good catch. onto Super Vin, but in the backside, Super Ken combined with, oh my god, off positioning now. Cars, good one charge. Super Saiyan gets taken out. Rebellion, they're winning this. Super Ken taken out as well. As you see bodies from the Supers. Bigatron Alpha now, just 2 members standing.
I can't believe Hai survived that. That was such good cover from his team.
Everyone played that so well. Eterna, you could not have timed the word revenge arc even better. Cars landed a 3 or 4 man wild charge right there, and it completely destroyed Bigatron Alpha, setting them up for all the combo, the follow-up coming from Rebellion Zion. With that one fell swoop now, they have a chance to pick up turrets and now get control. And now they can turn it around towards Bigatron Alpha.
For sure. And does Heisemore have Haas claws at the moment built?
We haven't.
Let me check.
We haven't seen the items just yet.
Oh, I'm a little bit blind. I can't see the items, but man.
Mars has the Haas claws.
Exactly. So that's why he was able to outplay that situation, because he was already so low. But it just worked in favor of him. Now, Rebellion Zion with the Lord on the way there in the top side. It's turning around. Do you think... Is this it? Rebellion Zion? We're seeing game number 3?
With the Lord, right? An extra member for Rebellion Zion. Their composition is built for this, for sieging. They have the range, they have the engage and the crowd control. But look at Super Van!
Oh, Way of Dragon on towards Heisemore! Immortal with a truncheon all built, but he gets taken out by Saken. That's a member taken out. They need to take care of the Lord top side though. Ari TZ quite low as well. Has no flicker, has nothing, but this time he will pop the conceal to escape. A good creative play by the veteran Super Vin.
Wow, they did not respect the pickup potential from Super Vin. But on the other hand, they have got more turrets. They've got a single base turret to work with as well. And they have equalized in the gold distribution. Look at all the defensive items being built up for the front line of Rebellion. Now, Bigatron Alpha can't just ignore them. And if you look at the itemization for Renbu, he goes with the NOD and straight for the Divine Glaive. He wants to do damage. He wants to be able to burst down these members. He doesn't want to try and poke around because he knows that's not how this game is going to go. Whenever the fight begins, it's all about who can output the most damage faster. In that fight earlier, near the Lord, Bigatron Alpha were approaching from multiple directions and Rebellion Zion had flickers to play around. Right now it's the same situation, so Bigatron Alpha, they will have to try and bait out these movement tools in order to not get caught off guard, like they did in the previous fight.
I'm actually quite curious as to the itemization coming in from Angela. Why build Genius Wand compared to Divine Glaive?
The Genius Wand, I assume it's too low the cooldown of for Super Saiyan as well, but Super Vin.
Yeah, another target here. Will lose his Immortal as well. And will be taken down. Take a look at the timer, 50 seconds. Meanwhile, Lord will be up in 20. It's not a good sign for Bigatron Alpha.
Man, Bigatron Alpha, they're sweating now, right? I thought that perhaps with the Fanny in their hands, in their arsenal, the fact that they were able to control the map from the early game, take control of just everything, punishing highs, punishing cars. I thought that this would have been an easier win than game number 1, but look at the fight that's being put up by the Blue Bulls themselves. They're angry, they're charging at, and Audi TZ is going in.
Take a look at Super Ken though, in the backside, waiting, hunting for the right moment. Brimbu has the Immortal, Highs has no Immortal though. So that will be info in the itemization chat.
And!
Oh! In the backside! This is it! With the hard guard, Cars! Is he able to do it?
Oh my god, oh my god!
Set onto it, but it is enough! Bigatron Alpha with the cheeky, sneaky push!
The red robots, ladies and gentlemen. What an unorthodox way to end the game. That's why he was there. Either he was looking for highs or he saw that Rebellion Zion didn't do their housekeeping. The fact that there was still a wave of pushing the top side. Bigatron Alpha, they saw that as an opportunity to end the game, and they knew at that point, Rebellion Zion, they had the composition, the better composition in the late game with the Siege that you mentioned with the Beatrix and the Yves. They knew that they needed to look for something else, and they found it. The red robots, once again on this day, claiming a 2-0 against Rebellion Zion, the Blue Bulls.
Calm, cool, collected as always, man. Finding that weird strat, just the weird positioning, securing a flank route as well as a way to just end the game, a route to just go for the end. Lose wave control, lose the game, man. That is the importance of the waves, especially in that late game. And Rebellion, they just failed to acknowledge that. They were just baited by sticking together, by tunneling on the team fight too much.
Wow, I was like, oh man. Oh no, I see that Founder going in the opposite direction. Where is he going?
I was tunnel vision on the lore dance. But my goodness, what a... Yeah, I think Rebellion Zion got a little bit too comfortable. They thought because Cars was around that no funny business was available. Take a look at Chico here already.
He looks kind of angry. Is he angry?
He's a bit heated at least.
Like, bro.
Because, I mean, wave control.
Disappointed,
Means
losing like that.
But with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk to the champions of Bigatron Alpha with Bude Clara Mongstar. Take it away.
Dengan momen combo bucin. Kamu lagi bucin sama Ken Moreno?
Iya, kayak aku lagi deket gitu sih sama Ken.
Lagi deket ya, lagi sosit-sositnya nih kayaknya berdua.
Ya.
Momen yang kalian wujudkan di detik-detik akhir, ceritain dong itu prosesnya gimana?
Proses apaan?
Idenya siapa itu tadi tiba-tiba udah langsung ada di base, semuanya shock dan kalian nge-end game itu?
Udah ada strategi dari awal, Angelanya pengen split push katanya. Ya udah aku split push.
Angelanya beda sekali kayaknya ya.
Yo man.
Oh, ini main karakternya lagi Angelanya nih, bukan Fanny-nya.
Dua-duanya sih lebih tepatnya. Pokoknya aku ikut Ken buat split push gitu.
Ngikut berdua ya. Dari Ken sendiri itu keputusan gimana tuh? Momen akhir kamu langsung muter langsung ke arah base-nya. Gimana kamu ngambil keputusan langsung ke base Rebellion?
Iseng aja sih.
Iseng aja?
Ya.
Iseng-iseng berhadiah?
Mau cobain tiba-tiba berhasil kan.
Tiba-tiba berhasil. Dan ada gak sih mungkin gak berhasil gak itu?
Kayaknya enggak deh, soalnya udah dihitung lah.
Kalkulasi.
Ya.
Kamu langsung ngajakin Moreno?
Ya Moreno, bareng-bareng kan, combo bucin.
Combo bucin didapatkan. Dan ngelihat kita sekarang juga dari tim Bigatron. Mereka melalui perjalanan yang cukup sulit. Menang 3 kali, lalu sempat jatuh ke lembah. Super Vin mungkin bisa kasih tahu sebagai kapten juga. Gimana sih kamu ngebawa mentalitas atau ngebawa tim ini untuk hari ini menutup minggu yang ketiga, Vin? Untuk ngeriset semua player.
Ya pasti ya kita semua pengen menang lah. Walaupun kemarin kita sempat kalah 2 kali juga kan. Cuma ya kita pengen bounce back dan kebetulan puji Tuhan bounce backnya di hari ini.
Keinginan untuk bounce back dan mereka berhasil hari ini pada saat penutupan match mereka. Ada nggak sesuatu yang mungkin spesial kalian lakuin bersama? Apakah ada rutinitas baru untuk hari ini?
Ya lebih ini aja sih, lebih try hard lagi. Kayak ya lebih try hard aja lagi sih.
Latihannya lebih keras lagi berarti?
Ya.
Jadi di 2 match lalu apakah ada performa tim yang selalu berubah-ubah yang mungkin nggak disangka kalian atau seperti apa, Vin?
Ya banyak sih, banyak perubahan juga kan. Kemarin Aura jadi up perform lagi.
Oh jadi banyak tim yang melesat pula. Jadi sekarang tim-tim di MPL bisa dibilang sangat-sangat tak terbaca ya, Vin?
Iya.
Gimana antisipasinya dari Bigatron untuk next match-nya nih? Apalagi kan next-nya kalian bakal ngelawan juara internasional Onyx yang kalian sempat lawan di Grand Final kemarin di SBS dan juga ada EVOS untuk minggu depan.
Kalau dari kita sih kita nggak mau mikirin lawan sih, kita fokus sama diri kita sendiri aja.
Oh jangan pikirin lawan, pikirkan diri sendiri dan improve terus-terusan. Oh memperkuat gameplay sendiri dan juga timnya. Ini sangat menarik, tapi tentu saja yang lebih menarik adalah Player of the Match. Siapakah yang akan kita highlight untuk match kali ini? Let's go, kita cek bersama-sama Player of the Match dari Bigatron Alpha. Sorizo. Gayanya keren kali. 2 kali Uranus dan menjadi Player of the Match. Gimana sih kamu sebagai Uranus yang kayaknya bebas banget ya untuk di 2 game kali ini menjadi Player of the Match juga. Dan permainanmu seperti apa sih untuk hari ini?
Gak tahu, cuma pencet-pencet skill doang sih.
Ionic Edge aja ya?
Iya.
Tari piring aja ya?
Hero no mekanik juga.
Tapi gimana menurutmu bounce backmu hari ini dan teman-temanmu juga?
Semoga tetap lanjut lah buat next week depannya.
Semoga tetap lanjut. Kalau nextnya Uranusmu di ban gimana nih?
Masih ada hero lain.
Masih ada hero lain. Dan ini menarik banget di mana sekarang kayaknya dari draft tim Bigetron itu sangat versatile. Dilihat ada lapu-lapu mid lane dari Moreno. Itu lupa swap kah atau beneran mau pakai lapu-lapu kamu?
Kan lawan RBL pengen pakai mid mekanik.
Harus segini dulu nggak? Iya. Kepengen nunjukin mekanik mid.
Iya, pengennya lawan Swallow tadi. Wih, udah.
Jadi ada rasa kekecewaan nih nggak ketemu Swallow?
Ganjel dikit.
Coba dong disapa Swallow-nya.
Halo. Halo Bang.
Halo doang, nggak mau ada mungkin salam-salam atau mau ngajak ngobrol atau mau ngajak ngopi bareng?
Halo Bang, udah gitu dong.
Nextnya pengen ketemu lagi kah?
Boleh. Apa sih namanya? Leg 2 ntar kita ketemu dah.
Leg 2 pengen ketemu, mau nunjukin mungkin ada hero lain. Lapu-lapu udah dicoba di scrim atau memang tadi baru aja?
Baru tadi sih.
Angela juga, ini perdana banget kamu bermain dan memakai hero-hero yang kita nggak biasanya lihat loh.
Sama, aku juga nggak biasa sih.
Iya?
Iya.
Tapi enjoy aja?
Enjoy lah, enjoy. Enjoy have fun.
Enjoy have fun kuncinya. Dan mungkin gak cuma dari, kita lihat dari Moreno, bahkan dari Saken juga. Harit dipopulerkan kembali nih untuk kali ini. Harit sendiri, kayak kamu ngeliat gold lane sekarang gimana sih? Ada Harit muncul.
Gak tahu.
Gak tahu ya? Dan kamu lebih suka dengan hero-hero yang memang DPS, apakah kamu akan expect nanti dengan hero-hero gold lane yang lebih unik kah?
Sebenarnya pengen pick Bane lagi sih.
Pick Bane lagi? Kalian minta Coach Aldo nih bakalan habisin ya? Request semua ya kayaknya ya?
Cuman kayak Bane udah di blacklist sama dia.
Udah di blacklist. Ini seru banget. Banyak sekali yang dihadirkan oleh tim Bigetron untuk match hari ini dengan unique pick mereka, dengan permainan menarik mereka. Mungkin ada yang mau disampaikan gak sih untuk Bigetroopers atau yang lagi di rumah yang spesial?
Lah. Tetap dukung terus. Apa lagi ya? Saya selalu ya yang terbaik lah.
Yang terbaik lah. Kalau Moreno?
Semoga sehat selalu,
Well, ngelawan Onyx lagi nih. Untuk nextnya.
Kenapa tuh?
Kangen kepengen ketemu Onyx lagi nggak? Kayaknya belum lama ketemu mereka ya.
Nggak kangen sih, nggak kangen.
Nggak kangen.
Iya.
Rasanya masih sama seperti Grand Final lalu atau sudah lebih pede nih untuk
Nggak
menghadapi Onyx?
sih, pede lah minggu depan.
Minggu depan lebih pede? Onyx,
Pede.
halo Sans, mau ngobrol sama Sans nggak?
Halo Bang. Halo King Sans, jangan galak-galak.
King Sans jangan galak. Udah gitu aja. Dan gitu juga untuk 2-0 di match pembukaan kita di hari Sabtu. Sekali lagi tepuk tangan untuk tim Bigetron Alpha. Untuk membedah kemenangan mereka langsung aja kita lemparkan kepada para caster bedah.
The Tamers holding the blue bulls by the horns. That's the red robots. You know the Matador? You know how he's holding a...
Yeah.
Yeah? You know it's usually like red, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's team fight. And what we saw earlier on.
I mean, Bigetron being a red team as well. Ole, they say.
There you go, ladies and
And Rebellion just runs straight to a wall, man. That is brutal. Everything was going fine. They were charging and you're like, oh, it's going to happen. And Bigetron goes, ha! And they hit the wall and it's just over just like that.
Can you repeat your ha, Arashi?
Ha!
Can you do it later when you're on screen again? Because we got a crown of the player of the match first by the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5, Z Flip 5. It's Super Sorriso with a 215 KD on the Uranus. He used Uranus twice and he was able to make the same impact, if not better this time around. And see, item swap.
Yeah, he sold it again.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, again, it was first picked. Again, right, from Aldo.
It's a signature pick
It's
for
a
sure.
signature pick. It's a comfortable power pick, and he was able to utilize that first pick to win the game, to win POTM.
Well, the fact that Rebellion were forced to let go of the Fanny as well. Honorable mention to Super Ken. He was 8-0. It's like, wow, man. Bigatron, they're just showing that they have so much more flexibility to show off against their opponents. And I think Super Sorizo, once again, at this point in the meta, that far lane, the EXP lane, is just so important. And I think a lot of teams are going to try and put more emphasis there. Maybe getting in the first pick or banning towards it. Because if you win in that lane, there's just so much more things you can do for your team.
Definitely, and on the Uranus, you can actually cut 2 lanes at once, which is what we saw sometimes here from Super Sorizo, which makes sense. His KP, 41%, it's super low, because why? He was busy creating space for his team.
A very good...
I love the word space today.
Space.
Space. I think it's so... I just don't understand why it's not mentioned more often. It's so important now in this meta.
Space?
Space.
It's because we live on
Space
Earth,
bar.
Eternal. That's why. But looking at the line of Dawn right here, back on the ground from space, you can see that in the early game, that Fanny is just so annoying to deal with. And the whole team from Bigatron, back again. This is their default strat. They have mobility, and their members are just so difficult to catch. Before you know it, the backline gets destroyed by the assassins. This just really seems like the go-to strat for Bigatron when they really have all their options. But here is that very critical moment where Super Ken just got a bit too overconfident. Look at that kick from Supervin, but Heis was able to outplay out of it. And unfortunately, there's just not enough follow-up. Super Saken can't really chase Heis in that situation. But overall, it's still a great recovery afterwards. They're still trying to go for the base turrets. It's just too difficult against this composition coming in from Rebellion Zion.
No space, no room.
Oh, look at that wild charge.
Exactly. That cover was so beautiful. And this is when Heis was able to outplay it with the Haas claws built up as well.
Oh, this was that cover, that reverse play by your Supervin that really saved the game for Bigatron. I mean, with this Lord, if they were sieging at the base, there's, I think, no chance that they really come out on top easily, at least. But with Supervin getting the pickup on Heis, that just set the stage for this insane play right there. Fanny with the hard guard.
Did you see that previous team fight? Did you see that Eve was like, real world manipulation, everybody. And then out of TZ's like, yeah, clap outside of the real world manipulation. It's like, oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, it's so chaotic. I mean, that last fight where the wild charge happened, right? We saw that Renbu, he was being targeted by Super Ken again and again. He was dodging backwards to Super Ken, forwards towards Saken, and eventually he's forced to flicker across the wall to find safety. So Bigatron, when they can just confuse your positioning like that, this is where it's so difficult to deal with them.
All in all, with that as well, but back into the drafts, right? This is a very peculiar way that Aldo did it, right? What did he ban early on? Franco, Kaja, Paquito. Franco, Kaja, Paquito.
Yep.
It's interesting.
It's a bait. It's a bait, again.
Exactly, and even if they do let the Joy go,
they will pick it up.
Yeah.
They can pick it up, so it's a win-win.
Exactly, it's a win-win. It's value. Ladies and gentlemen, like the value that you guys can get if you invest in UBS Gold X MPL ID Season 12 with prices starting from only 500,000 rupiah. You guys can also get the investment from that money plus a free MLBB skin. What are you waiting for, guys?
Check it out, check it out.
ASAP at ubslifestyle.com, UBS Lifestyle e-commerce, as well as a Blibli UBS Lifestyle.
Yeah, I mean, you guys
Style.
need to invest in your life as well. And also you need to invest in your provider, I think.
Of course, because with the money that you guys can get from UBS Gold, you guys can actually utilize that to buy quota. And the thing is, with the collaboration with Adunia Games and Telkomsel, you guys can get your hands on the promos, right? This is important. Listen up, all right? With every purchase of MLBB vouchers or items using Telkomsel, it will give you extra savings and an additional 3 GB data quota. How crazy is that?
Total? Like per purchase?
Stacking.
Oh, it's stacks.
Accumulating.
It stacks like Aldos.
Accumulates.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Like Sorizo.
Yeah, so check it out, check it out. Hurry up and buy at duniagames.co.id.
What else stack?
Alice?
Oh yeah, Alice stack.
Yeah. Anyways, get stacking, guys. 3 GB of data. And it stacks? That's crazy. I use like max 6 GB a month, personally. Because we have Wi-Fi
That's
and
so
stuff.
little.
But we have Wi-Fi, and I don't leave the house.
Oh, that makes sense.
Right.
I think I use like 60 a month.
What?
I use 30 a month, I think.
Really?
I
Even
watch
with
a lot
Wi-Fi?
of YouTube, I think.
I use Zunia games, so I don't have to pay anything.
That's true. And with that,
Right.
ladies and gentlemen, please check that out because we are going on a short break before we enter a match number dos.
Numero dos.
There it is. Me, Eterna, Connie, and Arashi. We'll see you after the break. Bye-bye, guys.
Don't you wish your phone was fun like this?
Don't you wish your phone looked more like this? Don't you wish your phone could flex like this?
Don't you wish your phone could fit in here? Don't ya?
Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Pre-order now. Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Pre-order now. Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Pre-order now.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Erudicio.
Erudicio. Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minzathar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Kaj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Kaj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Waktunya para casters juga mengaktifkan Inspire di mana sana dibuat Indomie membuat EVOS langsung coba di sounding out. Kita best to rest dari Onyx 10.000 gold di pertangkap dari milik Onyx. Dia mengambil sebentar lagi tapi melepaskan Onyx belum ada yang masuk. Mereka tahu dan
satu antar recall tapi barusan dengan pergerakan Kimura yang langsung menggila dengan cukup cepat pula barusan dan satu lagi belakang langsung dikeluarkan kamu ini langsung menggila pula Karja untuk kali ini lejap tapi sekarang double kill berhasil diciptakan triple kill looking for media untuk Hais akankah mereka berhasil untuk bisa menorehkan satu poin kill lagi ataupun satu kemenangan. Aktifkan Inspire di mana sekarang di main Jasmine Rasinya tak dapat memori keluarkan di portal udah mulai pecah tapi sekarang dia langsung aja mulai lompat lagi dengan satu element dan juga Tyron tidak connect tapi Rasinya tidak mendapatkan apapun karena di pada berbeda ada satu keamanan langsung dikeluarkan pelatihnya mencoba untuk mundur dan juga selamat dari tersebut tapi Sally Boy mencoba untuk bisa mundur ke bagian belakang pada Spencer Paling karena beberapa player dan juga Sally Boy masih bertahan di area tersebut WON Paijan lejap bercampur dihilang tapi Sally Boy dan itu menjadi
dan seperti yang Pulung bilang tadi, kenapa dia pick Dewa, ada late getting sure.
Yap, final slide sudah dikeluarkan. Duelo, ada flicker tadi terlihat yang tersebut. Dan peperangan kembali terjadi. Karja hilang, tempo sampai dikeluarkan, tapi Vincent masih berarti.
Terkena satu more damage, Cutthroat terus juga berat. Objektif game terjadi. Double kill from Pulung. Dan Fluffy terperangkap di sana sendiri, tak ada menemani. Dan bahkan Kapten Marky belum. Best to red dari Onyx 10.000 gold difference sangat dari milik Onyx tapi di depan sana mereka tidak bisa mendefense bersama dengan seorang Kyrie Tikti buka perfect Tikti buka perfect damage ya Kyrie langsung menghilangkan Dino. Ini bencana. Oding benar-benar memporak-porandakan. Mereka masuk. Mereka tahu dari seorang Ray bisa bermain dengan kabelnya. Rian menunggu momentum. Tapi nampaknya belum ada momentum yang dibuat oleh seorang Rian. Dan Kyrie pada telat. Bus menggantikan semua. Menghilangkan Bad Dragon. Free hit, double kill. Bagaimana double kill? Porak-poranda. Ini bencana.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rules sendiri, kayak aku. Dalam kondisi apapun, nggak ada lagi halangan. Malah ngebuktiin potensiku. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the Tank Emblem. By upgrading the Tank Emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem. By upgrading the Fighter Emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Dari 2 emblem yang selain Weapon Master sangat berguna lah di early game. Di laning phase malah jadi rajanya lah istilahnya. Kok kedapet di lampu? Oke. Halo, gua Kadera. Selamat datang di Project Next. Butuh tutor main God Lane setelah update patch emblem. Nggak akan ada yang lebih bagus dari episode ini, karena gue akan bahas 2 hal penting dari patch ini untuk para God Laner. Yang pertama, kombinasi-kombinasi terbaik talent utama untuk God Laner. Dan hero God Laner apa yang akan meta di patch kali ini. Nah, sekarang kita coba ke kombinasi pertama ya. Di sini gue pakai hero Beatrix. Rekomendasi dari gue yaitu yang pertama pakai Rapture, terus yang kedua Weapon Master, dan yang terakhir weakness finder. Oke, itu jadi kita langsung coba di in-game-nya. Kan tadi kan pilihan emblem kita ada Rapture sama weakness finder. Nah, kalian nggak usah takut buat apa ya, ngepok itu, karena kalau kita ngehit musuh nih, mereka dapat slow sama mereka nggak bisa ngepok balik gitu. Jadi kayak kalian di lane nggak bakal sering kepok. Terus yang weapon master itu kan nunggu dari item kan. Jadi dari dua emblem yang selain weapon master sangat berguna lah di early game buat survive. Nah, gitu guys. Kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang berikutnya ya. Di sini gue pakai hero 1-1. Rekomendasi dari gue yang pertama Swift, terus yang kedua Bergen Hunter, terus yang ketiga Weakness Finder. Oke, jadi emblem yang pertama kita kan ambil Swift kan tadi. Nah, di awal kita kayak udah berasa ada item tambahan satu, kayak knife nih, kan nambah 10% attack speed kan. Tapi tanpa kita harus beli knife-nya langsung, kita udah berasa kayak attack speed kita lumayan berasa lah gitu. Terus lagi buat 1-1 ya, dengan adanya weakness finder, kalian malah jadi lebih gampang kebuka. Nah, setiap kalian ngelempar skill 1 terus di combo sama pasif weakness finder, musuhnya kayak nggak bisa lari, kena slow, terus kena 3 kali stuck skill satunya, dia bisa nge-stun. Jadi kemungkinan otomatis terbukanya lebih besar gitu. Bergen Hunter karena kita bisa jadi lebih cepet jadiin item kita. Swift crossbow di wave 2 mungkin udah bisa kebeli ya, karena ada emblem yang ini. Jadi kayak kalian di laning phase malah jadi rajanya lah istilahnya. Oke, next kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang terakhir ya. Di sini kita pakai God Lane bertipe Magic, yaitu Harit. Kalian bisa ngambil yang Inspire. Terus yang selanjutnya Bergen Hunter. Terus yang terakhir Impurage. Kita udah di in-game nih. Yang pertama kan Inspire yang ngebantu kalian nambah cooldown reduction. Jadi kalau sudah semisal kalian max emblem, terus kalian nambahin Inspire itu, kalian nggak perlu butuh yang namanya cooldown reduction lagi di item kalian. Jadi kayak beliin aja item yang paling mahal, Blood Wings contohnya, kayak gitu. Kita jelasin lagi di Impurage. Semisal nih kalian pakai Magic side lane, itu pasti kemungkinan jungler kalian assassin. Masa kalian mau egois, blue buff-nya diambil, gak mau dikasih ke jungler assassin kan? Gak mungkin kan? Nah, di Impurage ini kalian ngeakalin mana kalian. Di Impurage kalian bakal nerima balik 2% mana ya max kalian. Kayak contoh, gue pakai skill nih, terus ngehit atau nggak ngehit, pokoknya pakai skill bisa ngebalikin 2% max mana kalian. Tapi ada cooldown 5 detik. Ayo coba update Project Next hari ini ya. Tapi kalau menurut lo tips dari gua kurang relevan karena lo pemain role lain, tenang aja, karena di next episode-nya akan dibahas mengenai kombinasi talent dan hero-hero meta di role lain. Dan jangan lupa share videonya ya. Gua Kadera, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
$12-nya kemana?
12-nya ada di Blibli 12 tahun anniversary. Beli apa aja ada gratis ongkir 12 kali, cashback 12 kali, dan flash sale Rp12. Ayo belanja di Blibli sekarang.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Menurut gua sih update enemy ini sangat membantu kita para fighter ya, karena kita bisa lebih fleksibel dalam pemilihan hero nantinya. Joy bisa langganan sini di band. Hai, gua Sorizo. Selamat datang di Project Next. Explorer setelah ada patch bukan lagi cuma sekedar jago adu otot, karena kita juga harus memutar otak buat combination talent dengan emblem terbaiknya. Yuk tonton video ini agar lo bisa jadi explainer yang lebih hebat. Nah, sekarang kita coba kombinasi pertama nih. Dari yang gue pakai adalah Yuzong. Buat talent pertama, yang gue pakai adalah Agility. Yang kedua, yang gue pakai adalah Festival Blood. Yang ketiga, gue pakai Killing Spree. Jadi yang pertama kenapa gue pilih Agility adalah buat movement speed. Menurut gue Yuzong ini sangat butuh movement speed guys, karena ketika lo mengejar musuh, kayak speed lu lebih kenceng gitu lah dibanding mereka. Yang kedua kenapa gua pilih Festival Blood, karena buat lifesteal. Lihat ini gua belum ada item lifesteal, tapi gua tetap bisa dapat lifesteal guys. Yang ketiga kenapa gua pilih Killing Spree. Killing Spree ini tujuannya ketika lu bunuh musuh lu dapat lifesteal serta movement speed. Ketika lo bunuh musuh, ya keras banget guys. Dan kenapa gue seneng banget, karena yang dulunya gue di Factor cuma bisa Festival Blood, sekarang udah bisa pakai Killing Spree juga guys yang di Assassin. Jadi kayak lo bisa combine gitu. Nah gitu guys, sekarang kita coba kombinasi talent berikutnya ya. Hero yang gue pakai adalah Joy. Buat talent pertama, yang gue pakai adalah Rupture. Yang kedua, gue pakai Bargain Hunter. Yang ketiga adalah Killing Spree. Nah, sekarang kita bakal coba langsung ke in-game-nya ya guys. Buat talent pertama, kenapa gue pakai Rupture? Ini sangat bagus banget guys, karena damage lu 5%, penetration lu bakal sakit buat ke musuh. ya. Lebih sakit guys, dibanding lu nggak pakai ini lebih sakit. Dan yang kedua, gua pakai Bargain Hunter. Fungsi dari Bargain Hunter ini adalah ketika lu harga item lu bakal jadi lebih murah guys. Dari yang harga 100% lu beli di harga 95%. Contohnya ini ya, Genius One. Ini harga aslinya adalah 2000 jadi 1900 guys. Yang ketiga, gue pakai adalah Killing Spree. Fungsi dari Killing Spree ini, ketika lu bunuh musuh, lu mendapatkan 8% max HP dari musuh dan 15% movement speed selama 3 detik. Ini bagus banget guys, ketika lu dalam team fight yang gede, lu bisa survive. Ini sih OP banget sih guys. Ketika lu yang biasa cuma bisa pakai Bargain Hunter, sekarang lu bisa pakai bareng Killing Spree. Joy bisa langganan sini di band. Oke, next kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang berikutnya ya. Hero yang gue pakai nanti adalah hero Esmeralda. Itulah hero favorit gue juga. Yang pertama, talent yang gue pakai adalah Agility. Yang kedua, Bargain Hunter. Yang ketiga adalah Constructive Blast. Oke, kita langsung coba ke in-game ya guys. Yang pertama, talent Agility. Kenapa gue pakai Agility? Fungsinya tuh menambahkan 5% movement speed guys. Jadi ketika lu ngezoning atau nge-cover temen lu, itu sangat bagus guys. Lebih kenceng lah jalan lu. Dan dikomboin dengan skill 1 Esmeralda, lu lebih cepet lah buat lu kemana-mana gitu, move lu. Yang kedua, kenapa gua pakai Bargain Hunter? Esmeralda ini early-nya membutuhkan item yang lebih cepat guys. Jadi gua pakai Bargain Hunter biar lu bisa beli item lebih murah lah di awal. Yang ketiga, kenapa gua pakai Cortex 11? Ini ketika lu basic attack ada kayak efek ledakan gitu yang mengandung magic damage. Jadi ketika lu clear wave jauh lebih cepat dibanding yang lain guys. Contohnya kayak gini. Lebih cepat guys jadinya. Dengan ada stats baru ini gue makin suka sih main Esmeralda. Nah, dari 3 kombinasi itu, kalau yang paling cocok ke gameplay gue sih Esmeralda ya, dengan talent Agility, Bargain Hunter, dan Constructive Blast. Nah, menurut gue sih update enemy ini sangat membantu kita para fighter ya, karena kita bisa lebih fleksibel dalam pemilihan hero nantinya. Gimana nih para SP-laner? Udah siap main meta terbaru belum? Yuk langsung update ke Project Next dan cobain ya. Nah, buat kalian yang main role selain XP, tenang aja. Karena di next episodenya akan dibahas mengenai kombinasi talent dan hero meta di role lainnya. Jangan lupa share videonya ya. Gua Sorizo, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn.
It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Karena Lancelot itu tipe jungler yang harus fleksibel keluar masuk team fight, dan gua rasa Killing Spree ini cocok banget di gameplay Lancelot gua. Kalau yang paling masuk ke gameplay gua itu yang kombinasi talent pertama, karena cocok banget sama Fanny gua. Hai, gue Super Ken. Selamat datang di Project Next. Kali ini gue mau ngasih beberapa rekomendasi kombinasi talent setelah update patch emblem nih. Dan gue yakin kalian bisa tiru ini biar rank kalian naik terus. Di sini gue akan bahas hal terpenting dari patch ini untuk pemain jungler nih. Nah, tonton sampai akhir ya guys. Nah, sekarang kita coba ke kombinasi pertama nih. Hero yang gue pakai, hero andalan gue yaitu Fanny. Emblem yang pertama di Hero Fanny gue pakai Rapture. Emblem ini berfungsi untuk menambahkan physical penetration. Emblem yang kedua, gue pakai Master Assassin. Emblem ini berfungsi untuk menambahkan damage di sekitar hero-nya untuk mendapatkan snowballing di early game. Emblem yang ketiga, gue pakai Killing Spree. Emblem ini dapat memulihkan HP dan movement speed untuk bisa keluar dari team fight. Nah gitu guys, kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang berikutnya ya. Kali ini gue mau pakai Lancelot. Kembali menggunakan Rapture sebagai talent pertama. Hal ini dimaksudkan untuk jungler typical damage dealer agar bisa dapat 5% damage penetration. Terus yang kedua gue pakai Season Hunter. Karena dengan talent ini bisa nambah 15% damage ke Lord atau Turtle. Dan untuk kill monster jungle juga lebih cepat. Dia dapat tambahan kira-kira 7%an damage. Jadi untuk kejar objektif dalam game cocok banget. Karena Lancelot itu tipe jungler yang harus fleksibel keluar masuk team fight, dan gue rasa Killing Spree ini cocok banget di gameplay Lancelot gue. Oke, next kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang terakhir ya guys. Gue di sini pakai Fredrin. Untuk talent pertama bisa diisi oleh talent Agility yang memberikan extra movement speed 5% untuk bisa clearing minion jungle lebih cepat, dan mobilitas lebih cepat juga dalam setup objektif maupun ganking. Season Hunter akan memberikan benefit damage tambahan sebanyak 15% untuk objektif, baik itu turtle maupun lord. Untuk ke minion jungler, damage tambahan hanya berlaku setengahnya saja atau sekitar 7,5%. Conclusive Blast sendiri sebagai output damage tambahan yang mengambil keuntungan dari banyaknya HP hero yang kita gunakan sebanyak plus 7% dari total HP. Jadi dari 3 kombinasi itu, kalau yang paling masuk ke gameplay gue itu yang kombinasi talent pertama. Karena cocok banget sama Fanny gue. Langsung praktekin aja ya guys. Dan jelas patch baru ini bikin kita makin seru mainnya. Karena kita lebih bisa fleksibel dalam menyesuaikan ke hero yang kita pakai nantinya. Yuk langsung update Project Next dan cobain. Dan jangan lupa tonton juga episode tentang role lainnya guys. Jangan lupa share videonya. Gua Super Ken, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Don't you wish your phone was fun like this?
Don't you wish your phone looked more like this? Don't you wish your phone could flex like this?
Don't you wish your phone could fit in here? Don't you?
Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Pre-order now. Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Pre-order now. Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Pre-order now.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded! Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop! Or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles!
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, jangan
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head and Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Ladies and gentlemen and boys and girls, welcome back from that short break here at MPL ID Season 12. We are upon the second match of the day. It's going to be Geek Fam going head-to-head against RRQ and their Kingdom. And with that on the caster desk here, it's me, Eterna, once again with Gani as well as Arashi. And of course, before we get into the details of today's match, we would like to thank our sponsors here for MPL ID Season 12, because without them, this wouldn't be possible. MPL ID Season 12 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone. Our official sponsor is Head & Shoulders. Our official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Our official gold partner, UBS Gold. We also have our partners in esports, Blibli, Dunia Game, Grab, Ovo, as well as YouTube. And of course, our official broadcast here is at Maxstream, TVRI Sports, as well as a video. Our suppliers, Innomart, Mineski, as well as Samsung. And of course, MPL ID Season 12 is supported by PBSI. Now, coming into today's match, RRQ once again going ahead against Geek Fam. What are the expectations here, Gani?
I feel like Geek Fam, they need to bounce back. They took an L yesterday going up against Dewa United. And my God, Arashi going up against your team, RRQ, who is still undefeated, 5-0. It's going to be a tough job for the 3Bs, Big Boy Beloy.
The 3Bs? Well, I mean, for Geek Fam, they have a lot of issues to iron out right here. I mean, they haven't even figured out their main roster. Who exactly do they want to put in the gold lane, right? Marky and Kadira, a fun fact, I think we were informed backstage. It seems to be a bit of an alternative, right? It's always Marky Kadira. So with that pattern, today should be Kadira. And I think he's a bit more well-equipped. Right now, I think all the eyes are at that gold lane because Skylar himself, he's a great gold laner, but by all means, he's not that very flexible player that can play multiple heroes. He's generally well known for playing about 2 or 3 heroes, but playing them very, very well.
And it goes to show how important gold is for both of these gold laners, right? Is it going to be Chidera? Is it going to be Marky? But either or, they're going against Skylar, who has the #2 highest average gold here at MPL ID Season 12.
Well, Kadera actually has the #1 highest average gold, so that is a surprising stat to say the least. And on the other hand, Marky, #17, that is so far out of the conversation from these two players. So a lot of people have been saying Kadira seems like the way to go. And we'll have to see for today against a challenge like RRQ. What will Geek Fam opt for? And can they find a winning strategy? Because usually they've tried playing for the gold lane. They've tried relying on Beloy like the good old days. So far, not a lot of things have been working out as well as they would like. So I think they have to try and find something different, maybe a different combination of strategies in order to bewilder RRQ.
You know what? I think you're right. I think it's very clear that with Kadira, Geek Fam is more stable, is also more precise in executing their composition. Also, I want to touch on the roamers here. It's a very interesting matchup. We got Naomi on the other side from Burma. Myanmar, going up against Beloy, who is from PH in Indo.
Like an import showdown right here in MPL ID. We'll have to see, man. Both these players have had great impact for their team, and both are particularly lethal in the late game. When the death timers are taking too long, when you need to be a bit creative with how you approach these fights, these pickoffs. Both Beloyski and Naomi, they are both terrifying, but right now, who's going to come out on top in today's match? Because the composition of the team will also play into that.
Whoa! Let's welcome here the Geeks. Will they be able to bounce back going up against the Kings of Kings? But let's welcome Geek Fam!
Geek Fam with Chidera back in the lineup. Will they be able once again to dethrone the Kings, who have yet to lose a single match here at MPL ID Season 12? hopefully that they're able to synergize well with one another, play to their strengths. And hopefully, just hopefully, the fact that Chidera can be the light at the end of the tunnel is enough to award them a victory here against the Kings of Kings.
Still with their main five here in Season 12, led by Naomi, who, again with the assisted their four members. Let's welcome the Kings of Kings, Rex, Regim, Kaon.
RRQ so far has had an amazing performance against everyone's expectations. The fact that Clay has really just sunk into that captain playstyle, that captain role has just been so befitting to how RRQ has been dominating MPL ID Season 12. And that brings us to the difference in their playstyles. The fact that RRQ, they can rely on the shot calling coming in from RRQ, as well as the drafts coming in from Coach Zaya as well as Ravier.
They're going up against Juliet right here.
Oh
Coach
no!
Reno, oh no!
Where is he? What happened?
Still MIA.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you know, you know. Unfortunately, he will not join us today in the MPL arena. It's gonna be a tough situation without your main coach in the building going up against RRQ. But let's see what Julian T can cook up for Geek Fam, because they need something, and there's a lot of things they can look at. And soon we're going to take a look at the keys to victory here, because in the gold lane there's a factor here, in the roamer there's a factor, in the EXP lane even. But let's take a look at some by the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5, Z Flip 5, Ben Claude, and contest the B-Tricks for Kadera. Both these players, Skylar and Kadera, very adept at playing both these heroes. Pick one, ban the other. If both get banned, now we're put into a very interesting situation. Afterwards, deny the playmaking potential from Naomi, because again and again, it seems like RRQ can get dragged into deep waters, and Naomi seems to be the solution that they use to break out of those situations.
But how do you do that though, right? Because Naomi has a variety of heroes that he can utilize. How do you deny the playmaking? Because I don't think it's from the drafts.
I think they can, in the draft, right, they can ban some of the heroes they would rather not face. They can try and build a composition that maybe is strong against pickoffs, which is the specialty of Naomi. So options are available for sure, but for the Kings of Kings, the keys to victory by Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5, prioritize damage dealer heroes for Clay and Skylar, because it ties into the second win condition here. Execute the 3-man movement strategy again from RRQ. How they rotate around the map seems to be their key to success right here, where they lead with Naomi and they put Skylar and Clay, a good combination of physical and magical damage, trailing behind to ensure that whoever gets picked off gets completely punished for their mistakes. So if they can move properly like that, and if their respective lanes are doing well as well, that seems like the ideal circumstance for RRQ.
Which is what we saw in most RRQ matches, right? I mean, considering the results, if you see results, undefeated, week 1, player of the week was Clay. Week 2, player of the week was Naomi. So still dominated here by their approach, by their composition as well, execution. So, you know what, RRQ, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yeah, they need to stick with what they know best.
Exactly, and that's why there's the 3-man movement. Clay, Naomi, and Skylar. These are the 3 keys, the 3 pillars to the success that RRQ have brought to them. As even if we take a look at here at the team head-to-head by Head and Shoulders, you can see that disparity in the data.
Well, the game victory rate is one that always sticks out. Hero pool-wise, both teams actually has been relatively standard, right? The Chiefs picks haven't really made an appearance just yet. A lot of teams are still hiding it for the later stage of the tournament. The average game duration, though, interestingly enough,
very close.
It's very, very close, which means that both teams, they really don't have that kind of dominant performance. It's always when it gets close where these teams are able to just edge out the victory. RRQ, able to do that a bit more. But like you mentioned, Goni, you're on top. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But at the same time, it's a lot harder to stay on top rather than get on top. A lot of teams must have been analyzing the gameplay for RRQ to try and find a solution here, a potential weakness they can exploit.
Some beg to differ, but I do understand RRQ. It seems like whatever they're working with is they just manage to find success.
No, I actually understand that point, right? The fact that if you're on top, there's a lot of eyes, you have a lot of targets on your back, and I think the weak link is the hero pool for Claude. No, for Skylar.
For Skylar.
In Claude as well as Beatrix, right? Let's say we're put in a position where two of these heroes are taken away. What does Skylar play? Carry? Does he have the same performance? Does he have the same impact?
And we've seen the carry make an appearance right here. In the match history for week 2 though, you can see it's a 2-1 win, a close game against Evos, and another 2-0 sweep against Bigatron. And player of the match has always been Naomi. So, like you mentioned, Eterna, the weakness actually isn't, well, the solution generally isn't to go for the player of the match right here, is to go for who actually is less flexible in the current meta. We haven't seen Skylar tested to that limit just yet. Well, we'll have to see. Compared to Kadera, who has shown that he can play mages, he can play the Valentina even, bringing it over to the gold lane. Skylar does not have that option. So if they try and ban out all the gold lane heroes, by default, Kadera will come out on top here.
Okay, very interesting take here by Arashi, by Kingdom. But yeah, I mean, overall, Lemon, the
Lemon.
legend of RRQ.
He is, and he has yet to play.
Unfortunately
here, Arashi. Why do you think Lemon hasn't been... Wait, interesting.
Well, where is he supposed to play? If he's supposed to play in the mid lane, Clay has been phenomenal, leading a team with a bit of a language barrier and still doing just absolutely amazing. If you put him in the EXP lane, he's up against Banana, who is doing really, really well right now. Whatever it is, let's take a look straight to the drafting phase where RRQ, they have respected the assassins coming in from Geek Fam.
Yeah, definitely. You can see the Natalia being banned out, Joy as well, but from the side of Geek, here is when the respect comes through. Yves taken away from Clay as well as the Claude away from Skylar, which leaves only one more comfort hero that he can actually pick up in this match, which is the Beatrix.
Beatrix still available, and interesting enough, RRQ, they are first pick right here. So they will be able to actually get that Beatrix first, but at the cost of letting go, potentially, of the Valentina, which is very, very dangerous in the hands of both Kadera as well as a boy. If they don't go for the Valentina, the Faramis had made an appearance earlier. Geek Fam can still very much use that to deny the pickoffs coming in from Naomi.
Yeah, I think that is going to be the approach. Geek Fam, what will they ban here? Is the question. Ooh, Uranus. Okay, so this is what Uranus is it's a wild card. Week 1, week 2, very prio, first phase ban. But in week 3, we saw, even last match, Uranus banned out. So it seems like Geek Fam, they will still ban Uranus.
Yeah, and it makes sense, right? Because RQ, they're banking on the fact that they rotate quickly. And what better way to support that? If RQ gets their hands on the Uranus, it's too difficult for Geek Fam to find any control on the map in general. So I think it's a really good ban here coming from Geek, especially taking away from Banana. But RRQ, do they opt for the Beatrix pick first before it gets denied away from them? Or do they go for something else? Like the Faramis or the Valentina was what I was thinking. But Faramis is their choice here, Arashi. Very unique.
First pick Faramis. Back then we saw that the Faramis was used by RRQ to be flexed around to both the roamer position and the mage position. Right now though, that is a peculiar pick for sure. It's almost like they have some kind of inkling on what Geek Fam is trying to do. But for Geek, they pick up that Beatrix, but they are leaving open that Paquito that is still in play right here in the hands of Banana. That was absolutely devastating, and that could be the counter to shut down this Beatrix.
Well, looking at the picks here, it's very interesting that they opted for this Fredrin. It's in Geek Fam, do we see a lot of Luke Fredrin? No. So it's most likely fall to the hands of the jungler, right? Let's see here, RQ, what will they do? I mean, Paquito going up against a Beatrix, Terizla even might come to mind. And they might secure a roamer in the first phase.
Definitely, that's definitely a possibility. But let's take a look at the comment here from Clay. That is a gone already. But basically, he was talking about his win streaks. The fact that they should just go with the flow, see where it takes them. But here it is, with the Beatrix taken away, with Claude banned out. RQ, they're left with the carry as well as the Boxia, trying to utilize perhaps the Boxia's ability to rotate around the map. to help the carry in lane against the Beatrix. Let's hope that comes to fruition because Geek, a boy, has actually now picked up one of his signature heroes, which is that Valentina.
Well, on cue, Goni, like you predicted, the Tarizla is definitely a hero. They can bring so much to the table, especially when you talk about the vulnerable backline. So, with the short range of both Beatrix and Valentina, relatively, banning the Tarizla will be the option that Geek Fam go for to ensure that RRQ, you don't get to just dive towards that backline without any kind of contest. For now, though, for RRQ, I think they're gonna ban away some kind of the healing reduction, some kind of the save mechanics, because for RRQ, they require the ability to just pick off members from Geek Fam if they want to have success with this high pace, high movement composition.
Well, looking at the bans right now, it's going to be the Kaja, so they're trying to limit the pick-off composition, the pick-off approach that Geek Fam really also sometimes like here, especially if we're talking about Season 12. Let's not be surprised if they ban out the Cho as well, because we saw multiple times Beloyski sometimes pull it off on that Cho. But last ban towards Geek, will they commit to a EXP ban? It's a question. Perhaps Yuzong Esmeralda comes to mind.
Masha?
Oh, Masha.
It is possible. I think the split push is a big issue, but apparently they fear the Kufra even more. All right, so that's it's gonna be a Kufra ban from RRQ. One more chance right here, maybe limiting what options Geek Fam have in the jungle, because Niall is known to be a very assassin-heavy player as well.
Oh, we have a comment here though by Skylar. I really don't know why my Claude keeps getting banned. Maybe because my face looks like Claude?
Do you agree?
I agree.
Do you agree, Urashi?
I mean,
Skylar and Claude, do you see the resemblance?
A bit. I mean, with this current
They're
hairstyle.
tall.
Is Claude tall?
I've met Claude before.
Okay.
I met Claude at MSC 2022.
Oh, hey.
All right,
Yeah,
all right.
he's quite tall. Or I'm short. I don't know the difference anymore. But here you go. RQ with the last ban here with the Arlet taken away. Geek, what are they going to go for? Kadita, very interesting.
Kadita
Beloyski gonna be picking up the Kadita for the first time here in MPL ID Season 12.
That is dangerous, but for RRQ, against crowd control, against pickoff like this, the Grok is usually a big solution, and Naomi is known to play it as well. Eterna, we have a comment here from Justin though.
Oh, Zaya and Naomi have performed quite well here in MPL Indonesia. I'm very proud of them, and I believe that they can show even more than that. Good luck, guys. Hopefully you can achieve the title. I mean, they're on their way, right? Not losing a single match so far. There's definitely some weight in this comment here by Justin. But RQ with the Paquito and the Cho. Man, the rotations, the pickoffs, the dive coming from RQ. It's there. Geek, they don't have any way to push that off, to sustain through that dive. They need CC, but they opted for Kadita Roam.
Yeah, I mean, Kadita can provide CC, but can't really provide peel, right? So, you know, one hero that is good at disengaging, I feel like Bane, but no, it's gonna be another alpha in the jungle.
Is it Christmas?
I think so.
Is it Christmas? Because MPL ID Season 12, the presents are there. It's a season that keeps on giving another alpha jungle.
Wow, it's a
debut
hero
for you.
It's a hero with good damage, with good sustain as well. And against RRQ, you're gonna need that sustain, man. That box here is gonna be such a nuisance. And for the side of Geek Fam, they don't ever have a counter. Usually we see a Martis, we see for a carry as well, true damage to just burst through that HP bar and the extra physical defense. But for Geek, they won't have that, so let's see if they can stave off the aggression coming from Fairstick in the jungle.
And the point is, it's gonna be a tough challenge here for Geek Fam, especially even if they do go in for these aggressive dives, they still have the Cult Altar to back it up. The extra sustain in these team fights, it's going to be lethal. Let's hope that Geek know what they're doing with the draft that has been chosen for them, as we are moments away of entering the Land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1, RRQ and Geek Fam.
Wow, let's see initially, all right, what needs to be paid attention to right here is the difference in clear speed. Alpha is known as a very quick, clear jungler, but Baxia is no pushover himself. On the other hand, having that Alpha means that it's going to be an EXP lane Fredrin, and that means very immobile. That means that there won't be a lot of macro plays coming from Nile as Poloyski gets spotted out here.
Yeah, it seems like with the orange monster buff rotating towards Kadira, that's info. But take a look at that boy now here in the mid side. Still holding off towards his flicker. So no problem there, but it's going to be the battle of lethal. Baksha, will you contest? Nope, you will not be there in time.
Yeah, not so much just yet. I'm actually curious to see the emblems and the talent choice here coming in from the Alpha in particular. So far, we do see it's the same thing as we saw before in Super Ken with the Brave Smite. But here it is. Arashi, any differences?
Festival of Blood and a Thrill, so more damage, more sustain. He's going for a bit more of the same route as a Boxer, essentially. Boxer is just more tanky, but Alpha has more regen, and now they jump onto Kadira.
Yeah. Shield Unity forced Kadira to use the flicker. Naomi was unable to connect the Jet Kundo as well. Yeah, no first blood here. First minute and Poloyski. Cheeky move. Doesn't really connect as well.
Let's go back to that real quick, right? Super Ken opted, didn't go for Thrill. But here, Nile goes in for Thrill.
Well, going for the Thrill gives you a bit more damage in the early game, and I think he wants to have something to just throw back at RRQ, because otherwise, if they just fall too far behind, it's going to be a bit dangerous. Which brings you to the next point. Turtle has just spawned right here, and both teams want to contest. There's a lot more crowd control in the hands of RRQ, but Geek Fam, they seem to be trying to contest it, and that might be dangerous.
It's a 3v3. Both mid laners still in the bot side. Now take a look at the Petrify connecting onto it too. The knockup was huge, but no fall-off damages yet. Call Alter from both teams popped. Versick claims that the first turtle. And take a look at this. Versick isolated the front side, gets taken now. It's a 1-for-1. Clay still able to get away as well. It's a 1-for-1, a kill for a turtle.
The difficult part for RRQ right here is the fact that without Skylar, they don't really have a lot of damage. So even though the Baxia and the Pokito will be available later, in the late game, it's going to be a bit difficult. But look at it, where the Dragon!
Connecting on towards a boy. Oh, top side, it's a solo! Kadira and the carry gets taken out. So it's equal, but then again, a boy surviving that 2v1 in the mid side.
Wait, how does that happen though? Skylar and Chidera, they both lose their lives in a 1v1. When I was under the impression that Skylar shouldn't have that much damage in the early game.
I think Kadira went for a very aggressive play, diving the turret as well, which is, I think, what's happening. But talent prediction by the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5, everyone's on board the RRQ hype train, but Pap Wulong, always the contrarian himself.
I'm not surprised. At this point, I'm not surprised. He always does this. He believes in the draft, I guess, coming in from a Geek Fan, but Versick believes that he can go for a pick maybe here. He needs to be careful though. Nile, that's a 3v1.
Oh, that's an ambush. 3v1 indeed. Knock up everything. Put on towards Versick. Gets taken out. Clay with the call alter wasn't able to come there in time.
That's unfortunate, but now Clay, without the call alter, there's the going for Poloyski. Where's the Dragon?
Good call alter. Let's see, will he survive? Heller though, the backside. Flicker almost. Oh, the boost passion. Not enough range. Geek Fam survives, but RRQ barely wins that fight.
Are they going for another pick? All right, they don't. Okay, so we do have a little bit of time to evaluate what has happened so far. Versick in the first 4 minutes has been taken down twice. And the reason he gets taken down twice is his over-aggression. Is this worth it in the long run?
Definitely not, especially because there's no reason for him to be taken out like this. Again and again, they win a fight, and then Versick will just go in aggressively on his own. They have to try and move together, because that is where the Boxja has value. Geek Fam, though, will be able to secure the turtle. That's a great victory, but on the other side, Naomi, looking for plays elsewhere, won't be able to.
He hasn't been able to find anything just yet, and this is it, because I thought that RQ picked up the Boxia for one reason only, which is the control over the objectives, the control over the map, the fact that he can rotate a lot quicker than the Alpha. Should have given them a little bit more room to work with in terms of this map, but because of the way Versick has been playing, getting overly aggressive, getting picked off, not even picking up a single objective other than that first turtle in that early game, RQ, they haven't been able to get anything with the Boxia pick.
And that Boxia pick is equal levels to Nail, even though Versick has been farming a bit more frantically, and now it's down to the pick-off gameplay from both these teams. The Beloyski on that. Oh, Kadira though, dangerous.
Good Petrify, Cold Alter Force. Take a look at the damage. Will it be enough to take first hit down? The answer is yes. It's 4v1 now. The mid-side Clay will not be able to defend this mid-turn surely. Yeah, zoned out. Yeah, the mid-side, will it fall? Oh my god, buying enough time. Cold Alter Pulse gets taken out. That's a huge jump in the backside though. Banana trying to find a flank on towards Beloyski, but cancelled by Luke. It's a huge dub for the Geeks.
2,000 gold lead here in the first 6 minutes of the game. But they are kind of tunnel visioning on first sick now. You can see that Skylar was able to get a turret in that top side under the nose of Geek Fam. Is this the plan all along?
I feel like it's possible, because factually speaking, RRQ, they've been putting a lot of attention onto Skylar, and Skylar has been relatively untouched. Oh, look at Beloy though.
Nasty Wave Dragon securing the kill there for Clay. Geek Fam need to be careful. They have the lead, they have the map, but RRQ is always there to punish.
It's easy to turn these things around. I mean, look at this. Naomi already going for a pick, not wanting to commit just yet. And remember, both of these teams, they're going to be just collapsing over the next neutral objective. But look at Banana in the backside.
Oh boy, now still holding on towards his Cold Alter. Take a look at the cover. Banana gets taken out, but it will be traded for the turtle. RQ now disengaging. Oh, good stun, good pull as well. Take a look at the backside. Imperious Fashion will force a Cold Alter from Clay, but Naomi will be taken out. Take a look at the back. Oh my god, the Petrify on towards first sick. 4 members of RRQ gets taken out.
Ooh, it seems like Geek Fam, they're still looking for Skylar. He'll be able to slide out of that situation.
Ooh,
But losing 4. Oh, he goes back in.
He can't.
No mana as well. Skylar, Purify pops, but good night. Niall securing the kill.
That's an unofficial wiped out for Geek Fam here in the first 7 minutes of the game.
That is very unfortunate. Taking a look at the items right here, 600 gold lead for Kadira. Even though there's been a lot of emphasis for RRQ to pull away the action from Skylar to ensure that he can farm up to a golden staff right here, Kadira actually is doing even better with the kills. 4 kills, only 1 death. So if this was part of the strategy for RRQ, it certainly isn't working out so far. And for RRQ, for the most part, all their defensive items are very magical damage heavy to try and deal with Beloyski and the Kadira, which means that against Kadira, they're going to be having a lot of trouble unless they can find him in the middle of those fights. And that means that Naomi has a lot to do. Well, Naomi and Banana.
Yeah, a lot of weight on their shoulders definitely to go in for these picks, because if they go for a 5v5 with how much spell vamp I think Niall is building, RQ, they don't have the necessary items to try and counter that, right? No Dominance Ices, no Sea Halberd, no NOD, nothing. And you can see Niall has been untouched so far. 306 KDA. The fact that he's level 12 already in comparison to Fursic, who's only level 9, that's a 3 EXP gap. RQ has no anchor, has no roots to be able to get the objectives away from Geek Fam if it comes to it.
We were talking about the win condition being the triple roaming strat. And now for both, oh, hang on, Banana.
Oh, Banana can't do that, man. He can't push check. He can't face check when Kadira is around. Petrify use as well. That's a 5v4 now. So, yeah, Geek Fam will secure the Lord comfortably.
Yeah, as we were talking about, they need the damage coming in from both Skylar and Clay, but right now, both are just not doing so good at all. And Naomi, usually a bit more active, now he's just a bit too squishy to actually go up against Geek Fam. If he missteps, he can very easily get picked off. And so RRQ, usually the aggressor, are now forced to hide away, even though their composition has a Paquito, has a Baxia. All these heroes that are supposed to be aggressive are supposed to set up ambushes in the jungle.
They can't because of like what you mentioned, right? There's too many traps coming in from Geek Fam's composition. The fact that Kadira is always lurking around somewhere and Chadera is just ready to follow up. Look at how much damage he's been able to deal so far, being number 1 with a boy number 2, a close second on the charts when so far a boy's only been picking up the Cult Altar. A little bit more just utility for his team, but yet he's able to deal that much damage.
Man, the damage is definitely a big issue right here, and for RRQ, even the tankiest member, Fursic, can get picked off, and look at the Conceal.
Yeah,
go in.
Conceal play on towards Clay. Force him to use the Purify. Tier 2 mid will be taken out. Lord, half HP. Seems like Geek Fam will not pull the trigger here in the mid side as the turret passive is still there. But take a look at Banana. Oh, good disengage with the ult from Alpha. It's still a 5v4. Take a look at Naomi though. Cheeky play. A boy spots him. But yeah, Naomi now looking for an angle to escape. The question is, will he be able to? Has to use Enforcer Conceal to escape.
Well, he'll get out of the situation. That's the token of the hallmark of a great roamer there. Setting up behind the team of your opponent, but then still having escape routes available. So far, Naomi has been able to escape that one engagement, but we'll have to see if he can push his luck and keep doing the same thing. Right now with an 8k gold lead for Geek Fam, they have solid late game as well in the Valentina and the Beatrix, so it's going to be very difficult unless Naomi makes a play.
We have Dragon on towards Luke under the turret as well. Call Alter, will it be clutch? It will! Luke survives, but a boy gets taken out. I don't know if it's worth it, and Banana is there to secure the kill on towards Luke. Good engage, now it's a 5v3, Beloyski. Oh, wasn't able to catch Clay there. Now it's a 5v2 in the backside. Oh, Banana with the flanks. But it seems like now Geek has stabilized here. No engage whatsoever from the side of RRQ.
Well, look at the mid lane though. Minions beating on the base turret of RRQ. They might lose it if Banana can't clear it fast enough. Fortunately, he will be able to do so. But we've seen what ignoring the minion waves can do to you in match number 1. RRQ, they need to be a bit more careful. Geek Fam is very crafty in how they set up for these objectives. And as of right now, with the Lord spawning in 15 seconds, it seems like Geek Fam once again has a bit of the lead. But with Luke on the far side of the map, maybe RRQ can make something happen.
I mean, at this point, let's say they have that, right? The problem is, Geek Fam, they're still holding the map. The threat of the Kadita just lurking it's scary, right? Because you don't know where he is. RRQ, they need somebody to be able to open the map, but they don't have it. You saw what happened to Banana earlier on. He face checks into the bush, he gets bursted down just like that. There's just a lot of tools that Geek Fam can utilize against RRQ right now.
Let's see here, okay, everything. Give it onto her. First hit, call alter pop. Lord was secured by Geek. Banana in the backside. Force Geek to use the call alter. Very low on HP. Survives though. Play. Very, very close. But the only casualty is the Lord.
Man, I mean, unfortunately for RRQ as well, they set up the wave so well on the top side, but they were unable to get that extra turret either. For Geek Fam, that was a great call. Seeing that Banana was still on the top side, they rushed to finish the Lord. It was a bit risky, but with the crowd control they had, Fairstake tries to go for a contest and gets immediately denied completely. But now Naomi.
Oh, Beloyski, a little too overzealous there. Way up the Dragon connecting on towards Beloy. He will go down in 30.
And at this point, right, Skylar has really caught up in terms of his items. If I'm not mistaken, he already has the DHS, there's a Corrosive, as well as the Golden Staff. So these pickoffs, it might just work in their favor, but Geek Fam, they're knocking on to RRQ's base right now.
So that Fairstake was trying to just make sure the Lord doesn't collide, but now he might be in trouble. But no, Geek will back away, and Banana will be setting up the wave for the next play already. We'll see if Naomi can make something happen, but for Geek, free orange buff in the hand of Kadera as well. As much as Skylar is doing so good in items, Kadera is definitely all the way up there in damage as well.
But talking about up there, look what Banana was able to do. He was able to get a turret under the nose of Geek Fam, keeping them in the game, keeping them in the business, staying relevant here in the 14th minute of the game, just slowly turning things around. RQ, they're creeping up on Geek.
Creeping up, and when it comes to items, right, it's a bit more difficult for them right now because they have to worry about the magical defense dealing with the Valentina and the Kadita, and they have to worry about the Beatrix and the Alpha as well. The mix of damage here is what's making it so difficult for RRQ to itemize. Once they get some of the items though, now it's going to be Geek Fam that has to start wondering, like, what can they do to survive from Skylar, and can they find opportunities to dive towards him without getting denied? Because every time Beloy has gone for a pick off in the back, occasionally he just gets stunned up. There's a lot of crowd control yet again from RRQ.
And you also have the Cult Altar to top it all off, right? Just in case things go south. So far, Clay has been doing a pretty decent job at covering his teammates. Skylar 322, not the worst stat whatsoever, especially now that he's still been feeding the gold onto him. They're going to be able to get another turret in the bottom lane. And this is when housekeeping just plays such an important role. Geek Fam, they're losing their turrets one by one here.
That's what happens when you have a lot of turrets, but also now you lack options for Geek Fam. They're going for the trade on the top side immediately, but RRQ, there we go. Oh, Skylar is taken very, very low though. Needs to be a bit more careful there. Could have been fatal.
We're all looking at the situation right now. 7,000 gold lead. Oh, Wave Dragon on towards the boy. No fall damage though. What are you doing, Naomi? Forced to use the flicker. Loses he was immortal. Call Alter popped. But take a look at the re-engage right for a sec. No clear fall of damage. But it seems like Banana repositioned him to the backside. What? Persic gets taken down. Clay will have his passive and is up and running. Banana with the reposition finds Gadero Wind of Nature to outplay Banana. Geek Fam, full control, 16 minutes in.
That was a crazy, crazy fight. The Cult Altar was used by both, I believe. And unfortunately for Skylar, he just was in such a vulnerable spot too much. He couldn't output the damage even though he has it. And even with the Cult Altar, once it expired, he was just forced to back away. The fight began with Naomi getting picked up as well. He tried to turn it around for his team, but it's a bit too much of a tall order. With the Lord coming in right now, Geek Fam, it seems like they have all the tools they require. Strong frontline, long range to break through the base of RRQ. It's only if RRQ can make use of this Cult Altar maybe, can they actually come out on top here.
But even then, how do they do it, right? Because when you're talking about range for Geek, RRQ, they lack that. Skylar, short range. Banana, close combat. Clay as well. Persic, Naomi. It's a tough defense. Geek Fam, they got it in the bag.
Oh, Petrify on towards Persic. Has Immortal though. Backside Call Alter from side of Geek. Lord will be taken care of, but Clay will die in the process. It's 5v4. Clay has no passive, will go down in 18. Geek Fam is still hovering around, looking for an opening. But it seems like they will lose another racer in that bot area. Geek Fam hovering mid-wave, crashing in. And the taunt comes in and Banana gets taken down. That signifies that Geek Fam will take the base turret top side. Take a look at the fight taunt bot side. Knock up onto his Naomi as well. Rough waves used. Geek Fam stabilizing. But it seems like 3 members from RRQ will not be able to defend. Geek Fam strikes first in the series.
Against all odds, against all expectations, Geek with a very interesting draft. With a pocket pick in the alpha, in the jungle with Kadita Beloyski. They were able to do the impossible. Take a game from RRQ, who are still standing undefeated. What an opening statement by Geek Fam.
Brains over bronze, even though the mechanics of RRQ is absolutely solid. Geek Fam, through strategy, through rotations and deception, they are able to actually get a game off. There was a clean execution and a great display of discipline as well. I think right now, RRQ needs to be asking the question, can they afford to let their guard down? Because Geek Fam is here to make a statement.
Wow, I'm just shocked. I don't think anyone expected this. With Chidera coming back into their lineup, they're looking super strong. The fact that they forced Skylar on perhaps a hero that, once again, that we keep mentioning, something that he might not be comfortable with, the carry. They were unable to find that success. And the question is, was that Faramis' first pick worth it or not?
Very sus, right? I don't see the impact. It wasn't really evident, but I do want to point out that Baloy on the Kadita, not too shabby. I personally doubted Baloy on this Kadita, but man, looking at that game, very effective to provide cover and initiate on this Kadita.
There were some moments there where he actually didn't land the combo properly, so there's definitely a bit more of rough edges compared to his usual performance, but at the end of the day, he got the job done, and he was able to deny RRQ all the aggression they would want. That roaming death squad, Naomi, Clay, and Skylar, never happened. There's just no possibility against the aggression coming back from the hands of Geek.
And that comes back to the keys to victory, right? That we mentioned before the match even begun. The fact that RQ really needed to bank on that 3-man trio, right? With Persic, Skylar, and Clay.
Clay, Naomi, and Skylar.
Oh yeah, that is what I meant.
Yep.
And that was completely disrupted with the Kadira.
And keep in mind, in the earlier stage of the game, on the box here, on a hero so oppressive, Fersic, he just made too many mistakes, man. Getting picked off twice in the early game, that is so uncharacteristic. And along with that, Banana tries his best to use his mechanics to salvage the situation, but in the grand scheme of things, it only made sure that Geek get even more ahead. So, shows again that the draft is great, but the execution in the Land of Dawn needs to be solid as well. 'Cause
Definitely.
otherwise, you just fall behind.
Yeah, I feel like that's when it all started to go south for RQ. That initial first few minutes, I think it was minute 4. I think Fersic died 2
Somewhere
times.
there, yeah.
It was so earlier on, and I was like, what's the point of picking up the box here if you're getting picked off like this over and over? And it's not because he walked into a bush and, Beloyski supposedly was there. It's like, why are you playing that aggressive with no backup whatsoever? What are you planning?
The synergy.
What's the point?
Yeah, it seems like, though, that Poloyski and the gang Geek Fam, they were able to read first 6 rotation in that early game, right? I think first 6 rotation with the Baksha, it's quite template. So I feel
maybe.
Beloyski and friends, they have studied his rotation.
Well, he was just going for a lot of clear. Before we go more on RRQ and the rotations, though, player of the game, Beloyski himself. Triple B, I think Gonny was saying.
Player
big
of
boy
the game
Beloyski.
by the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5, Z Flip 5. Ladies and gentlemen, 4-10 KDA, 78% KP. So even if there were moments where, like you mentioned, it was a little bit rusty in his combos with the Kadira, the fact that he was able to have that much of an impact just really shows how aggressive and how impactful he was against the rotations from RQ.
Well, speaking of rotations, back to that point, the box here early on was able to actually wrestle away a turtle from Nail's hands. So it was still a strong pick. They still had value, right? The game plan for RRQ was still viable. But then afterwards, everyone was backing away and Fersic moved forward. Like, what is going on right there? Happened one too many times. First with Fersic and then with Banana. And afterwards, the box here was just way too squishy, especially in the mid-game, giving kills and assists to a Kadira, right, to an Alpha. That means that Fersic just cannot have the freedom to move around unpunished.
Yeah, this game is an example when you're on a box and you're below, you're not ahead. Very hard for you to bounce back, and this is just the highlights of the first game. What do you think, Arashi?
I think early on, Naomi also spent a lot of time in the gold lane, but nothing much really happened, showing again Kadira and his wisdom on how to maneuver in the Land of Dawn. And afterwards, RRQ's composition moving backwards, it's very, very slow, man. Geek Fam were able to catch up again and again whenever they are the ones moving forward. So RRQ, they have to try and find a moment where they're the ones engaging, they're the ones aggressing, but they just couldn't find it.
This was so unfortunate. Clay accidentally pulled... Okay, I wouldn't say accidentally, but it worked in favor of Geek Fam. The fact that he pulled in Luke to use the ultimate coming in, and it backfired, man. I was like, oh man, that sucks.
And again, you see that RRQ, they lose the fight, and afterwards, they get run down again and again. So they really just need to start respecting the danger of Geek Fam. This is a team that's not doing so hot currently, but it's still an MPL level team, and you cannot take them lightly. Afterwards, there's some picks from Naomi, but the composition from Geek Fam is not reliant on a single hero, right? Unless you can get Kadira, maybe, then it's going to be very difficult. And here, Banana, recognizing that fact, he goes for that pick off on Kadira, but the Wind of Nature, way too clean with it. Split-second reaction time.
That was a very good Wind of Nature atomization, and this was the final push. Was a bit too much. The firepower that Geek Fam has already built and established at that point was just too overwhelming.
Definitely, and the lack in range, right? It was so difficult for RRQ to have an impact, for Skylar in particular to have an impact. Because of the lack in range, every time he gets close, he gets punished with the damage coming in from a boy, Luke, Chidera, Nile, and even Beloyski. They're, pick your poison at that point.
When there's so many things thrown at you, you can dodge, you can outplay a lot of it, but eventually something's gonna stick. And that is the strategy that Geek Fam uses to try and shut down Skylar. And you can see that he is very bewildered in the middle of all these fights. The only time he feels comfortable enough moving up to do damage is with the Cult Altar. And it doesn't last long enough because Geek Fam, they're ahead, they're snowballing. They have way too much damage for the Cult Alter HP to sustain Skylar for any meaningful period of time. The rest of the items though, look at Kadera. Having an Immortal on top of his defensive itemization, he is definitely understanding the fact that he is one of the main damage dealers for Geek Fam, so he makes sure that he lets everyone else do what they need to do first, and he just plays accordingly. This is what Kadera is so good at doing. He just does what is required, right? What is necessary, and he doesn't overcommit or overextend.
I mean, overall, it was a very struggling composition to execute. Yeah, in hindsight, I thought that this alpha was gonna be irrelevant, but boy, was I wrong. RRQ with their composition, you're right. You mentioned range. I think that is one of the key factors why RRQ wasn't able to find the right engage that they wanted. They have no range.
Exactly, and they were also banking on snowballing from that early game.
With the Baksha.
Exactly. The fact that they weren't able to pick that up, the fact that Niall was leading 3 levels with so much spell vamp and literally no itemization against it, it was a little too difficult to penetrate through the HP from the side of a Geek Fam. And with the carry in a losing situation with no range whatsoever from your team, what do you expect Skylar to do?
And on the topic of range, Clay usually goes for those artillery-style heroes, right? Or the Kadita, or the Valentina, right? Burst damage heroes. So being on a Faramis, a more utility mid laner, it's going to be a bit of a difficult situation. It's a foreign situation for RRQ. No damage coming from Clay, where usually he is the playmaker. He is the one going for these pickoffs. So I think there's a lot to be amended in the drafting phase, but afterwards, they have to start taking Geek Fam seriously, man. Otherwise, Geek Fam, they're going to grab this game away.
Definitely, definitely. And on that note, that actually reminds me that MPL ID,
Wait.
there's a collaboration with Grab.
Oh. Wait, what?
Yeah. So if you guys are at home, you guys are feeling a little hungry,
Whoa.
like I always am, you guys can totally use the promo code MPLIDXGrab to get a 50% discount on Grab food. But if you guys are, I want to go to the venue instead, I want to meet Arashi in the flesh, I want to take pictures with Mr. Arashi. I'm a huge fan. You guys can. Grab will facilitate that. You guys can get a 90% discount on a Grab a bike or a Grab car, suited to your needs. If you're more of a bike person or a car person, I'm more of a car person myself. But you guys can also check that out, because if you guys want to get diamonds or MLBB hero skins, there's so many Grab challenges that you guys have an opportunity to get that too. So it's just value, value, and value all around.
3 V's, and you have to check grb.to/MPL. Again, ladies and gentlemen, so, you have the phone, you have the Grab app.
You're missing one more app.
I need more.
Exactly. You're missing one more app.
Go.
And that's Blee. Because the skill on, the skin should also be on. We like things on, ladies and gentlemen, so you guys can play with more confidence to purchase game vouchers and top up more efficiently with a 10% cashback, Arashi.
10%?
Yeah.
Sounds small, but that adds up, man. So don't waste your time, don't waste your money.
No.
It's average.
Get on Blee. It's average?
It's not average, it's
10%?
huge.
10% is huge.
That is very huge.
If I told you I was going to give you like 10% of all the money I make.
Dude, that's huge!
Arashi.
I'm just saying.
Arashi is a
10%.
trillionaire.
You're the richest person in IT dubs, all right?
I'd be rich.
Calm down.
I'd be a millionaire with 10% of what Arashi has.
That's a bit much.
I don't think Elon Musk has even a say. We're talking about Arashi's wealth.
All right, I'm going to have to stop you right there. I don't think that's realistic. Let's go back into the game right here. Game number 2. I wonder what is going to be happening for RRQ, because again, so many things are on the table, and it seems like RRQ are a lot more straightforward. They need that mid lane damage dealer. They need a proper gold lane that Skylar can use, and they require a jungle for Fersik who hasn't been that flexible. So on paper, Geek Fam are the ones who have all the cards as far as drafting is concerned.
That's why, before we started this match, I was like, alright, RQ is strong and all, but the one thing that is just so that lingers with me is Skylar's hero pool. If he plays the carry again and he doesn't win, I'm like, alright, that's how to compromise RQ.
I think RRQ needs to switch sides. I think they should be on the red side now.
Or just stay on the blue side, but don't pick up the Faramis first pick.
Why would you pick
a Faramis when a Valentina is available? Why not ban the Valentina if you want to go for Faramis first pick?
True.
Because we saw that the Cult Altar in the hands of Geek Fam was also a deterrent to the team fights going in RQ's, side.
A boy. He is really good with those Cult Altars, so definitely a bit of a question there. Why let go of the Valentina and go to Faramis first? Anyways, hair cam though, on the idea of what looks good. Here's a hair cam by Head and Shoulders. This is what you guys can get if you use the best shampoo.
That's Sheffen's favorite shampoo.
All right. Well, right now though, it seems like both teams, they're just waiting. They're just trying to read each other out. Kadera though, once again, a lot of questions between Marky and Kadera. I think Kadera has just shown it again and again that he is so good right now. And Marky, if you're him, you gotta be a bit concerned, man.
I love Marky, but I think Chidera has performed a little bit more consistently.
A little bit?
I'm being nice.
All right,
I'm being nice.
Respectable.
Okay, someone needs to be nice on this table. Or does somebody need to be mean on this table to level it out? I think everyone's quite nice, actually.
We're all pretty generic, unless Miracle makes an appearance. He's like, man, that guy, he's playing awful.
No, I think that's something that Sheffen would say.
You think?
Right?
Maybe.
But yeah, back to that point, right? I think that Chidera brings the micro, but obviously we can't take away the intelligence and the brilliance behind Marky. But maybe with Beloyski already being the main shot caller, that requirement is no longer needed. They need that carry in Chidera to help them out in these games. And if we take a look at the impact players so far, it's been Beloyski and a boy.
A boy against Evos and Beloyski in the more recent match against Alter Ego. So when it comes to aggressive teams, I think Beloyski, he has a lot of experience dealing with this kind of aggression. Try and stave it off using aggression of their own, which is a bit of a unique approach, right? Usually you see a team trying to run through you want to get something defensive. But for Beloyski, he is okay going with something aggressive as well. If you have a quote here, it's hard to translate, but it's a guy who is very, very much favoring RRQ.
Is that you?
No, it's one of the RRQ Kingdom members.
What's her name, Arashi?
I have no idea, Goni. What makes you think I would know?
Because you're a Kingdom. You were chanting with them the other day.
I did it once.
I believe that all kingdoms should know everyone.
That's a lot of names to memorize.
Do you know how many people are in the kingdom?
Yeah, have you seen the Kingdom?
No, I think that's their characteristic, though. I think that's their... yeah. I think that's the norm.
That's the norm?
You know everyone in Kingdom.
Well, I'm working on it, Goni. We'll see if the character development...
I'll ask you tomorrow.
We'll see if the Arashi character development does improve, but right now, we're back to the drafting phase. This is gonna be the key.
Boy, I can't wait.
Neither can I. Let's get it, ladies and gentlemen. The drafting phase here for game number 2. Oh, and very interestingly, Geek and RQ have swapped sides. Are you seeing into the future, Mr. Albert Serafin Goni?
I'm just saying, RQ with their pattern, they like to pick up 2 heroes. Nah, I think with this lineup, they like
to pick 2 heroes.
Well, Goni,
all right, thank you.
Goni's overwhelmed by the possibilities in the drafting phase. It's such a difficult situation. For RRQ though, they're banning away the joy right here. In the previous game, they banned Natalia, respecting Beloyski. Now it is gonna be available.
Unless they ban it out here. Or do they want to let it go?
That's dangerous, man. But Naomi can use it as well, by the way. So we'll see. They
left it open! They left it open! So Faramis is going to be the choice here from RRQ. Natalia is a lingering threat for both of the teams.
My
and this is it. This is what I was afraid of. Geek picking up the Beatrix first pick. This is what I thought that RRQ would have done in game number 1.
Unbothered, Geek fam, they understand that Skylar is the reason why they're so strong. And it seems like now RRQ taking their time with their first 2 picks. Novaria is an option here as a mid. Well, but no, it's going to be the Brethren and Kadira.
It's going to be Clay on the Kadira, man. This is a lethal hero in his hands. And now it's more in line with the whole idea. Securing the Fredrin for Fresic as well, the tanky damage jungler for the Young Prince, I think is his current nickname. Along with that now, Geek will get that Valentina, and they have a chance to go for something else here. Maybe the roam. Natalia is open, but I think picking it this early could be dangerous.
Yeah, leave it open first. Let's see if it gets through the second phase. If it does, because RQ might not even ban it out, right?
Nope.
RQ might want to pick it up for themselves, which makes it even more interesting. So what do Geek want to secure here for the first phase? EXP lane?
I feel like it's EXP, but no.
Lancelot.
This early.
Lancelot against a Fredrin Kadira. Going for the Lancelot has a lot more outplay potential, but at the same time, I don't know, not much utility. You can be a bit flexible in the builds, right? Going for semi-tank, full damage. And so maybe right now, without seeing too many options, they want to go for something with flexibility, but the answer is going to be the Kufra in the hands of Naomi.
Man, last week Naomi with this Kufra was able to get 2 player of the games, I believe. So very nasty, but I feel like with that Lancelot pick, right, it anticipates the marksman pickup that will come through in the second phase. Second phase, here we go. What will happen here? RQ, they should limit the roam. Since they got a Kufra, perhaps they might ban another potential roamer, and that is the Franco. And I don't mind a Choban, perhaps.
And remember, Kaja is also still left open here, but we do have a comment here from Rave. Naomi, he's cute, try hard, learns Indonesian language diligently, and also trains hard. He's really positive. That's exactly the vibes that I get from Naomi.
Yeah.
Very humble, very shy.
And cute.
All right, and cute.
Well,
That's a good addition.
Gandhi agrees with Rave, to say the least.
The thing is, coming into the second phase, what I do see differently from RQ is that they actually opted for Naomi's hero above Skylar's. So Geek, they actually do have a potential to exploit that, but instead they go for the Arlet ban.
You're right.
Arlet, huh? I mean, against so much mobility, the Arlet could definitely be a problem, right? But I don't know. I feel like Geek are thinking that RRQ are gonna try and go for pickoffs and kite back in a fight, but I think RRQ are trying to bring the fight over towards Geek fam. Both are banning heroes that can, dive towards the back line, so they're trying to ban each other's dive potential, and they respect the presence of Gluck on the side of Geek fam. One more ban for the side of Geek. It's gonna be that Paquito. Banana will no longer be boxing in the EXP lane.
Yeah, very interesting that they commit to a EXP ban. You're right. They could have just go all in and just limit Skylar in that second phase. Let's see here. What will they go for here for side of RQ? They might secure marksman last though.
Yeah.
So EXP, I'm looking at Terizla. Why not?
So you think it's gonna be Fredrin jungle?
Yeah.
The odds.
Oh,
Brody.
Okay, it makes sense. Going up against the Lancelot.
Yep.
But overall, I mean, they need someone that can really guarantee the late game. RQ wants to snowball here in the second game.
Well, they want to snowball, but we've seen that RRQ, despite having the lesser composition, the lesser heroes for the late game, they can try and make up for it with execution. That could be what they're trying to go for right here. Hiding what is most likely the EXP lane right there. For Geek, I think they have to try and find some solutions to deal with the aggression right here. Having the Brody against the Beatrix is already a tougher situation. Getting the Grok for the crowd control immunity, getting the Lapu Lapu for a bit more crowd control in case RRQ get a bit too overzealous.
Dude, that's a lot of CC coming in from Geek, right?
Yeah.
Oh man, that's so much dive, so much crowd control as well. RQ, do they really want to put Fredrin in the EXP? I'd go for Mardis at this point.
Mardis.
Fredrin jungle? I don't mind Fredrin jungle.
It can farm still, it can still secure the Lords, but I agree. If you want to put Fredrin in the EXP lane, not the jungle, then you have to find something that is better. The Boxia is available. Again, it's a weird go-to for RRQ, but it can work.
They really want to go crazy, they go Ling here.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, I mean, going up against yeah.
Oh, Khalid.
Okay.
It's Khalid EXP, I believe, right?
Yeah, it should be. Khalid for Banana here. Interesting lane. How will it fare against the Grok, I believe? Or is it Lapu Lapu? No, it should be Lapu Lapu in the EXP, right? It's not a Lapu Lapu mid with a Valentina. All right, there you go.
Yep, I think I think the lane control will be favoring Geek Fam quite a bit for the most part, right? Due to all the AoE, all the clear. Later on though, with a bit more items, the mid game with the Kadira, with the Kufra as well, RRQ is going to be a lot scarier than Geek. And I think that's going to be a bit of the pattern, a bit of a reversal from game number 1.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, both compositions have been set in stone. If Geek Fam win this next match, it's going to be a huge upset for everyone involved, for the kingdom, for the casters potentially in terms of their predictions. And that would just be the storyline of the season. The people are ready. Are you guys ready as we dive into the Land of Dawn for game number 2 between Geek Fam and RRQ?
Look at the emblems for both these teams, man. There's going to be the Lethal Ignition. It has a Banana as well. He's trying to go aggressive all the way in the far side of the lane. He went with the Assassin emblem as well, I believe. And for now, it seems like Geek Fam are the ones who are going to get pressured, but RRQ a bit too slow on the invade.
Yeah, no... Oh, wait a minute.
Hang on, Beloy, okay, both of the invaders forced the red jungler to use the red tree, but now Beloyski very isolated, forced to use the flicker. Naomi, hello, first blood for Clay here, first minute of the game.
You do not want to give Clay these early pickoffs, man. Especially against a boy, the Valentina can match the roam potential, but not the burst, not the kind of pickoff potential that Clay has been showing to have. When it comes to the jungle though, Nail has a bit of an advantage in the clear speed here. But look at the set of RRQ, man. 3 Assassin Emblems, 2 fighters. 2 people to just withstand the damage, and 3 to dish it back out.
And the cool thing is that Kadira actually opted for Weapon Master instead. And the Brody, no Weapon Master. He actually goes for something different. He goes
It's a Clay thing.
It's a Clay thing?
It's a Clay thing. Weapon Master.
I think they need the late game insurance because usually we see Brody goes Weapon Master these days.
Well, in the late game, without the Weapon Master, he's definitely going to be doing a bit less damage. But in the early game, knowing it's going to be a tough lane against Kadira, he goes for the Tenacity and the Rupture. That's a good mix for the early game, and he can see he is doing pretty okay in this lane. But the question is for how long. RRQ needs to be a bit more vigilant because the longer the game goes, they have a bit more disadvantage in the late game due to the composition.
Yeah, both roamers in the mid side seeks 4, but Clay, rough waves already popped now. Very low, jumps in, no backup whatsoever. First set claims the turtle. Now, very low appraisal slap does not reach, but Clay in the backside will be taken down. It's a kill for a turtle. Yet again.
That was so unfortunate. Did you see that? Nile nearly outplayed that entire scenario. I think he retributioned a little bit too early?
Just a slight bit too early, but he was so low as well. So he is forced to do so.
Oh my god.
Prediction though, it's going to be all RRQ except for all and Pak Pulung. So one more person on the Geek Fam train here, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy Z series. Now for RRQ, you can see that the gold lane is doing so much better, but what can they do with it? And looking at the talent prediction ranking, I'm still on top.
Come on, what's
Mirko
my
is
point?
catching up.
What's your point?
I don't know.
Yeah, you need to recount and confirm.
I have to go back through all the matches?
I believe they haven't counted at the last match.
All right. I hope to be there at the end of the day, maybe. It's
Hopefully.
bragging rights, ladies and gentlemen. But here it is, Naomi.
Oh, Beloyski still has the power of nature, so no crowd control. Take a look at the backside, though. Clay knocks a boy up. Rough Waves doesn't really connect, but the damage. Oh, the outplay flicker now in the backside. Now jumps in with the reinforcement, but not enough damage in the backside, though. Banana jumps in, finding the kill, and now gets taken down as well. 2 kills for the Kings of Kings.
The flying sandstorm from Banana, all the way from the EXP lane. He is definitely having the roam advantage with that movement speed. Persik trying to aggress on Beloyski. Seems like under the tower it's going to be a bit too much wishful thinking, but RRQ, they're just trading back and forth, even though both teams are just making insane outplays right now.
It feels like they're winning in all the lanes, no? Skylar having a good time here. Even one snipe on Skylar, no problem, right? The damage isn't there just yet. With the fact that he's been able to outplay a 2v1 situation because the Grok keeps roaming around that bottom side. Let's take a look back.
Well, no connection there just yet, but take a look at the river side here, boy. Opening vision with Beloy here as the turtle has been poked by Persik. no commitments to really commit on towards his turtle just yet, but Naomi charges to the backside. Doesn't really connect on towards a boy though. Voloisky still holding on that wild charge. But again, both teams now, Nibiru's passion has been popped. Skylar here, bottom side, quarter HP. Niall, will he jump towards the turtle? 3v3, 3,000. Oh, the Petrify connects! And there you go, goodbye, good night. Niall gets taken out and the turtle will be secured by RRQ.
Look at these things just collapsing like dominoes for RRQ. Versick going a little bit too hungry.
Yeah, overzealous, he gets taken down by Kadera. Naomi now might be next in the topping block, but has the slide to escape.
Okay, let's revert back to that team fight because that was beautifully executed by Clay. He goes in, he doesn't necessarily get the angle he wants, but the Petrify does connect. And the follow-up with the Tyrant's Rage Revenge coming in from Naomi was on point, taking him down. But why? Did Versick had to die there?
I don't think so. His team was already backing away as well, but now Clay goes for another pickup on Voloisky. Bit too tanky, but a torn apart memory. Skylar showing again that he is still in this game.
All right, and here it is. With that, ladies and gentlemen, RRQ with a 1,400 gold lead. We didn't get a chance to take a look at the items earlier on before because of that pickoff from Clay. Hope we get to see it soon. But it looks like Versick is starting to respect that physical damage, picking up the anti-Cuirass, Arashi.
I'm concerned about the gold lane right here because for the most part, Skylar, he took the snipe earlier, but he walked in front of the minions. What he was doing is he was freezing the lane to try and harass Kadera, and he blocked the sniper shot, the Renner shot, to try and get damage. But look at that!
Early wall charge, no follow-up damage. Taunt! Skylar finds the kill. First Sick jumps on towards a boy, but it seems like no. RRQ, no. Job's done. Voloisky gets taken down the third time at this game.
Clay is such a nuisance on the Kadita. The fact that he's able to get these picks over and over, denying Geek Fam the space. As you look at this, like, oh, is Banana gonna be punished here though?
Oh, good ult. But now Clay in the backside will be able to juke it out as well. The mid turret stands still.
Niall?
Oh.
What in the world happened?
Observer missed it. Just it's a second late, but Niall gets taken down. Means RRQ will claim the first perfect turtle today.
Ooh, wait, not done yet.
Yeah, here Voloisky still surviving though, so Naomi though will catch Luke. No follow-up damage, but take a look at Banana. Oh, the damage is there, but seems like no kills, only turtle secured by RRQ.
They're just aggressing all over the place. This is a mid-game where they are damage. What? Speaking of damage, it's just ramping up insanely well, and they're using it to take turrets, take turtles. It's not going to last for very long though, so they have to make the best of it. And Geek Fam, they are struggling to keep up.
Look at the audience prediction on Naomi!
Oh, the ambush. And Voloisky will not die this time as he has a wall charge and flicker, but that is the green light for RRQ to do more invades. It's technically a 4v3 now if they really want to commit on towards this purple. And there you go. Geek Fam will lose another trade.
Oh man, what is going on here? Geek Fam, they're controlling left, center, up, down, southwest, east, north. Versick with a 1 EXP lead above Niall now, just barely catching up. He doesn't have the purple buff though. With a few seconds left to the next neutral objective. It looks like Geek Fam, they're struggling to look for answers here.
Niall, stuck. He popped the Phantom Execution in front of the wall there, and take a look at the Great Escape, but it seems like no, he will be taken out on the backside though. Skylar gets taken very low, but that torn apart memory has no damage. Banana, Raging Sandstorm, good one, charge, no clear follow-up damage though. Let's see Luke surviving. Banana flickers away. Clay in the backside, trying to find the perfect angle to flank. Doesn't really find it, but Versick, he still wants more. Finds the taunt on towards a boy, gets it, force a boy to use the flicker, but that's about it. No casualties here at that trade. I might be wrong. They still are going for it here. Voloisky soaking some damage. Banana is back there. Voloisky, no flicker whatsoever. Very low, gets taken out. That's a good pickup by RRQ. Oh! Good cancel by Naomi. Luke gets taken down for nothing.
Luke read like a book. He goes in to try and salvage the situation, but Naomi says, no, sit down. And RRQ now threatens for the Lord, and Niall is just powerless. No targets to assassinate. Nowhere to go without getting crowd controlled. RRQ converge onto the Lord, but they are not rushing it. They want to try and use it to bait Geek Fam perhaps into more fights, into losing more members, but Geek Fam won't bite on that bait.
It's just an all-out brawl from RRQ. Punishing Niall from just minute 0, right? 0-0. Clay goes in once again. And you can trust that the damage is there. Especially with the catch coming in from Naomi that so far has been super on point. That's going to be a free Lord in for RRQ in the 10th minute of the game as they're looking for the angles. Look at Clay. Very active.
Oh, Naomi charging. Oh, doesn't really connect with the anti-CC. But it seems like both teams here just hovering around, looking for an opening. Take a look at the damage. Give it on towards Beloy. Yeah, just waiting patiently for the Lord to march topside.
Being taken out 4 times, Beloyski is so squishy right there. He cannot stay in the front and scout. With the first Lord coming through for RRQ, they have to try and use this as good as possible to get all the objectives. Ideally, they want to break all the base turrets because the longer the game goes, the harder it is for Skylar to try and find opportunities to deal damage to it. So now this Lord will be so important, and keep your eyes onto Clay or Naomi. They are the ones usually just waiting for an opportunity.
It's just the first Lord. I don't think RRQ will do anything crazy here unless Naomi catches 5. It seems like, yeah, it's just discipline play. Now we'll clear both Geek Fam and RRQ will just hover around, waiting for the right timing.
Yeah, they're looking for an opportunity to strike here. You can even see Clay here looking for the right angle, trying to get anyone. Honestly, at this point, I think they're at the point where they can burst through. I'm actually curious to see how far the items have gone as well. Did Fersik take it?
Nope.
Yep.
Nope, he didn't. Fersik. Oh, Fersik got it. Yes,
Yeah,
I thought
Fersik took it.
I thought you meant Beloyski get the steal. My mistake. But Fersik, yes, secures the purple buff. So Nail is once again just a very sad jungler right now. No gold income whatsoever. And this is what RRQ needs to do. They have to starve Geek Fam of any resources, which is why they're not pushing the majority of the lanes. They're making sure that they're just going to try and punish as much as possible.
It's okay if they're starving. They can use the grab, discount promo code 90% discount. Beloyski forcing that out.
Let's see, Conceal as well. Take a look at the backside. Banana already with the engage with another angle. But it seems Lee,
That's a huge resource wasted.
Sure. That's info as well. 40 seconds though to the Lord, so there's still time to, wait for the cooldown.
Cooldowns will be back up for the Lord engagement, but when it comes to that, what will Geek Fam try and do? At this point, they need a huge wild charge, followed by maybe a great Bravest Fighter on multiple people, but RRQ, they understand what their comp is made for. They are not trying to stick next to each other. There's no point in doing so. Looking at the items, have to seize on 2 members, also the Malefic Roar. Banana is still an absolute menace, and if you count him out in a fight, he can one-shot Kadera if Kadera isn't careful. On that note, he has a steel leg plates, but no Wind of Nature, so he is so vulnerable in these fights. Even if Geek Fam gets a proper 5v5, it's going to be very difficult for them to try and get an ideal fight for themselves.
They really need to be careful here.
Oh no.
That's info already. Again, Beloyski half HP around.
Oh, finally.
It seems like Kadera will have that Malefic. But Geek Fam, they're still famished.
7k gold lead for RRQ. So far, that's great, but keep in mind, usually the threshold is at 15 minutes. For RRQ, past 15, they can still somehow pull it off, especially because Clay, he did go for that weapon mastery in the emblem, so he will have more damage to play around with, but the priorities will definitely start shifting around, and Skylar will have to try and show off what he can do on this Brody in that late game against a Beatrix.
So far, he's been doing okay, right? 401 at KDA, being able to really just bully that Beatrix. She just recently picked up the Malefic Roar with how much physical defense was already built by RRQ, which is why I was like, all right, finally, when the Malefic Roar popped up right before we saw that Lord take coming in from RRQ. Now, Chidera has a little bit more say. If we're talking about late game, sure, it's great that Kadita has Weapon Master, but it's a combo thing by Kadita, right? It's not DPS, it's not as reliable as Chidera in the late game. So I think RRQ, they want to close this as soon as possible.
in the late game fights, they definitely have to engage the right damage, give out the right damage to the right targets, not just any target. Look at Skylar, that is that Brody Siege. Being able to move while basic attacking, he will take out the top turret finally, and the Lord will finish the business in the bottom. This might be all three for RRQ, and they might be looking for another play.
Yeah, good manipulation.
Oh!
Low charge though. No clear follow-up. But take a look at the banana in the backside. Slight mismechanic. Clay punished. Gets taken out, Skylar. In the backside, a Roseball procs as well, I think. Let's see. Naomi has the Immortal still. But it will be only Clay taken out. It's 3 base turrets taken for Clay.
That's definitely worth it for RRQ, no?
3 base turrets? Definitely. That is what they want to have when you have a late game, no, an early game team composition. In the late game, the waves pushing on its own will be so beneficial in matching the pressure for their composition. And it's unfortunate that Clay got taken out there. He went in for the oddity and he gets sprayed down by Kadera. So Kadera is definitely still a huge threat. And Geek Fam, they know that, and RRQ needs to start respecting it again.
Conceal. 3-man conceal. Oh, no! Oh, take a look at the crowd control! He isn't able to go anywhere! First it gets taken. The kill on towards Nile. And take a look at the timers. Almost. Geek Fam in trouble.
I think they completely are in trouble right now. Nile not being able to get up in 20 seconds. That means they're not going to be able to contest the Lord. But RQ, I think they're going, you know what? We don't need the Lord. We're just going to go for it. Look at how they're posturing.
They have the man advantage. Let's see. 3 minions pushed. But it seems like no, RQ will just back away.
They just back up. But the Bandit's Rage, already used by Kadera right there, that was quite the opportunity. But now, going for the Lord, putting Clay as the Guardian, as the sentry in that bush. It needs to be a prediction play by Geek Fam if they want to try and punish him. He will be backing away, and the Lord now, very, very low. Will it be contested?
Let's see. Lord comfortably secured by Persik. Nothing much more. Let's see the defense.
Let's see the defense. I mean, so far, Geek Fam, they have been able to fend off.
Oh!
But that's with Chadera!
Wind of Nature popped! Oh my goodness!
Oh!
Clay jumps in! No casualties!
Oh my God!
Chadera with the Renner's apathy finding the kill!
That's a huge outplay, ladies and gentlemen, without Clay. RRQ, can they finish it off?
Let's see, will they have enough firepower? Oh, good catch by Naomi! 1 kill on towards Malloy now. It's gonna be 4v3. Lord is still up. Minions sporadic. Luke gets taken out in the backside. A boy in a no man's land, isolated. Taunts everything. A boy gets taken out, and now Kadera and Nile versus the world. Take a look at the kill, and RRQ in game 2. They're able to push this series to a full best of 3.
Welcome to game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Man, that outplay coming in from Chadera in the final moments. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to stave off the kingdom. But what a game by RRQ. Very clean, very precise, very disciplined. I didn't see a way for Geek to come back out from that one.
Even when there was the outplay, even when the members of RRQ get caught off guard, seems like everything falls within their calculations. Geek Fam have been outsmarted, outwitted in game number 2. They lose out in the early game. They fail to try and find a moment to come back. This is where RRQ in the current season has power. That early game dominance and that clean execution to end the game before things get too messy.
Which is why the adaptation coming in from RRQ, in my opinion, was so brilliant. The change from the late game carry to an early game Brody just really assisted that early game gameplay that RRQ wanted from game number 1 but couldn't do because of how far punished the carry was. But switching it with the Brody, it was a different story. They won every single lane. They were able to rotate quick. They were able to have a lot more map pressure and dominance when it came down to the objectives as well. It was a perfect game by them, and I really liked their draft.
The draft was just very intelligent, man. Again, we're talking about Skylar not having a lot of options to play around with in that late game. In the marksman role in the gold lane. But turns out that the Brody was just the solution. Kadira could pull it off. Skylar has shown that he can do it as well. And in that late game, with the pressure from both Skylar and Clay, once again, that's a winning formula. And you can see for Geek Fam, they're just confused. Who do we go for? They go for Clay, Skylar takes over. They go for Skylar, Clay will find that massive play. That will be it. Now we're back to game, the best of one yet again. And I think there's going to be a lot of fireworks in the drafting phase.
What happened to Zin's hair?
He copied yours.
What?
I see.
I didn't go bald.
Wait.
Or a buzz cut.
Wasn't he always?
It was a buzz cut.
I think he's only pulled off the buzz cut, no?
Huh?
Zin? Yeah.
Zin had colored hair.
He had silver hair for a while.
There you go.
But I think in the current season, since we've seen him, it's been dark the whole time.
Really?
I
believe. No way.
Am I crazy?
I think I'm crazy.
Put it in the comments.
You know what was crazy? Naomi, player of the game by the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5, a Z Flip 5. Naomi on the Kufra, not dying a single time. His catches were always so on point, so impeccable. The timing was perfect, either to initiate or even to cover his teammates. How? How does he have that synergy with Clay?
It's the connection, Arashi. It's the connection.
The connection. Well, I think for Naomi on the Kufra, he's just so crafty with it, man. The moments where you expect him to go in, he doesn't. He just holds on the trigger. And then once you thought, oh, okay, I guess they're not going in, it hits you right on the face. Naomi, man.
Bam.
And as you mentioned, Goni, the connection. Once he goes in, the follow-up is always there. Once you're over-focused on the Kufra, that's where the Kadira makes an appearance. RRQ, man. They're just confusing you by just... It's almost like in game number 1, Geek Fam were the ones throwing out all that aggression, and RRQ were confused how to deal with it. Now it's the exact opposite.
There's two things that I can gather from this. The fact that player of the game 2 games in a row has been the roamer. It really depends how and if these roamers can be activated. Because in game number 2, we saw that Grok Beloyski, it wasn't the perfect fit, right? Every time he goes for a wild charge, it's either defensively or he goes in not against against a wall, and it doesn't combo well with the team, or there's no follow-up. Meanwhile, with Naomi on the Kufra, there's just a lot more impact as well, and there's an underlying nature in the Kadita. Whoever picks up the Kadita wins the game.
Keep in mind, it's not only the Brody, the Kufra, the Kadira, Banana on this Khalid pocket pick, doing so much damage, having so much pressure, and almost taking out Kadira in that last fight. Even though he ended up getting outplayed, his pressure in this game is able to actually draw away attention and survive with the quicksand and also just flickering out with mechanics. That was so beneficial for RRQ as well.
Yeah, I mean, overall, Banana's presence, this was a good play by Naomi with the cover and initiation. But yeah, I mean, Banana overall, with just his presence, it adds pressure, right? And it seems like overwhelmed Nile and friends, the Lancelot pick doesn't really come to fruition in this game.
There's so much crowd control for him to, maneuver around that I don't really blame him at this point, right? It looked a little too difficult for him to go for it.
There's just no targets, and there's so much crowd control. That one fight on the bottom side where he's trying to use a Phantom Execution to escape, he was stopped like 3 times, and then still Fersik was able to smack him with the Appraiser's Wrath. So I think the draft also was just very unconducive for Nile in particular. And when your jungle can't really do much, then by default, right, you almost always lose the neutral objective contest.
So let's take a look at the items, right? Because we saw a huge disparity in gold. You can even see in between the mid laners. Man, a boy was so far behind. I mean, you could say that Clay was practically full build at that point.
Only one more item to go, and he was... Anyone who walks in unsupervised will definitely get bursted down. Even Beloyski with Athena cannot withstand the full burst. And even if he does, he is so low that a simple follow-up would be enough to secure the kill. You have to draw attention to Banana though, Athena, and to Kuras. He is itemizing fully to deny burst damage because he doesn't stay in the fights. He goes in with his combos, with the Raging Sandstorm. Once he's done, he just pieces out. He doesn't stay for long periods of time, and he wasn't a tank. He was just one more dive threat. It's like a secondary Kadira with physical damage.
Yeah, and it's nasty. It is nasty. And you know what's very concerning? Nile here, Assassin Emblem, a killing spree. You know, he wants to build damage, but because he got first blooded, he opted for the tank build.
Yeah, I saw him picking up the Thunderbolt.
Yeah. Thunderbolt,
Like a
Guardian
hybrid.
Helmet,
Yeah.
only War Axe was quote-unquote a damage item. So the adjustment in-game, perhaps what causes now discomfort in executing some plays.
Well, keep in mind, he was a bit tankier. He can survive a bit more in those big fights. And he was crowd controlled a lot. I think if he went with the full damage build, maybe he'll be able to get pickoffs, but it's so risky against RRQ, against a Kufra. I think the Kufra was picked even before the Lancelot, right? If I recall correctly. So
it was a Lancelot into a Kufra.
that was very, very interesting, and he paid the price for it. Looking at the stats right here, the rich guy in the carry is going to be Skylar on that Brody, just styling, right? Getting revenge for game number 1. But look at the teamfight participation. They don't usually go for a big fight. It's always pickoffs. And pickoffs from multiple sources. That is why it's so confusing to try and stave off. Beloyski can maybe save or scout out one, but when you have 3, like how many bodies are you going to throw into the water?
There were like so many moments in a team fight that every member of RQ, they were doing their own thing, but they were winning in their own thing. So it'd be like Skylar going in for a combo somewhere, and then you'd see Naomi getting a pick somewhere else. First Lick is trying to zone someone here, and then Banana's like over here. It's just like they're doing their own thing. It's super messy, but it's in favor of RRQ because of how they were able to snowball in that early game and get those items a lot quicker. And with that, let's see the adaptations that both of these teams have in store for us as we go into a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you after. Stay tuned.
Terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to MPL ID Season 12. I don't know why I'm talking like this. I think I got a little bit too much sugar, but it's okay because we still have an exciting last game ahead of us between both of these teams. Back to a best of one. Is it going to be RQ or is it going to be Geek Fam?
It's going to be very interesting seeing, especially after seeing game 1 and 2, the adjustments, the adaptation coming from both teams.
Yeah, I agree, and I'm wondering, where in the world do they buy their data packages? So much quota,
Goods.
how? And it must be because of OVO X Digital Goods, because there is important news for MLBB fans, which is you, which is us, which is everyone in the world. Because if you guys want to buy data packages, just use OVO. Whether it's watching or playing together, you guys can do it with ease. There's a special cashback promo for up to 5,000 OVO points. Who wouldn't want 5,000 OVO points? So don't miss out. Buy the data packages easy with OVO.
Check it out indeed. Check the scan. Well, the QR code below, Mr. Arashi
It's your
Kingdom.
Samsung phone.
With your Samsung phone, Arashi, RRQ. They equalized in second game.
Of course they did. Well, come
course
on,
they
like
did.
the assumption, right, is that the team that's on top right now, it can't be a clean 2-0 sweep. That's the main assumption.
Well,
so they equalize, which is great, but now
Aura 2-0'd on it. That's what we're talking about, guys.
Oh, you're right. Well, Gani seems a bit bothered here, so we're gonna move on from that topic. The point is, in game number 1, Geek has surprised RRQ. RRQ are able to adjust, and now they found a winning formula in game number 2. In game number 3, it's Geek's fam's turn when it comes to, you know, like a turn-based combat situation. Geek Fam has a bit more of an advantage now because they've seen what RRQ can do. They have a chance to ban out the Brody and now really put Skylar in top water.
Boo!
That's a surprise moment.
Exactly.
I think that is what Geek Fam needs to do. Going up against RRQ in game 3. And I do want to add, game 1, blue side, RRQ lost. Game 2, Geek Fam, blue side lost.
Okay, if you wanted to speak patterns, let's talk about the Kadita. Right?
Also
because
100%.
Whoever's picked up the Kadita has won the game.
Pattern, Arashi. What's your pattern?
Jinx, Yomi Soda.
I see. The pattern? Whichever roamer gets the more aggressive hero wins.
I agree.
Right.
I agree. Right?
Game 1, it was Cho going up against a
Kadita.
A Kadita, exactly. The aggressor comes out on top, especially in this matchup where both teams, they're really aggressive. They want to find something, right? And generally, especially in the early stage of the game, it's always going to come from the roamer.
Yeah, which was why I think that it's going to be very important for Geek to be able to secure a good hero for Beloyski. We saw the change, the adaptation coming from RRQ in the drafting phase when they secured Kufra in the first phase instead of the carry pick, right? And then we saw the instant change in the impact in the game as well. As we took a look at the combo of the heroes that we've seen so far that's gained popularity here, Novaria and Beatrix. We haven't seen it today just yet. We saw it yesterday.
Yep.
But do you think that maybe that's an option for Geek Fam to utilize right now?
For Geek Fam, it's possible, but it's dangerous. We saw how RRQ is playing. Even the EXP lane, usually a tank, usually a sustainable hero like a Uranus, like a Terizla. Now for RRQ, it's gonna be the Paquito, it's gonna be the Khalid. So if you have a squishy backline like the Novaria, like the Beatrix, all together trying to line up a snipe, that's danger, man. RRQ can definitely take advantage of that situation. So I think it's going to be a bit too risky for Geek Fam to go for it. Maybe something kind of like that could be in order, but I don't know if going all in on that strat is possible.
Yeah, I feel like it's somehow situational, right? But then again, it really works when you have a quote-unquote weak backline, which, when we're talking about backline, of course, is somehow connotates towards the weaker side. But then again, game 3, I don't know what to expect. But one thing I do know for sure, that both teams will go all out.
Definitely, they both need to scrape their wins to sustain in the standings here in week number 3, as we are almost at the half-season point. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the drafting phase here between both of these teams. RRQ once again on first pick, Geek on second. If patterns matter, like Agani mentioned earlier on, it should be Geek's game to win. But with this, RRQ already opted for the Joy and the Fanny ban. Geek go for the Claude and the Yves. Once again, Faramis taken out. Kaja is left open. Uranus as well. What option are they going to go for? They're actually going to go for the Kufra Respect ban.
Wow.
And this puts RRQ on the hot seat. What hero are they going to pick up as first pick?
Uranus is on the board. Valentina is also on the board. What else? Fredrin first pick worthy here in this current situation.
First pick worthy? I don't think so, man. I think the Kadira, if I'm going to go with patterns, is something that they can pick up first. It can be flexed to the roam and mid lane. So I think it makes sense, but we haven't seen Naomi use the Kadira, I believe. That might not be a suitable option, but they will go for it anyways, putting it in the hands of Captain Clay, CC man himself.
It's all about pickoffs. It's a theme of both of these teams. The fact that they rely so much on pickoffs and capitalizing over the pickoffs, it's the name of the game. And so I'm not surprised with the Kadira first pick here for RRQ.
Well, pickoffs is the name of the game, but it's also being able to survive from the pickoffs yourself. The Kadira with the Breath of the Ocean has so much outplay potential. There's the Ocean Auto, the Thalassophobia, the passive, that allows the Kadira to regen up after an engagement as well. Those are two very important factors in why this hero is just so good right now. GeekFam though, they have gone for the Fredrin and the Beatrix. Same picks from game number 1.
Again, just putting Skylar again on the spot, which somehow works, right? I mean, game 1, game 2, Skylar, game 1 doesn't really shine. Game 2, he was out there, he was present, but he wasn't shining as if he was on a Beatrix.
I don't know, I really like this Brody.
Okay.
The fact that he was able to, well, maybe it's because of the matchup.
True.
Brody Beatrix.
And he was ahead at that point.
Yeah.
Well, he was bullying a lot. He was freezing the lanes, taking shots.
Oh!
No
what?
way! No way! Natalia and Uranus, now GeekFam. Do they have enough know-how to deal with this Natalia? Beloyski, an avid Natalia player himself.
I think it's time for Novaria, no? Novaria Roam is still an option.
Let's see.
Open up the map a little bit, gain more vision. I understand that it's very susceptible to the dive. I guess it's like a coin flip, right? On one side, you get a lot of vision to spot out the Natalia and the Kadira, but on the other side, you're definitely susceptible to
very
the burst.
Squishy. Yeah. Very putting a big target on your back if you picked up the Novaria, but there you go, the Brody ban comes through. You mentioned how Skylar was able just to pop off on the Brody. I feel like game 3, they adjusted and they will eliminate that fact as well. Are you taking their time here in their first ban of the second phase?
Wait, is this the first time Natalia's been picked up by Naomi, or has he picked it up before?
Season 12? In the previous seasons maybe, but in season 12, I believe this is the first time.
Oh man, we're gonna see the special. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the, oh my god, I can't
Naomi
wrap my head
special.
around oh wow, I'm so excited for this. Bakaja is going to be the response. I love it. I think it's a really good counter towards the Natalia. Really good ban from RQ.
What will the gold lane be though for RRQ? The Brody has been respect banned, and there's still one more ban available if GeekFam wants to shut the door. It's going to be a Baxia. So they want to deal with that movement speed, that notorious tankiness as well, along with the Uranus. That sounds like an absolute nightmare. But like we mentioned, no gold lane for Skylar just yet. Maybe a Harris could work.
I think Harris just also makes sense, right? They need someone that can secure the high ground. Harris is a hero that can fast clear those waves. Kadira, Natalia combo, sure, it's very strong, it's very pick-offy, but their wave clear is somewhat questionable. So perhaps that is what they need, RQ need to somehow repair in the second phase.
Well, on the note of like limiting heroes, Fredrin and Baxia no longer available for Fairsick. They're gonna ban away the Cho, respecting the potential for Beloyski to make the plays and to suppress technically the assassins on the squad of RRQ. But for them right now, what will Fairsick be put on, right? What jungler is available here that I think needs to be a bit tanky, right? Have crowd control and respectable wave clear to augment this draft from the side of RRQ.
Well, if we're talking about CC, I don't really think I can answer that, but Paquito is an option. Paquito. If they want to go crazy full in damage, they want to go all in on that, they can pick up the Ling once again. Martis definitely is a safer option for them to take.
What do you think about the
Bane?
Bane. Okay, I like the Bane. I like Bane. Very good going up against Natalia. I really thought they would. Oh, of course.
All right.
Of course, the Alpha still 2 times picked up game 1 and as well as the previous match, still sitting at 100%.
Absolutely dangerous right here. This Alpha, so much damage, some true damage, tankiness as well. Assassins will definitely have no match for, will definitely not be a match for him in the Land of Dawn unless some follow-up is in order. So for RRQ, we already mentioned it, but these are 2 very tough questions here. Gold lane and jungle, 2 heroes, 2 positions for RRQ that are quite susceptible to getting targeted in the banning phase.
I don't know. I think it's a really good Harith pick here. If they want to go for early game, Clint is an option.
Harith Paquito?
Huh?
Harith and the Paquito in the jungle, perhaps?
It's possible, it's possible. Let's see in just a few moments. Here it is. I've been waiting for it. Carry Martis, there you go. So a lot safer in the Martis, like I mentioned before. But they go once again for the carry, maybe to just deal the damage. Shred through. Geek.
Oof, I don't know how I feel about this carry pick, man. It's just so
Rafaela?
vulnerable. For Geek, Rafaela?
For Geek?
To counter the Natalia, that could just work. I mean, they already have good damage, a good mix of true, magical, and physical damage, and they have strong frontliners, strong backliners. Utility is not that far-fetched of an option.
And it can also assist in the movement speed for Alpha if he wants to go in for the rotations. Rafaela, definitely an option here. If not, they can go for something like the Saber Roam!
What is going on?
Okay.
Oh my, guys.
Okay.
Oh my god, Miracle must be screaming. Gideon must be screaming as well. Saber Roam?
It's the 2 brothers.
It feels like a ranked game.
Saber and Alpha.
Wow.
Are they
In the
brothers? Like actually?
I think cousins or brothers.
The Visor Gang.
The Visor Gang.
Oh my god, I
Wow.
like it, I like it.
This is interesting, man. We haven't seen this matchup. Who would have, right? The Natalia is already surprising, but the Saber, is this the counter pick that Baloyski has been hiding all this time to deal with the Natalia? We'll see if he can pull it off. He will be one of the only engaged tools available for Geek, so keep that in mind. And it's against a Martis. All the cards on the table right now.
I've been on a Kadita going against a Saber Roam. Not a good time. If you don't time your combos perfectly, it's not a good time. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, the debut of the Natalia as well as the Saber Roam. Who is going to be and who is going to come out on top? Last match here, last game, last chance for Geek and RRQ. Let's get it.
Let's get it. Let's see. We got 3 crazy debuts today. First match, it was Alpha, Saber, and now. Oh, look at this. Early first blood for Clay. My goodness, Nile now punished. Somehow invaded. Let's say Nile will not be able to escape. Double kill for Mr. CLAY.
Not done yet though. Banana now trying to make it out of his life, but there's too much burst damage. No DPS, it turns it around!
Oh my god, Uranus with the kill as well now. Geek fam, what happened first minute in? 1,000 gold deficit already. And take a look at the jungles. All munched by Mr. First.
I just want to say thank you to both of these teams for making this last match one of the most epicest matches I've ever seen in my life. Super entertaining. But RRQ, they've really stepped on the pedal here in the early stage of the game, realizing that Geek fam need a little bit more time to get that level 4 to get their pickoff game going.
The level 2 power spikes, the crowd control available to them as well in their composition. That is definitely what they tried to abuse, and it worked out very well for them. For now, for Geek fam, they have to wonder about the late game, but before that, Nile!
The rotations, man. The 3-man rotations in that mid jungler and as well as Rome pressuring Nile. But no casualties.
Well, back to the point, man. In the later stage of the game, they're gonna be Kadera is gonna be in such a tough spot right there. He is absolutely targeted because later on he will be jumped on, burst it down, and later on he will be the only one available to deny Banana as RRQ. They are going wild.
Definitely, so much pickoff potential, so much aggression, so much control over the map as well, and that's gonna be a free turtle secured by RRQ. The first 2 minutes of the game, a 1,300 gold lead. And I have yet to see Beloyski on the Saber roam. He just hit that. Actually, no, he's not even level 4 just yet. So they're waiting for that power spike for sure for Beloyski in order to have more of an impact, but here it is.
Yeah, Naomi, you're right, Beloyski, not level 4 yet, so no triple sweep. Take a look at the, it's still the same, 3-4-3, but now we switch sides. Luke with the invades.
Niall going in, Banana solo!
See, your Spear of Alpha has been popped. But it seems like no casualties. Still 4-0 still.
Oh, wow.
Geek Fam, kill us. Versick though, terrified with the taunt as well. This might be it, but no. Versick runs comfortably.
Naomi harasses as well. Man, Versick being very aggressive right here, but fortunately hasn't been able to be punished as hard as game 1 and 2. Banana though, on the other hand, he is taking all this damage, all these ultimates. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah, rough plays as well. Oh, the Petrify comes in clutch. Good night, Niall. 0-0, 3 minutes in.
Kadira's just such a power pick for Clay. I don't even understand. So aggressive. I mean, Geek, they were just trying to get their own jungle. And there he is, Clay in the bushes, getting that one combo in earlier on. And they're looking for more punishment.
Look at Naomi just flanking around, looking for info. He'll go on Beloyski and escape.
Oh, Versick will not be able to find it. Triple sweep on towards Clay. He gets taken down. Luke finding the shutdown. Take a look at Uranus though. Looking for an angle. It seems like now a boy soaking damage. Oh, it might be a 2v3 now. No, Uranus will not commit to it just yet.
Look at the waves though on the top side. It's going to be both EXP laners roaming in. And for Geek Fam, that was a great shutdown they got onto Clay. They really needed something of that nature. But now with the turtle coming up, with the waves not really in their favor, it's going to be beneficial for RRQ to go for this turtle. And Geek Fam, they wisely just move away from it. They want nothing to do with that jungle area.
I guess at this point, with the turtle, just free, given to the hands of RQ on a silver platter like this in the early game, Geek Fam, they're looking and they're banking on something else. They're looking for more picks on the board, but they haven't been able to find it. They're looking for counter plays, perhaps, on the different side of the map. Play? Luke, is he okay?
I think so.
All right, but look at Versick here.
He's just farming in the early game, using that Martis power spike. We haven't seen the decimations just come in handy later on in the big skirmishes, but keep your eyes on Beloyski, man. He is just trying so hard to find something. And against Natalia, the intel game is absolutely in question here. RRQ, they're always one step ahead due to the invisible scouting of this Natalia.
And I think that's why they picked up Beloyski, right? They picked up the Saber, right? The fact that his skills are able to open up the map just a little bit, give some more information. I think that's what they're banking on. Oh, here we go.
Good catch with the Spear of Alpha as well, finding the kill on towards Clay. That's important. 3v3 still. Banana is coming, so it's going to be 4v3. Let's say a boy opening vision. Good pick off there. Started off by Beloy.
I feel like now RRQ needs to make an adjustment. Clay has been picked up twice in that similar fashion. They need to try and let someone else take a bit of the aggro. This is the issue with their composition. There's only one real tank in the form of Banana, and now it's too dangerous for Clay to just walk around and look for opportunities to try and punish Geek Fam. They have to try and use Naomi somehow a bit more flexibly, or call Versick in to try and open up these bushes.
Well, it seems like the chart will be target for Kadira. Good thing for side of Geek Fam, even though they lost that early, they have recovered here entering the mid game. Only 600 deficit. Oh, good triple sweep on towards Versick, but no damage whatsoever.
Yep, that's what they need to do, man. Use Versick in this very strong early game of the Martis as the main face checker, deny the crowd control, and then afterwards, whoever shows their faces, if it's Beloyski, if it's Niall, they just get the full brunt of the burst coming in from Clay, from Naomi. With the turtle coming up, RRQ have full control, and they're going to be looking for the pickoffs before the objective. I think that's the way to go for their composition.
Are they really going to go for this?
Sure, it seems like they are going to commit to contest. But no, Banana, good zone out. It's going to be a perfect turtle for the side of RRQ.
Yeah, that's the third turtle already, ladies and gentlemen. RRQ just holding on to these objectives. Beloyski!
Triple sweep on towards Skyler. Flicker, no problem. Take a look at Naomi, trying to find the revenge, trying to find a trade. If he was passion
was not enough to take him down just yet. But let's see, Kadita.
Clay.
He is a naughty mid laner, but it seems like now neutralized.
Oof, a boy might be unaware, almost gets caught in that trap, but fortunately for him, Clay does not land on it. And look at Fairsick, man. He is trying to engage, but he might be a bit too far alone.
Okay, Martis needs to be careful.
Yep. He needs to be a lot more cautious in his movements, but look at the Uranus, man. No counter, no solution. They cannot possibly call Kadera to go up in that lane right there against a Fredrin. There's no threat to his life at all. He is going to be so annoying, and with the lanes pushed up by him, this is where the two roamers, the two assassins from RRQ can look for a play.
But look at this, man. Look at the way that they're playing the map, opening up vision, looking for the picks. Beloyski and Naomi were literally one bush apart.
Yeah.
Looking for the picks. And here we go, Naomi.
Yeah, look now. Soaking damage from two members. Take a look at the true damage. This might be enough. Naomi with the execute, finding the kill. Luke, a little bit too overextended. They're punished.
Oh, they're going for the same.
Oh! Go to Purify! Oh, Clay with the catch! That was it! And now RRQ collapse!
Niall
gets taken out. It's a 3-man takedown. Persic jumping in again. And you can hear the screams from the kingdom.
Definitely, they are roaring, ladies and gentlemen, at the venue. The snipe connects onto Skylar, but only to give information that he is going to be able to take away that orange buff away from Geek. And so far, what Geek Fam have been able to take from those 3 kills has been nullified here by RRQ as they hold control over the Lord with levels above the opposing jungler.
Okay, let's see. Luke will be able to soak some damage. Take a look at Naomi. Spotted by Niall.
Look at the Banana though. Look at his HP. He's not going down at all, man. And look at Clay. Banana is just keeping everyone at bay, but Clay gets spotted right there. Beloyski.
Triple sweep on towards Uranus. Clay very low in the backside. No casualties just yet though. Clay will recall. Take a look at Naomi. Finds Luke in the process. Force him to use the flicker. But Beloyski very low. 1 HP technically. See, again, all 10 men is still in the Land of Dawn.
Wow, RRQ just did such a good job at zoning. They didn't necessarily need to get a pick. A pick would be a bonus. But the fact that they were able to scare Geek Fam away from that pit, just from their damage alone, was enough for RRQ as their statement.
We saw in match number 1, with enough time, Kadera will be able to do a lot of damage onto this Uranus, but with the right build though. He's going with the BOD Malefic Roar, and we saw that earlier. That was a bit too weak, but now Fairsick.
The damage is definitely there. Goodbye, Beloyski. Fairsick with the decimation. It's a 5v4, 5 on offense, 4 on defense, plus the Lord. Let's see.
Man, what are you gonna do against Banana, dude? The whole fight, by the way, he was just standing in front. He wasn't even juking skills, juking auto attacks. He was just taking everything. And now with the Lord coming in, seems like RRQ, without any high ground presence, there's no way they get anything here unless something crazy is done by Clay and Naomi.
Oh.
They're knocking on the base now. 6,000 gold lead. 2 waves are still crashing at this point. The beautiful thing about a pickoff composition is when you're not defending, right? Because what is Beloyski supposed to do in this particular situation? He needs to look for a flank, perhaps, look for a kill onto Skylar, but even that, it's not going to be as simple.
Yeah, that Martis pick really comes into a clutch, right? I mean, before the Saber pick as well, Martis just nullifies a lot of the triple sweep.
Look at the player's goal by UBS Gold though. Banana, due to the double cutting strategy, is matching up to Skylar's gold, which is part of the reason why he's so tanky, and now he's going for a boy and Beloyski, just flexing at them. Look at that, he doesn't care.
No care in the world at all. And it looks like Fairsick here trying to replicate the same thing, opening up the map, giving information to his team as to the whereabouts. If they see Beloyski, then it's not a problem. But when they don't see Beloyski, now that's a problem. But looking at this, still, they're not going for it. I think they're just waiting for the next Lord.
And look at what Banana is doing. He didn't clear the lane down there. So the Windits are killing each other technically, which is bad for both of them. But actually, it's pushing towards the side of Geek Fam. So it's gonna, he blocked one minion right there. That shifts the equilibrium of the minions in favor of RRQ. So slowly but surely, it's gonna push up towards the lane of Geek Fam. I think just about when the Lord is up. So the macro play right here is phenomenal.
It truly is phenomenal. 20 seconds for the next Lord and Geek Fam.
Do they really want to go for this?
They're forced to turtle somehow here.
Well, Banana
just causing a distraction. Take a look at that. Unbothered.
Oh man, I think this is so dangerous. All right, at least Geek Fam get the orange buff finally. But look at the positioning coming in from Clay. It's so scary. Skylar already... Oh no, not another item.
Banana now getting jumped on. Getting the taunt as well. It seems like, oh, triple sweep towards the backside. And Baloyski, though, will be taken down. It's going to be 2 members, 3 members taken out as Kadera and Nile, only the surviving members from the side of Geek Fam. RRQ, clean, concise execution.
The counterplay from RRQ is so strong. What in the world is Baloyski supposed to do? He goes in for the triple sweep. He gets nullified in by the damage and the utility, the stun, the petrify coming in from Clay. And all that kill pressure gets negated.
Now, without having Fairsick, without the Lord, they saw the waves crashing into the base of Geek Fam. They tried to make use of it, but they won't be able to get anything so far. But with this Lord, it's gonna be a huge crash. And we have to see what can RRQ do to manage the waves in such a way that Geek Fam can't clear. They have the Beatrix, they have the Valentina, and the Alpha as well. These are all great clearing tools, but without items, it's going to be a bit difficult. Only a Clock of Destiny and Enchanted Talisman in the hands of a boy. And for Kadera, he has the Has Claws, but I don't think he's living long enough to sustain through it.
Yeah, the burst, right? Oh, Baloyski though.
Okay, in the bottom side, and he did, but the damage!
Oh my god, he gets outplayed!
Without execute as well, Naomi, what? Now the Lord in the mid side starts to march. Tier 1 top side. Base turret will be taken out by Skylar. Let's see, Geek Fam, 4-man defense. Base turret. Oh! Kadera! Renner's apathy! That's a good sign! On towards Naomi. Let's say Geek Fam still holding on here. 10,000 gold lead deficit, and they still defend.
Yeah, both roamers taken out just like that. The damage finally from Chidera starts to hit. And that was a beautiful defense coming in from Geek Fam. They lose all their inhibitor turrets, but they still stay relevant in the game. All they need is just a little bit more, but they have to be careful once again from the burst. Like we mentioned earlier, right? The Has Claws. It doesn't do too much against burst from Clay, as well as a Naomi. But if they can outplay that situation, it might be Geek Fam coming back.
Look at Banana though. He's just undeterred. He's walking around again and again. And you have to wonder if Kadera can even deal with him if he's left to his own devices. Blade armor right now. Even with the Has Claws, that's a lot of damage traded back. And look at this. This is a peculiar. It's a split push being done by Skylar without being assisted by any of his teammates against a Saber. That is dangerous. I don't know what the plan is, but now Baloyski gets spotted out. Just like that, Skylar moves in a more aggressive manner. He knows the main threat to him is visible on the map.
Very good control.
It's like shepherding sheep.
Shepherding,
Did you see that? The way that they just go back into the base?
Come here. That's your base. Ooh.
It's tough.
Don't
it's
go
tough.
out. Don't go out.
I mean, we've seen Geek Fam being in this position before, but that was Geek Fam when Baloyski was on the Natalia. If you guys remember, he was able to make that Hail Mary play happen by being able to take the gold laner out. So far, Baloyski is still in the base. He hasn't found the proper opening to go for that, but maybe that's why. Maybe RRQ know this. Maybe that's why they're positioned the way that they are with Clay over there, Martis as well in the jungle on the opposing side. It's really a caging system that we see from RRQ.
well, as long as the waves are pushing, RRQ will always have vision, right? Even all the way into the base of Geek Fam, so they have no rush to do anything. The waves on top is set, kind of. It's not pushing, but it is going to be heading in the side of Geek Fam. Luke, the slower member of the pack, is going to be forced to go on the top side. This is going to be a free, uncontested Lord for RRQ. Banana trying to scout, trying to zone. And so far, I don't know, he needs to be a bit careful. If Geek Fam reaches a power spike, Banana will be the first member to feel it.
Look at Beloyski though. Ladies and gentlemen, what's he planning now? Is he going for the clear? Oh, Natalia knows. Or does he want to clear? Oh.
Oh no.
Oh, I'm scared. Guys.
They have a feeling. They have a feeling, it seems like. Okay.
Or not.
Oh my god, this is so intense. Beloyski. Oh, he flickers in.
Oh, the triple sweep finds the kill. Both roamers will be traded though. Beloyski taken down by Skylar. But is that enough time though? They kill it with side. Banana with the flanks. Looking for an opening and poke Kadera down. Take a look at Clay, half HP. The knockup comes through towards Luke. Banana is quite low. Take a look at the debuter's passion. The first hit gets done. The first hit gets taken out. Loses Immortal.
Oh boy!
Oh boy, the backside. Finds the dashes. Finds the kill as well. He gets taken out though. But this is Geek answering Kadera with this MG as well. A boy gets taken down. No! Skylar with the clutch win of nature to survive.
Oh man. Tadera and Luke are the only members left standing. You can see the Banana is still going in. 3 waves are still crashing. Is he going to be able to clear?
Geek Fam needs to defend this, needs to clear. It seems like without Skylar, they will not be able to focus down the turrets. Banana though, choking a lot of damage. Taunt is there as well. Still has Immortal. Take a look at the carry. All the true damage. Kadera, win of nature. Oh, Skylar needs to be careful here as Beloyski is there. Banana in the front side will be the sacrificial lamb. He will go down 440. But this is minute number 20 and Geek Fam still holding on.
Wow, what a fight, man. All of the back and forth, but in the end, Kadera still deathless. So can be said for cannot be said for Skylar. This is a late game where the items have stacked up already. Looking at Kadera, he is going for that Windtalker for that extra bit of damage. He has a Hunter Strike as well. That movement speed is critical. And without Banana right here, RRQ, they're forced to back away, and they might have to be forced to concede some of the turrets.
Wait. Windtalker for Beatrix. Windtalker's attack speed, right?
Yep. He's trying to get more damage to just melt through Banana. And you saw that eventually he was taken out, but by all means, Banana is still able to sustain for an ungodly amount of time. 20 seconds on the Lord, wave pushing on top side. Seems like Geek Fam are trying to set it up, but without base turrets. This means that RRQ by default will have the advantage. They have to play patient.
Let's see here. I mean, still RRQ controls the map, right? 5 seconds in. Lord Evolved is practically here now. Geek Fam, do they have to gamble this? This is my question. Oh, Beloyski. Oh, Clay finds the kill. And he survives as well. And that's not a good sign for Geek Fam. Already a man down in the next Lord fight.
You blink and you miss it. That is the beauty of Clay on the Kadita, the pick-off potential that he has. And that's not even involving Naomi, who's looking for a flank on to Geek Fam.
Banana, forced to use the winner's crunch and will survive to look at Naomi though. Naomi finds the back line, but gets insta-bursted. It's a 4v4 now, Luke. Low, but has the Immortal. Take a look at Clay. Oh, spotted. Luke loses his Immortal, but Kadera finds the unstoppable. He bought the Immortal and Win of Nature as well, as Skylar gets taken out. Take a look at now. The table have turned as the first hit gets taken out. Geek Fam, they made it!
They made it! Banana is the only member left standing from the side of RRQ. But unfortunately for Geek Fam, the waves are crashing in favor of RRQ. Someone needs to deal with that. Are they going to commit onto the kill, onto Banana? Are they going to commit onto the Lord? What is the shot call? And they go for the straight push in the mid side.
Take a look at Alpha though. He is dealing that Lord. So yeah, they will take as many as turrets as they can in the mid side, as Naomi will come in 2 seconds. But the base turret surely falls here. Banana now soaking a lot of damage. If they can get the kill here, it's gonna be very, very nasty. They get it! Oh my god, they can end the game!
No way!
Big Fam with the story finds the first win! And RRQ will suffer their first loss.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a huge upset at MPL ID Season 12. Going 5 matches undefeated. No lose streak, a win streak all around. And they have to bow down to Geek Fam.
Their intelligence. Geek Fam. It was so tough since the beginning, but they made it work, man. Showing again the improvements, the discipline, the willpower to stay in the game despite losing all the structures, losing a member before the fight even begins. But wow, they have done it. The kingdom is on a setback for now.
I'm still at a loss for words, ladies and gentlemen. The crowd has been silenced against all the talent votes, against all the viewer predictions.
I'm gonna spam Saber Roma tonight.
Oh, wow. I don't know what to say.
I don't know what to say as well, man.
Crowd is probably quite speechless as well, man. Who would have thought of all the teams available, of all the strong contenders, Geek Fam are the ones that came out of nowhere with such a clean execution as well. They brought all the surprise picks, and like we said, man, it's harder to stay on top than to get to the top. And RRQ felt that firsthand.
Kadera.
Just everyone, a boy. Did you see him on the Valentina? The decimations that he was able to do, the outplays coming in from Chidera, the pickoffs coming in from Boloisky. Everyone really stepped up. The fact that Niall was able to outplay that pick from Naomi was a huge change. And oh my god, I don't even know. That was such an amazing match. I did not expect that outcome.
Yeah.
I think with all the base turrets down, RRQ really could have played the patient game. But no, they went, this is their style, right? This is what makes them so good, but also a bit of their weakness. They see a chance, they use Naomi as a pickoff, but it didn't work out.
It didn't. Let's ask them what they felt. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take to the interview with Geek Fam and Bude Clara Monster. Take it away.
Alah, sang pemecah win streak inilah dia, tim Geek Fam. Akhirnya, yang dicari-cari dari Pak Pulung sudah mengumandangkan. Mereka berhasil mendapatkan kemenangan dengan 2-1, kemenangan yang cukup dramatis. Congratulations, Geek Fam, for your win. And also, you can beat the top on the classement. How do you guys feel? Gimana nih, ngerasain menang di match yang mungkin bisa dibilang, wah, mendebarkan banget.
Yeah, normal aja because any team we just need to win even if in top or in bottom. So just for me just the same feeling.
Kemenangan yang memang dibutuhkan juga kayak mau siapapun lawannya mereka cuma butuh menang. Feelingnya sama untuk menang. But is it super I don't know, is it you got nervous or not because this is RRQ and the battle is so close?
Actually, no, I think. But yeah, we don't get nervous, I think. No.
Oh, mereka nggak nervous sama sekali ya. Ini menarik juga. Apalagi kita ngelihat kalau performa dari Geek Fam tiba-tiba mengejutkan sekali. Kemarin sempat naik turun dan sekarang naik lagi. Tapi kita lihat, Baloy, we know that your pool hero is really big right now. How is it? And you can see your signature hero been playing with Naomi.
Actually, Naomi is one of my respected Natalia player. So yeah, it's my first time against him in tournament. So I'm just happy to beat his Natalia because I respect his Natalia too.
Ini Baloiski ngeliat Natalie dari Naomi, ternyata Naomi adalah satu player Natalie yang dia respect juga. Dan ternyata dia bisa mengalahkan Naomi dan dia seneng banget bisa melihat pertandingan dengan Naomi Natalinya. Do you want to use your Natalie as well after you see Naomi playing Natalie?
Can, but always ban.
Pengen sih, tapi selalu di ban. Jadi ya sudah ya, kita bisa mendoakan mungkin nanti Baloy entah di mana ada yang mau ngelepas tim lain. Tapi ini juga menarik di mana Kadera bermain. Ini seru juga nih, Kadera. Semuanya langsung berteriak ketika Budeklara Monster memanggil Kadera. Kadera, kita ngeliat ada Marky, ada Kadera, 6 player dari Geek Fam. 2-nya itu gold lane. Budeklara Monster merhatiin dan para talent juga kemarin, tadi kayaknya ngebahas apakah ini ada ganjil genep. Kalau di match ganjil itu Kadera, kalau Marky itu ganjil. Bener itu gak sih? Bener gak?
Bener kayaknya.
Bener kayaknya ya. Berarti nanti kita bakal ngeliatnya kayak gitu-gitu ya. Oh, ini menarik sih. Because kamu sesama gold lane, ada 2 gold lane di tim. Saling belajar satu sama lain gak sih Kadera?
Pastinya sih. Soalnya kan ada god laner lain, misalnya ada orang lain di role yang sama bisa saling sharing lah.
Ada sharing yang bisa dikasih tahu nggak? Mungkin kamu belajar kesabaran dari Marky, nggak perlu spesifik. Mungkin ada hal yang kamu bisa petik dari Marky dan Marky juga belajar dari Kadera.
Mekanik hero sih, kayak cara dia agresifnya.
Mekanik hero dari Marky banyak dipelajari oleh Kadera dan permainan 5 dari Geek Fam itu begitu luar biasa. Kita akan melihat player of the match untuk 3 game yang sangat panjang. Mari kita lihat bersama-sama siapa? Kadera, siapa lagi? Baloy, siapa lagi?
Baloy.
Aboy. Baloy, Kadera, Luke, siapa lagi? Semuanya disebut Nail. Oh, Reno nggak ada ya. Kita cek bersama-sama. Siapakah? 1, 2, 3 player of the match dari tim Geek Fam adalah Kadera. Kamu jadi player of the match. Baru main Beatrix. Terus juga kita ngeliat performamu. Kamu ada nggak sih hero yang ingin kamu mainkan mungkin di gold lane? Ada hero yang pengen kamu mainin lagi nggak di gold lane?
Pengen main Valentina lagi.
Pengen Valentina. Kamu minta dikunciin di kamar mandi kayaknya ya. Ini tapi ya Kadera dengan Beatrix ya, dengan semua yang dia miliki tadi. Mainnya bagus banget ya, setuju ya? Kadera, banyak yang pengen dengar kamu pakai menyapa mereka dengan bahasa Maduramu, Kadera. Tolong dong disapa ini dari masyarakat Madura dan juga super fans pengen dengerin kamu ngomong pakai bahasa Madura lagi.
Halo Reng Madura. Selesai tukang terutama Geek Fam.
Wah, yang artiin ini ya, Aboy ya. Aboy artiin, Aboy. Aboy artiin. Ayo Aboy artiin. Ayo, ayo.
Jangan capek-capek dukung Geek.
Dukung Geek terus, bener ya Kadera? Dukung terus dan juga ada yang mau disampaikan lagi?
Kata Kadera, alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah, menang. Dan kita lihat Nael, kamu sebenarnya banyak banget nih ya tim yang mengunci Assassin Hero dari Nael. Kamu seneng kah atau kamu bisa menunjukkan potensimu dengan hero-hero lain? Atau kamu ingin menggunakan Assassin Hero-mu lagi nih?
Pengen sih, tapi bingung sih kenapa mereka nge-ban. Kan gue cupu gitu.
Buset, jago Nael. Jago, makanya semuanya respect untuk nge-ban semua hero dari Nael. Tapi kita melihat kemenangan mereka hari ini juga luar biasa banget. Dan ada yang menarik, ini apakah dengan datangnya Julian, ada nggak sih yang dibisikin Julian sebelum match ini? Karena kan nggak ada Reno ya, di sini nggak ada Mas Reno. Ada nggak sih yang dibisikin Julian? Mungkin Luke bisa kasih tahu untuk match hari ini Julian ngebisikin apa nih?
Apa?
Kan nggak ada Reno, adanya Julian nih. Julian ngebisikin apa sebelum match kalian sama Rarkyu?
cara Gojo yang bener.
Gitu.
Biar nggak ke-ban dua match.
Biar gak ke-ban 2 match gitu. Oke. Dan itu yang suruh mereka perhatikan ternyata ya. Jangan gojo-gojo, tapi sekali lagi congratulations Geek Fam. Menaiki lagi nih, mencoba untuk meranjak dari zona merah. Tepuk tangan untuk tim Geek Fam. Dan kita akan membedah langsung permainan mereka. Silahkan dari caster.
You know, in a game of chess,
yes,
when there's peons and there's kings and queens,
yes,
who's behind the movement?
the
Geeks.
player.
That's what
Ouch.
Geek were able to do. It's Geek Fam.
True, yeah.
Why is it out?
I mean, the color code is the chessboard checkmark as well, right?
Exactly.
I guess, but it's
Exactly.
that kind of stings, Eterna.
Why?
Calling chess players geeks.
I like chess. I don't mind being called a geek. That means you're smart. And you know who was smart? Chidera. All right, being able to win the player of the match here by the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5, Z Flip 5 on the Beatrix. 3 Beatrix in a row. But those micro outplays that he was able to create for his team, man. Wow, amazing.
0 deaths, by the way. Like, this game was huge. He was against Natalia and Kadira, and he has 0 deaths.
Zero.
There was a Martis, 0 deaths. Doesn't matter. 71% kill participation, and like you mentioned, Eterna, the timing on when the itemization, first of all, is always very, very on point with Kadira. But the execution in the Land of Dawn as well, almost never out of position, always, never making a misplay. What can this guy not do? That's crazy.
How do you not die against Clay on the Kadira and Naomi on the Natalia? I don't understand. This man is a monster, which is why we were questioning why Geek Fam didn't just stick with Chidera from the start of the season.
Oof, I mean, from both teams, right? This was a back and forth endeavor, and there was mistakes being made from both sides. But I think for Geek Fam, the mistakes happen. For Geek Fam, fortunately for them, the mistakes happen like at the right moment and in the late game. 18 minutes, by the way. It's not immensely late in the game, but that's enough to actually get an end to this game. That is just very unfortunate. But look at his play too. Picking up Valoisky, even though he wasn't caught in the combo, getting grazed by the Breath of the Ocean is enough to do the damage. And right here, they go for Kadera, and it just wasn't enough.
Here is this an outplay?
Wind of Nature, Immortal. He lost his Immortal, but the cover was just too much. And this is where Banana shouldn't jump in back to the minions.
I feel like he should have, if he wants to cut the wave there, he should have done it before the members of Geek Fam have grouped up around that minion wave. But again, it's not his fault.
Yeah.
At that point, it's already trying to salvage
Yeah.
a tough situation. Unfortunate for RRQ, but Geek Fam, congratulations, man.
That was
It is what it is. It is what it is.
I just want to say thank you for that match, for RQ and Geek. No matter the outcome, it was an entertaining game to watch and cast over. I don't think we're ever going to see that ever again,
Nope.
right? Saber Rome.
And the dub.
It's so crazy. I'm so baffled by that match. I love my job.
Flabbergasted.
I love my job, and I love Indomart Point Coup. Because did you guys know that you guys can join their membership, accumulate points, and actually trade it for more things? It's so value. All you need to do is download the application on either your Play Store or your App Store. Because if you guys can accumulate it properly, you guys get a chance for free 37 diamonds, and it will bridge you to become legendary.
Wow.
That's an
Are you
8
the
out of 10.
forced over?
I am.
actress?
I learned from the
Okay.
best. I learned from Mara Aquino.
Oh.
Shout out.
Shout out
Mommy,
Mara
we
Aquino,
love you
but
very
Mara
much.
Aquino.
Mara has an insane work rate, man. She can work the whole day without feeling tired. I have no idea how she does it.
So we like to share things a lot, right? As girls do. And she was like, you know what, Eterna? It's because I drink Point Coffee. And I was like, wait, what's Point Coffee? And she was like, you know, Eterna, let me explain, right? Point Coffee is a specialty coffee, and it's made to order concept that serves you fresh quality coffee made with 100% Indonesian coffee and is made by a professional barista with international standard brewing machines. So she actually exports it out, and you guys can utilize the code if you guys want to get your hands on it at Mau Copy PC on your Indomart Poinku app and get a 30% discount.
Yum.
And if you guys can't drink coffee, there are tea options available.
I believe I have one
Yeah.
of the tea options as well.
No, that's black coffee.
Is this black coffee?
See, I memorize it because I love it.
You're right.
I love it.
Wow.
It's black coffee.
I usually go for the tea though. I think the audience back at home would know.
I think I finished yours. I'm sorry.
Is that why I have black coffee?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Man, okay.
But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we do still have one more match ahead of us. It's going to be Evos going against Onyx. I wonder how the outcome is going to be, seeing the outcome of that match. And with that, we'll go to a break. Stay tuned because we have one more legendary MLBB game ahead of us.
See ya.
Don't you wish your phone was fun like this?
Don't you wish your phone looked more like this? Don't you wish your phone could flex like this?
Don't you wish your phone could fit in here? Don't you?
Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Pre-order now. Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Pre-order now. Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Pre-order now.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Once she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we'll take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minzathar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Taj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Taj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Waktunya para casters juga mengaktifkan Inspire di mana kali dibuat Indomie membuat EVOS langsung coba di sounding out. Kita best to rest dari Onyx 10.000 gold difference akan menjadi milik Onyx. Yang mengambil sebentar lagi tapi melepaskan Onyx belum ada yang masuk. Mereka tahu dan
satu asal recall dari barusan. Dengan pergerakan keyboard langsung menggila dengan cukup cepat pula barusan dari satu lagi belakang langsung dikeluarkan kabunyi langsung menggila pula. Karena untuk kali ini lejap tapi sekarang double kill berhasil dicetakkan triple kill. Looking for mid yang untuk Hais akankah mereka berhasil untuk bisa menorehkan satu poin kill lagi ataupun satu kemenangan. Aktifkan Inspire di mana sekarang di main Jasmine. Rasinya tak dapat memori keluarkan di portal udah mulai pecah tapi sekarang dia langsung aja mulai lompat lagi dengan satu element saja juga Tyron tidak korek tapi Rasi tidak mendapatkan apapun karena di pada berbeda ada satu keamanan langsung dikeluarkan pelatihnya mencoba untuk mundur dan juga selamat dari tersebut tapi Sally Boy mencoba untuk bisa mundur ke bagian belakang pada saja korek karena beberapa player dan juga Sally Boy masih bertahan di area tersebut. WOS Paijan lejap bercampur dihilang tapi Sally Boy dan itu menjadi
dan seperti yang Pulung bilang tadi, kenapa dia pick Dewa, ada late game insurance.
Yap. Final sudah dikeluarkan. Suelo ada flicker tadi terlihat dia tersebut. Dan perangan kembali terjadi. Karsnya hilang, Tepo sampai dikeluarkan. Tapi Vincent masih berarti.
Terkena satu damage. Katot menuju ke berat. Objektif game terjadi. Double kill from Blue. Dan Fluffy terperangkap di sana sendiri. Dari menemani. Dan bahkan Kapten Marky belum. Best to red dari Onyx 10.000 gold difference akan menjadi milik Onyx tapi di depan sana mereka tidak bisa mendefense bersama dengan seorang Pai Kyrie Tik buka bermain Tik buka bermain damage ya Kyrie langsung menghilangkan Dino ini bencana Onyx benar-benar memporak-porandakan dari seorang Ray bisa bermain dengan kabelnya. Rian menunggu momentum, tapi nampaknya belum ada momentum yang dibuat oleh seorang Rian. Dan Kairi pada telat! Bus menggagalkan semua, menghilangkan Pendragon. Free hit, double kill, bagaimana triple kill, para Anda, Hende Matana!
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rules sendiri, kayak aku. Dalam kondisi apapun, nggak ada lagi halangan. Malah ngebuktiin potensiku. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the Tank Emblem. By upgrading the Tank Emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem. By upgrading the Fighter Emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Dari 2 emblem yang selain Weapon Master sangat berguna lah di early game. Di laning phase malah jadi rajanya lah istilahnya. Kedapet di lampu. Oke. Halo, gua Kadera. Selamat datang di Project Next. Butuh tutor main God Lane setelah update patch emblem. Nggak akan ada yang lebih bagus dari episode ini, karena gua akan bahas 2 hal penting dari patch ini untuk para God Laner. Yang pertama, kombinasi-kombinasi terbaik talent utama untuk God Laner. Dan hero God Laner apa yang akan meta di patch kali ini. Nah, sekarang kita coba ke kombinasi pertama ya. Di sini gua pakai hero Beatrix. Rekomendasi dari gua yaitu yang pertama pakai Rapture, terus yang kedua Weapon Master, dan yang terakhir Weakness Finder. Oke, itu jadi kita langsung coba di in game-nya. Kan tadi kan pilihan emblem kita ada Rapture sama Weakness Finder. Nah, kalian nggak usah takut buat apa ya? ngepok itu karena kalau kita ngehit musuh nih, mereka dapat slow sama mereka nggak bisa ngepok balik gitu. Jadi kayak kalian di lane nggak bakal sering kepok. Terus yang weapon master itu kan nunggu dari item kan. Jadi dari 2 emblem yang selain weapon master sangat berguna lah di early game buat survive. Nah, gitu guys. Kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang berikutnya ya. Di sini gue pakai hero 1-1. Rekomendasi dari gue yang pertama Swift, terus yang kedua Bergen Hunter, terus yang ketiga Weakness Finder. Oke, jadi emblem yang pertama kita kan ambil Swift kan tadi. Nah, di awal kita kayak udah berasa ada item tambahan satu. Kayak knife nih. Kan nambah 10% attack speed kan. Tapi tanpa kita harus beli knife-nya langsung, kita udah berasa kayak attack speed kita lumayan berasa lah gitu. Terus lagi buat 1-1 ya. Dengan adanya Weakness Finder, kalian malah jadi lebih gampang kebuka. Nah, setiap kalian ngelempar skill 1 terus di combo sama pasif Weakness Finder, musuhnya kayak nggak bisa lari, kena slow, terus kena 3 kali stuck skill satunya, dia bisa nge-stun. Jadi kemungkinan otomatis terbukanya lebih besar gitu. Bergen Hunter karena kita bisa jadi lebih cepet jadiin item kita. Swift Crossbow di wave 2 mungkin udah bisa kebeli ya, karena ada emblem yang ini. Jadi kayak kalian di laning phase malah jadi rajanya lah istilahnya. Oke, next kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang terakhir ya. Di sini kita make God Lane bertipe Magic, yaitu Harit. Kalian bisa ngambil yang Inspire. Terus yang selanjutnya Bergen Hunter. Terus yang terakhir Impurage. Kita udah di in-game nih. Yang pertama kan Inspire yang ngebantu kalian nambah cooldown reduction. Jadi kalau sudah semisal kalian max emblem, terus kalian nambahin Inspire itu, kalian nggak perlu butuh yang namanya cooldown reduction lagi di item kalian. Jadi kayak beliin aja item yang paling mahal, Blood Wings contohnya kayak gitu. Kita jelasin lagi di Impurage. Semisal nih kalian pakai Magic side lane, itu pasti kemungkinan jungler kalian assassin. Masa kalian mau egois, blue buff-nya diambil, gak mau dikasih ke jungler assassin kan? Gak mungkin kan? Nah, di Impurage ini kalian ngeakalin mana kalian. Di Impurage kalian bakal nerima balik 2% mana max kalian. Kayak contoh, gue pakai skill nih, terus ngehit atau nggak ngehit, pokoknya pakai skill bisa ngebalikin 2% max mana kalian. Tapi ada cooldown 5 detik. Ayo coba update project next hari ini ya. Tapi kalau menurut lo tips dari gua kurang relevan karena lo pemain role lain, tenang aja. Karena di next episode-nya akan dibahas mengenai kombinasi talent dan hero-hero meta di role lain. Dan jangan lupa share videonya ya. Gua Kadera, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali. 12-nya kemana?
12-nya ada di Blibli 12 tahun anniversary. Beli apa aja ada gratis ongkir 12 kali, cashback 12 kali, dan flash sale Rp12. Ayo belanja di Blibli sekarang.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Menurut gua sih update enemy ini sangat membantu kita para fighter ya, karena kita bisa lebih fleksibel dalam pemilihan hero nantinya. Joy bisa langganan sini di band. Hai, gua Sorizo. Selamat datang di Project Next. Experience setelah ada patch bukan lagi cuma sekedar jago adu otot, karena kita juga harus memutar otak buat combination talent dengan emblem terbaiknya. Yuk tonton video ini agar lo bisa jadi explainer yang lebih hebat. Nah, sekarang kita coba kombinasi pertama nih. Dari yang gue pakai adalah Yuzong. Buat talent pertama, yang gue pakai adalah Agility. Yang kedua, yang gue pakai adalah Festival Blood. Yang ketiga, gue pakai Killing Spree. Jadi yang pertama kenapa gue pilih Agility adalah buat movement speed. Menurut gue Yuzong ini sangat butuh movement speed guys, karena ketika lo mengejar musuh, kayak speed lu lebih kenceng gitu dibanding mereka. Yang kedua kenapa gua pilih Festival Blood, karena buat lifesteal. Lihat ini gua belum ada item lifesteal, tapi gua tetap bisa dapat lifesteal guys. Yang ketiga kenapa gua pilih Killing Spree. Killing Spree ini tujuannya ketika lu bunuh musuh lu dapat lifesteal serta movement speed. Ketika lo bunuh musuh, efeknya keras banget guys. Dan kenapa gue seneng banget, karena yang dulunya gue di Factor cuma bisa Festival Blood, sekarang udah bisa pakai Killing Spree juga guys yang di Assassin. Jadi kayak lo bisa combine gitu. Nah gitu guys. Sekarang kita coba kombinasi talent berikutnya ya. Hero yang gue pakai adalah Joy. Buat talent pertama, yang gue pakai adalah Rupture. Yang kedua, gua pakai Bargain Hunter. Yang ketiga adalah Killing Spree. Nah, sekarang kita bakal coba langsung ke in-game-nya ya guys. Buat talent pertama, kenapa gua pakai Rupture? Ini sangat bagus banget guys, karena damage lu 5%, penetration lu bakal sakit buat ke musuh. Contoh ya, lebih sakit guys, dibanding lu nggak pakai, ini lebih sakit. Dan yang kedua, gua pakai Bargain Hunter. Fungsi dari Bargain Hunter ini adalah ketika lu harga item lu
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head and Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Yang tentunya di MPL Indonesia Season 12 kali ini sudah akan berlangsung. Dan MPL Arena kita sudah melihat semangat dari kalian dari tim Onyx dan juga tim EVOS Legend bersama super fan yang sudah berkumpul. Hari ini rasanya seperti rematch dari Grand Final MPL Indonesia Season 11. Melihat kedua tim yang akan bertemu di mana kedua tim ini punya histori yang sangat baik karena dari international event yang sudah mereka jalankan, mereka berhasil menyabet gelar Ingladia Indonesia Excellence. Di mana kita melihat turnamen-turnamen internasional mulai dari ISF World Esports Championship 2022 yang dimenangkan oleh EVOS di Bali, lalu ada MSC 2023 di Kamboja yang dimenangkan oleh Onyx, lalu ada ESL Snapdragon Pro Series Season 3 yang berlangsung di Indonesia yang dimenangkan oleh Onyx, dan yang terakhir baru saja terjadi World Cyber Games 2023 di Busan, Korea Selatan yang dimenangkan oleh EVOS Legend. Keduanya punya histori yang sangat-sangat menarik dan mereka akan bertemu setelah kita melihat pertarungan di babak Grand Final. Benar-benar Indonesia Excellence berhasil menyabet gelar juara di mana-mana dan sekarang mereka harus beradu kembali di panggung MPL Indonesia Season 12 untuk membuktikan siapakah yang terkuat dan siapakah yang akan mendapatkan kemenangan di leg yang pertama. Pertemuan mereka tentu sangatlah dinantikan, apalagi bukan hanya dari tim Indonesia saja atau dari Superfans Indonesia. Kita akan ngobrol-ngobrol juga nih sama player atau tim yang punya histori juga dengan kedua tim ini. Banyak sekali tentunya yang penasaran pula untuk melihat seperti apa pula Indonesia dan juga kedua tim ini. Makanya kita akan berseru bersama-sama Eko Loud Eko Proud. Kita kedatangan, hai Yawi dan Sanford, can you say hi to your Indonesian fans?
Hello. Hi guys.
Hai na sa mukha ko.
Oh, you guys are separated.
Wait.
Berpisah ya?
Yeah,
How are you, Sanford?
fine. Excited for the next MPL.
Dia excited. Dia nggak sabar juga untuk menunggu dari MPL yang belum berjalan di Filipina. How about you, Yawi? How are you?
I'm fine. I'm also excited the upcoming MPL Season 12.
Yawi juga sama-sama lagi menantikan MPL Filipina Season 12. But you guys already faced Indonesian teams in lots of tournament. How do you feel about Indonesian recent domination in international tournament, guys?
I'm impressed and I'm not really surprised because Indonesian teams are really strong and they keep improving in every tournament they play.
Dia emang gak kaget karena Indonesia emang terlihat sangat kuat dan apalagi gameplaynya juga. Dan itu dari Sanford. How about you, Yawi?
challenge to win this upcoming M5.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
I feel happy for Indonesia because they are strong. So I'm really challenged right now to win this upcoming M5.
Oh, jadi dia emang excited juga ngelihat dari tim Indonesia dan dia malah jadi makin semangat untuk pertandingan M5. But can you tell, you guys met with two of these teams and can you tell us the strong point of Indonesian teams that maybe you can adapt in your team as well? Sanford?
Sorry?
Can you mention the strong point of Indonesian teams that you can adapt in your team as well?
Oh, maybe the adaptability because Indonesian teams can really adapt in the new patch so quick. That's why they're always prepared in every tournament upcoming.
Menarik kalau kata Sanford, Indonesian team cepat sekali untuk adaptasi dan
Sanford.
ya, ini dan mungkin mereka juga ingin cepat-cepat untuk beradaptasi pula untuk meta sekarang. And how about you, Yowie?
I think the meta right now is unpredictable, but for Indonesia, they easily adapted to the meta. That's why they're really strong right now, and they dominated the recently tournaments.
Oh, dari metanya sendiri ya. So, do you think that this meta is really favors for Indonesian team right now? How about the current meta, Yowie?
I don't think that Indonesia is in favor of the meta. I just think that they already learned how to adapt to the meta so fast. That's why they're strong right now.
Oh, jadi bukan karena metanya tuh lagi untuk Indonesian team banget. Enggak, bukan karena itu, tapi karena adaptasi tim Indonesia yang cepat. Jadi sama-sama ini secepat itu ya tim Indonesia untuk beradaptasi. And we can see that upcoming match that you may find with Indonesia. You can meet with Indonesian teams in M4. Who do you think will go to M5 from Indonesian teams, Stanford?
For me, Onyx and RRQ.
Onyx and RRQ, can you tell us why?
Because they're really strong and I just want to face them again in M Series tournament.
Sebagai juara M4 mereka kepengen ketemu lagi nih sama Onyx dan juga RRQ dan mereka katanya sekarang kuat banget. Onyx dan RRQ dari Stanford. How about you, Yowie?
I also think that Onyx and RRQ because they're really strong right now, especially the RRQ. Yeah.
Oh, Onyx dan RRQ juga. Mereka terlihat sangat kuat. But how do you see the Indonesian MPL right now, Yowie? How do you see Indonesian team?
Tingin mo sa...
I think the Indonesian teams right now is getting stronger. That's why the MLBB is getting so exciting right now.
Jadi katanya Indonesia tim itu berkembang sangat cepat juga dan bikin semakin menarik. It's from Yowie. How about you, Stanford? Can you see that we got a lot of maybe a surprise hero like Baloy, Saber, and then Alpha coming up. How do you see MPL Indonesia, Stanford?
Really exciting and impressive, and it's so fun to watch MPL Indonesia.
Wow, jadi sangat menarik dan juga keren karena exciting banget melihat banyak hal dari MPL Indonesia. And we got upcoming match. It's between EVO's Legend and Onyx. You guys met both of the teams. Can you predict for this match and tell us why you predict this team? Stanford?
For me, Onyx will win but 2-1 because CW will play.
Oh, Onyx akan
Mas
menang
na butas si Albert, gago ka.
because CW will play. Okay, jadi ini kisi-kisi dari Stanford ya. Ini katanya Onyx bakal menang karena cewek akan bermain. Oh wow, apakah benar? Semuanya penasaran pasti ya. How about you, Yowie?
Gago.
I think 2-0 Onyx because Onyx is really a strong team for me right now.
Yowie bilang ini Onyx juga karena Onyx adalah tim yang sangat kuat di mata Yawi. But you guys met with EVOS Legend before. How do you see EVOS Legend in Busan?
Oh,
Ito? Ikaw
the
na.
MDL team. I guess they're all MPL caliber players and they're really good at play.
Oh, katanya juga kan kita melihat banyak player MDL sebelumnya dan mereka juga they're playing right now some of them in EVOS Legend dan katanya mereka adalah ya MPL material, mereka juga bagus banget. Okay, Sanford and Yawi, do you have something to say? Last word for Indonesian fans, Yawi?
True. To all of our Indonesian fans, thank you for supporting Echo and I hope to meet you all again.
Wow, dia nggak sabar untuk ketemu kalian semua, The Loverboy Yawi dan X Sanford. And the last word?
Thank you for all the fans who supported us and keep supporting us.
Halo, terima kasih semuanya dan dukung juga. Oh, thank you so much Sanford, Cutie Boy dan sekali lagi mari kita beri tepuk tangan untuk tim Eko. Ada Yawi dan juga Sanford yang sudah bergabung di MPL Indonesia.
Sama-sama.
Thank you so much, see you again soon. Dan memang kita melihat bahwa pertarungan Indonesia dan juga
Iya.
Philippines nggak berhenti
Jadi.
di situ. Bahkan mereka juga melihat bagaimana pertarungan dari semua tim yang beradu di MPL Indonesia. Tapi ini yang lebih penasaran, tadi dua-duanya ngevote untuk Onyx. Apakah benar ada yang 2-1, ada yang 2-0? Gimana di MPL Arena nih? Coba mana suaranya dari tim Onyx? Mana Onyx? Onyx? Oke, Onyx udah bersuara. EVOS Legend. Coba suaranya mana EVOS Legend? Gak mau kalah pastinya dari supporter keduanya. Superfans bersiaplah. Karena ini adalah pertarungan antara Onyx dan juga EVOS Legend.
Two international title teams will face off against one another in the Rumble in the Jungle, leg 1 today here in match number 3, and it's going to be a spicy one. But on the caster desk, it's me, Eterna, alongside with Gani as well as Arashi. And what can we expect? Onyx and EVOS going head-to-head once again. And who in the world is going to be playing today?
You know what? That's a question for later. The lineup, I don't know from both sides, I mean, right? But what we can expect is both teams going at it. Onyx, after suffering a loss yesterday against your team, Eterna, or Fire, I believe they have bounced back. They have resetted. Meanwhile, EVOS Legends, what is going on? Who will fall to the composition?
Well, the question is, who is the world champions? The best lineup in the top 2 race. For EVOS Legends, 4 matches, 2 lineups, and 3 wins. Onyx, 5 matches, 4 lineups, and 3 wins. So the amount of lineups is definitely in favor of Onyx. But in this context, it could be a bit of a problem for EVOS. Even when they did change players, it's still a whole combination. A trio mid, a mid roam and jungle combo. So they have synergy better built up compared to Onyx, who's been changing out different roles at different point in time. So I think when it comes to synergy, EVOS Legends should still have a bit of an edge right here. But for Onyx, we really start to wonder right now, who exactly is the winning lineup? Because naturally we would assume it's CW. But is there a reason why they haven't been showing it out? Are they hiding it for the later stage of the tournament? That is what a lot of people are speculating about right now.
That's definitely a possibility, right? Because Onyx with their winning lineup, with CW as the gold laner, without Albert, without Drian, they were able to win MSC 2023, as well as the recent tournament in SPS Season 3. And with that, I'm actually quite curious, are they going to put Albert once again? But no, it's CW in the gold lane, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, they're bringing the championship lineup in MPL ID Season 12 for the first time with this lineup. Let's welcome Team Onyx.
Team Onyx led by Kyrie himself. The fact that he's been able to be such an amazing player on this team. And with CW finally coming back in, Onyx can revert to their normal playstyle. They can utilize CW, utilize his versatility. But when we're talking about versatility,
whoa.
Let's see, this is EVOS Legends, a different lineup.
with their 3 WCG champion lineup. Please welcome EVOS Legends.
EVOS coming in with the new look that was looking so dominant, so much better in the previous engagements. We'll see if the WCG trio can be a legitimate threat towards Team Onyx and their main roster. It all starts in the drafting phase though, so let's not forget to mention the people behind the scenes, the coaching staff right here, making it all happen since the drafting phase.
Oh man, poor Coach Yeb, he's still limping. And you can see Adi cosplaying behind him. What a menace. Those are two when they're put together, but they are going head to head against Coach Age as well as Caleb, who recently stepped in as well.
Good outcome as well. Caleb, what does he bring to the table? I feel like he brings a breath of fresh air here, Arashi.
We were talking to Coach Age a bit the other day, and he's saying that Caleb has a lot of good ideas, but Coach Age still has the final say.
Of course.
So far though, the ideas, I guess the new things that Coach Caleb has been bringing for EVOS have been working out. Whenever we see the drafts, it seems like it's a solid game plan, it has good flexibility, and I think the addition has been beneficial for EVOS. But now against a challenge of this magnitude, let's see what they can do. Before that though, the keys of victory by the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5 for Onyx. Utilize EVOS' systematic gameplay, as in, read through what they're gonna try and do with that systematic style, and then use it to your advantage. Onyx can very easily read in, and then use, essentially, EVOS' greatest strength against them. Aside from that, get Keyboy a play-making hero, man. When this guy was on the Akai, we saw that the threat just isn't as severe, isn't as dangerous. So giving him the right hero for the right situation will be very important for Onyx.
And definitely, we saw how impressive the Kadita impact can do for these teams. And I think for Onyx and EVOS in particular, it's definitely going to be contested, especially for Keyboy as well as Van. We're looking at the keys to victory here for EVOS Legends.
Van Strong can create space for Brands in the team fights. We saw Brands being a bit gun-shy in the previous games, previous matches so far. But if Van Strong is in the fray, we see that he has a bit more space to operate, a bit more security when the pressure is on Van Strong. So with this addition, hopefully Brands can revert back to the aggressive style we know and love from the king of the marksman. Along with that, getting Fluffy a winning lane matchup will shut down Boots and at the same time allow EVOS and their systematic gameplay to run smoother due to the far side, the EXP lane playmaking advantage.
You know what, that is a very tough task for Fluffy. Going up against Boots, who usually, if you really look into the draft, Yeb draft Boots the winning lane. So it's going to be a very tough matchup in that EXP. But then again, all eyes on the jungler here, Sutojin and Kyrie.
Back to your point though, earlier on, I mean, Aran was able to do that, and we saw how Onyx suffered as a result. The fact that Boots lost his lane, wasn't able to create the space for the rest of the members, especially for Albert, who apparently dearly needs that support coming in from all the other players. It really shows the way that Aura Fire were able to win it out in a 2-0 against Onyx. These are the three things that I saw. One, Keyboy, not given a playmaking hero. That was in the keys to victory. Two, Boots lost his lane. We saw it in the keys to victory. But the other thing, with the fact that they brought CW back, they don't have to draft around Albert in the first phase. They can utilize CW's flexibility, wait for the gold lane, maybe in the second phase, and prioritize heroes for Keyboy, for Boots, to win the matchup and give them playmaking heroes. As we enter the drafts, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 1, EVO's first pick, Onyx second, already with the Fanny and the Joy taken away.
On that point, Eterna, being able to actually have more flexibility as well as security in knowing that your gold lane has no issue being pressured down, it has to be a big factor in drafting for Coach Yeb. So we'll see if the addition of CW does move the drafting phase in that direction. For now though, it seems like a very assassin-heavy ban phase is done for EVOS, respecting the potential for Kyrie to just absolutely pop off.
Yeah, I mean, basically 3 bans towards Kyrie, right? Fanny, Ling, and as well as that Joy. Onyx taking their time here in that last ban. What will they ban here? What's open? A lot of options. Valentina, Yves, they really want to go for it, Paquito can also be the choice of ban here.
I think Kadita is going to be huge as well.
Kadita.
Whoever gets their hands on it. We saw the impact, like I mentioned earlier on, from match number 2. But Onyx, they're taking their sweet, dear time. They could possibly ban out something like the Faramis, but they go for the Paquito ban instead. Evos, they're actually open to pick something up. Kadita, Valentina.
Valentina seems to be the go-to, essentially. It's a bit more flexible. It helps out. The Kadita, though, it's a great flex pick, and if it's not picked now, it will be falling in the hands of Onyx, and that is always a very scary preposition. Along with that, there's still a lot of options when it comes to the high ground, long-range mages. So maybe for Onyx, they're gonna go for something like the Yeve that's still available.
With this Kadita pick, though, it somehow forces Onyx, the point that you're making, CW to pick up CW's hero in the second phase. I feel like now Onyx needs to pick up a Claude. Going with Kadita, not necessarily a juicy target, but let's see here the approach from Onyx.
I guess I get what you mean, right? There's playmaking potential in the Claude. It's safer for that gold lane. But they could go for maybe a hero for Kyrie, use some flex coming into the first phase. Pick up something. Oh, they go for the Uranus and the Valentina instead, though. So Evos, if they want, they can actually pick up the Claude.
They pick up the Claude, but against so many threats not really revealed to them just yet, it might be a bit too dangerous. They might hold off on that idea. Something a bit more flexible is the Beatrix, and Brands is absolutely deadly on that hero. And there's still a chance for the long-range snipe meta to make an appearance right here. So for Evos, all the options are available unless they want to try and go into the jungle first, try to get something that can secure the retributions for them all the way in the early game.
And I don't think that groundbreaking hero should be given, though, for Evos.
The earth-shattering hero, you're saying?
Just anything with really good ultimates.
Yeah, I mean,
can you imagine Sans and the plethora of options right now? But no, they go in. They go for Claude and they go for the Kaja. So they're banking on that pick-off strategy, that synergy between the Kaja and the Kadita in the trio WCG team.
Yeah, but they balance it out with that Claude pick, right? It adds AoE, it's DPS. So it's a very well-balanced first 3 picks from side of EVOS Legends. Now, Onyx, what will they do here? They are still... I feel like they need to draft someone for...
either Boots or Keyboy.
I think they can go for Kyrie.
Oh, but already Uranus, so I'd go for Keyboy here.
I think Keyboy makes sense. If they don't go for something right now, with already securing a roaming hero for Evos, they can very easily start batting out
Kyrie.
some of these heroes. But as Gandhi called out, getting something for Kyrie seems to be their priority. Against a Kaja and a Kadita, though, this is quite dangerous. And I think Kyrie has what it takes to pull it off.
You know what? Oh, wait, no, it's banned out.
Okay, it's a template, right? You see the gold, you see the mage. Yeah, but insta pick the assassin here for Kyrie. Still with that theme. Second phase. Onyx, what will they go for? EXP ban.
In the EXP lane, going up against a Uranus. Generally, the Paquito is already banned out. That's great. But the Martis, banning out the fighters in the jungle to ensure that Kyrie won't be pressured. Going with this pattern, the Baxia is still available as well. Here's a fun fact by for Onyx though, MSC Collector, Onyx becomes the only team that has 2 MSE trophies.
Really? Technically, Drian does.
Well, does it
Drian
count?
becomes the only player.
Because technically, it's not the same lineup.
True.
With how they won the first MSC, but we do have a comment here from Anti-Mage. I support Sutsujin because he's skilled as both a tank and an assassin jungler. His emblem combination is different from other junglers. For example, Fredrin with Impure Rage and Lancelot using Lethal Ignition. What is my prediction? Evos 2-1. Let's see if that comes to fruition here. As the Beatrix banned out from Evos, taking it away from a CW. Does Onyx want to double down on going against the junglers? Akai is still up for grabs. Sutsujin is a notable Akai player, but they go for the Dyroth ban. Very interesting.
The Dyroth ban against the Uranus. We've talked about this quite often with this matchup. It's respected, but at the same time, you don't really win out the lane outright when you go with the Dyroth. And if you look at the rest of the team, the Dyroth doesn't really do well being more vulnerable, and against so much mobility, he will have struggles trying to land the Abyssum Strike. So for Onyx, that's a very, very careful, right? Very safe ban they're going for. For Evos,
Harith ban?
Do they want to go for maybe a Harith, right? Eliminate more gold laners, or are they going to try to eliminate more roaming heroes to try and make sure that Keyboy doesn't get his way?
Maybe. I am really thinking right now, yeah, Harith ban just makes sense here for side of Evos Legends. Onyx, they might pick up the Harith if it's up and available, but they will go for Kufra. Signature Keyboy going up against a Claude. His first skill can cancel that Blazing Duet.
Finally, right? We get to see Keyboy on a hero that can playmake. And talking about making, there is a history maker fun fact here for Evos. Evos becomes a team that secures 3 champion titles in the first editions of international tournaments. M1, ISF 2022, and WCG 2023.
Wow.
History makers, trend setters. That's Evos Legends.
I am baffled. I'm flabbergasted seeing the achievements. That's a long list of achievements, but let's talk about the drafts again. Baksha and Arlen Arashi. So a lot of dive in the composition of Evos Legends. Is it worth it to put all your eggs in that basket?
I think for Evos, it's just scary how fast they roam around and how much pickoff they have. They can start it off with the Kaja, they can start it off with the Kadena, and also with the Baksha as well. So it's going to be very difficult for Kyrie to be farming safely in the jungle. They bind the Martis out, but they left the Baksha. So this leads me to believe that there is a bit of a plan. That plan is going to be a 1-1. A safer playmaking hero with output potential for CW. But so far in the drafts, Onyx will have to contend with the Uranus getting quote-unquote countered a bit by that Baksha still.
Ooh, the first 1-1 pick of the day. And it makes sense, right? With a lot of potential engages from the side of Evos.
Why not fly?
Yeah, why not soar?
Why not fly? Why not soar? They are the kings of the skies, right? So the 1-1 does fit perfectly into their composition. However, I'm worried about everything else. Like you mentioned, Arashi, Uranus going to be either kind of quote-unquote countered by the Baksha with the anti-regen passive that he has, and the fact that there's so much CC, so much playmaking from the side of Evos, where Onyx is only banking on the Kufra and possibly the Valentina to make the plays. It's a little too one-dimensional for my taste. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, who do you have in this match? Because we are going straight into the land of dawn, the Rumble in the jungle. We have the Yellow Porcupines going against the king of the jungle, Evos Legends.
All the way in the early game, you see the Keyboy taking a lot of pressure. The clear speed, this is what we have to talk about right here. Kyrie and Sutsujin, they're going to be going toe-to-toe in the Retribution battles and in the jungle control battles. On paper, the Baksha wins, but with the mid lane being a Valentina, with the side lane being a Uranus as well, there's a chance that all these players, all these heroes on the sides, on the lanes, are going to try and go into the jungle and try and influence that situation in favor of Onyx.
Baksha and Pure Rage though. It's crazy. Okay. Let's see here, early game. Nothing much. It seems like with the pick off or early centric first minute, it's just all quiet.
Seems like Impure Rage on tank. See, it's just like something that Sutsujin really enjoys. Looking at the emblems, we have confirmation. It is going to be an Impure Rage. Maybe for a bit of the mana sustain for more spammable spells. On the side of Onyx though, they recognize the potential for pickoffs. They all go for the Tenacity emblem, except for Kyrie.
Let's see here, Sutsujin grabs the camp there. Kyrie's camp. Seems like Boots and Sutsujin will go at it. No commitments, no connection just yet. Both teams here, all farm.
Yeah, they're all waiting for that level 4 power spike, right? They need Van Strong level 4. Right now, he's still level 2. He's falling quite far behind. Meanwhile, Kryte's still level 3 as well. A lot of these teams are banking on it, as well as Keyboy. So we can expect a little bit of passiveness coming into the early game. There's going to be a little bit of aggression here and there, but finally, wait a second. With Sans already level 4, he's already picked up that Divine Judgment. That's definitely going to be a make or break spell coming into this Turtle Dance.
for EVOs, they wanted to go for the tank jungler, so they're gonna try and contest this, but this is quite dangerous without level 4s. They just got it right now, but look at that.
Oh, Kyrie gets taken down for his blood for the White Tigers. Take a look at the certify, Petrify as well. Sutsujin claiming the turtle and the kill. Take a look at the domino effect, and now Sutsujin already in the jungles of Kyrie, Rayos del Sol. 2-0, EVOS Legends. They're looking to build their momentum from now, and let's see.
Yeah, let's see. Look at the aggression already being placed onto Sans there in the mid lane, as Pride Van Strong gonna have no problem in clearing. But looking at the talent's prediction, it's gonna be a 3v3. Gani a little bit lonely here on the English desk.
Whoa.
The only one seeing the potential of Onyx draft, but 1v1, Boots and Fluffy.
It's chill, it's chill. Fluffy, no dominance eyes just yet. That's why Boots is comfortable, is confident in that vicinity. But again, the slants, man, you can see in theory, fighters going up against an assassin, fighter has an edge. Is that why, Arashi?
Well, fighter against assassin, by default, the assassin isn't going to be having that much damage in the early game to one-shot a beefier guy. So the matchup by default favors the fighter unless everyone else can get involved. The issue for EVOs, for Onyx right here, is that for EVOs Legends, the intervention from the laners is so much better. The Kadira, the Arlet, these are all great crowd control tools to lock down this Lancelot. So Kyrie, he's going to struggle a lot more to have presence in these big fights.
Oh, Shield Unity on towards Sans. Oh, Keyboy with the catch on towards Kaja though. Take a look at the engage. Suppression comes through towards CW. Crossbow attack will be popped. Not enough damage though. This is the early game. Sutsujin in the front side. Pop the Pusans. But no casualty! CW with the kill. Take a look at Keyboy here. Soaking damage. Still surviving though. That's a win for Onyx.
Yeah, they're all just trading back. This is why we call it the Rumble in the Jungle. You think EVO's Legends has a little bit of an edge because they were able to take Kyrie down earlier? EVO says no. What? But Fluffy deletes that entire thing and takes matters into his own hands. A solo kill onto Kyrie. And that means EVO's Legends, they're gonna get a free turtle.
He did that twice now in this game. Practically solo killing Kyrie. And again, the perfect time to do that. Sutsujin claims the next neutral objective, as you mentioned, Eterna. Let's see here, how will Onyx find compensation from that loss?
That was crazy. Against a Uranus, the Arlet walked all the way there just to make an impact, leaving the lane. This is Fluffy's signature style, and I didn't think it's possible using an Arlet, but wait a minute, Kyrie!
Petrify connects, right. Sneaky guy gets it, getting the kill.
Sans has picked up the Divine Judgment though, so that is a good playmaking tool if Onyx can find some kind of vulnerability here. Because for EVOs, everyone's just walking at the same direction, walking the same way, and Sutsujin is just so annoying right now. Too tanky for the members of Onyx to threaten until later on with some more items, allowing EVOs to control all the map and set up for the big Divine Judgments.
Yeah, they're definitely not there yet. And taking a look at the audience prediction, it is favoring EVOs, but just a little bit, right? 51%, very close in that 50-50. But back to that point, the fact that nobody's been able to have that damage going for Onyx just yet to melt these members down from the side of EVO's Legends, that's a problem, right? Because if they're banking on the late game, EVO's Legends, they have brands. They have brands who's still going to... Wait a minute. Boots is so... Is Sutsujin gonna get taken out?
Oh my god.
That was so close though.
Well,
good guy Boots.
At what cost though? Losing the turret in the bot side means Fluffy has even more free range to move around. Finally, we take a look at some of the items right here. And for Fluffy, it's going to be the... there's a bit of damage built up right here, but the Dominance Ice to cut down that healing. Already itemizing in such a good way. And look at this systematic play. Everyone rotating, Fluffy covering the mid area. EVOs are going for a fight.
Okay, the Flicker Divine Judgment. Take a look at the make-up style. Petrify as well connected towards Keyboy. That's a lot of resource for a roamer. But neutral objective is up. Is that worth it? I think so.
They're collapsing really well, so it is kind of worth it in a sense. Boots had a little bit of damage onto Fluffy, but he's still able to sustain Alba by Brands!
No words. I don't know what happened there. Bronze was suddenly in the middle of a 3 members of Onyx. Now they want the top side turret. Fluffy though jumps in on towards Sans and Sans gets taken out. Fluffy, man, playing out of his mind this game.
He's doing a lot of damage right here. Not being a tanky hero, looking for more damage. Brands though, what happened there? EVO's Legends, they have some control, but when their members move down away, it seems like Brands was late to the party, straggling behind the rest of the team, and gets taken out. Suzuki now contesting for the turtle. Will he be able to though?
Good knock-up. Yeah, good knock-up. So neutral objective will fall to the hands of Onyx. But EVO's Legends 1,500 gold lead, well, deficit for Onyx. What can they do here, Arashi?
They gotta try and just reduce the rate of them getting picked off. And in the beginning, they only have 1 Purifier on their team anyways, and there's only 2 members tanky enough to withstand the initial engagement. The fact that Boots is going up against a physical damage hero means that in the later stage of the game, he's not safer from the burst damage coming in from Krite on the Kadita as well. So for Onyx, just to slow the game down and bank on the later stage of the game where maybe Sans and CW, as well as Kyrie, can make some plays happen for their team. Or maybe they can just wait for the macro gameplay and try and use that against each other.
Definitely, definitely. If we're taking a look at the game here, Kyrie already picked up the item for penetration, getting a little bit more damage. He's been taken out 3 times already in the course of 9 minutes. The only way is what we saw earlier on. Keyboy makes a big play to stop Sutsujin as Fluffy goes in.
Okay, Terrified connecting onto its Friends round, but Brands! That blazing duet hurts, and Fluffy finding the kill. Keyboy now forced to use the flicker. It seems like Onyx, they're not afraid to re-engage there. But then again, EVOS Legends with another win there. Finding the kill on towards CW.
But the thing is, Onyx, it doesn't seem like they want to go all in on it. You can see from Kyrie the way that he's the way that he's rotating, because he knows in a 5v5 there's a little bit too much CC going on. But EVOS, they want to press the issue. They're looking for another trade. And every time you think Onyx has a better trade, EVOS Legends trade it back. And that's why EVOS still holding on to that 2,000 gold lead. And they're not letting go.
Well, 2,000 gold lead in the grand scheme of things isn't that bad. But against EVOS Legends and this style of composition, it's bad enough. And Onyx, they're struggling to try and find something with the first Lord being contested right here. It's going to be dangerous if EVOS get their hands on it. It allows them to take so much more turrets. And against a team like this, turrets and safety, right? Vision is something that you really, really want to maintain all the way into the late game.
But let's see, right? As both of these teams are going to be dancing around this Lord. So Tujin level 12, Kyrie level 12, it's going to be a 50-50 depending on the roamers, the way that they utilize their resources to detach on one another. If Keyboy gets a good pick onto Sutsujin, then it's definitely for Kyrie and vice versa. So let's see. Oh, here we go, Sans.
Flicker, Divine Judgment. Oh, take a look at the damage. Sutsujin will be taken out. Sans with the secure kill. It's a 5v4, no retribution for the White Tigers. Is this the green light, or will EVOS be able to delay? Fluffy jumping in, Keyboy charging, finding Joe, and there you go! The collapse, placing the web, kind of forced, but take a look at the damage, is already there, but it is not enough as CW claims the double. Now in the backside, Fanstrong with the Immortal, will not lose his Immortal, will lose his Immortal as Onyx finds the one. No, Fanstrong survives this time.
Oh wait, he might not. Look at that, Kyrie goes in!
Ooh.
And it's wiped out for Onyx in the 11th minute of the game. So Tsujin trying his best to defend that mid lane turret, making sure it doesn't fall to Onyx once again. But there you go, the insta-collab from Onyx.
EVOS Legends not on the same page right there. Sutsujin getting left out alone. EVOS Legends re-engaging after with a man disadvantage, crowding around for Keyboy to make that huge engage. Afterwards, Brands also gambled, going for the full duration, blazing duet. Unfortunately, not catching anyone. This is EVOS Legends losing control, and look at the swing of gold. Onyx immediately getting a 3,000, almost 4,000 gold advantage.
Is Brands ready for a team fight when he went in for that all-in? But wait a minute. All right. So they're able to clear it out. We have a little bit more time, but Wait, 3 lanes are going to be crashing here. Onyx, they're just waiting for that moment to strike. It looks like they're still going to be able to clear though. And Onyx, Evos, still able to defend.
No base turrets going down, but all the other turrets taken out. This is Onyx striking back off the back of a great team fight that Evos Legends aren't even forced into. Looking at some of the items, CW left relatively alone. Corrosion Scythe, Demon Hunter Sword, Windtalker as well. A lot of damage and a lot of mobility in the attack speed. Wind of Nature available to counter the Blazing Duet as well, but that's the only real DPS they have. Everything else is burst, and Sans doesn't have the Clock of Destiny, going straight for the Lightning Truncheon and the Winter, looking for some outplay potential here.
You know what? Looking at CW's itemization here, yeah, Malefic Roar should be his next item, but I want to ask you, Rashi, is it worth it for CW to build Athena Shield?
In this game, going for Athena.
Yeah.
It's a bit too careful, but look at Keyboy.
Okay, good catch, but doesn't really... Oh, take a look at the final slash towards Boots, though. He soaks a lot of damage, will not survive. Keyboy, defensive flicker, gets stunned as well, but the damage is there. Sutsujin needs to be careful. He gets taken out. Good suppression as it's a 2-for-2. Onyx lost Boots and Keyboy, but Vanstrong and Susujin gets taken down as well.
That's a lot more value for Onyx, man. No jungler, no buffs. Kyrie getting free reign in the jungle. But on that note, Goni, having the... Oh, Cryde with the steal!
Oh.
Brilliant.
I mean, Cryde is doing so good right now, going for the damage, being more flexible with his combos, right? Not just going for the pickoffs. But the 1-1 going for the Athena, I think is going to be a bit too secure. Knowing CW, he's positioning well enough already, and there's all these other members waiting for the chance to just open the bush up, open up the vision to ensure that CW does not get taken out. So with a natural purify as well, I think he's okay going with less defensive items.
Okay.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be a free Lord given over to Onyx. A really good pickoff earlier on, the way that they collapsed it onto the objective. But man, Fluffy, despite being in a losing situation right now as a whole, he's been able to do so much for his team. The follow-up final slashes coming through, the 1v1s, and the damage dealt #1 on the charts. But will it be enough to fend against the Yellow Porcupines?
Let's see, Lord charges in the mid. Oh, Susujin just caught. Oh, good cover! Final slash on towards Seal. Terrified though. Susujin gets taken down regardless. Onyx playing it slowly. Boots has Immortal here. Sans giving burst. But no casualties on the board anymore. Onyx still with the win. No base turrets taken down just yet though.
3 turrets are still collapsing here. Gani-san!
Oh, Flicker Divine Judgment. Cryde gets taken down. That's a green light now. They can pull the trigger. Let's see, will they commit to this or not? Fluffy, Van Strong, and Brands trying to defend. Oh, Flicker missed there from Van Strong. Final slash. And Divine Judgment onto his Keyboy. He has Immortal. That's okay as Brands Blazing Duet to clear the waves. He gets taken out. Mega kill, and Onyx with that kill will strike first in this current series.
And there it is, Onyx with their winning lineup. They lead the series 1-0 against Evos Legends. And this is the lineups that we were questioning, right? Which lineup do we require from Onyx? And what is the best from Evos Legends? And a lot of people have said that this is the strongest Evos Legends, but they still lose 1-0 against Onyx.
It's going so well for them until Onyx just took control of the game. You just can't make mistakes like that against a team like Onyx, man. They will jump on that opportunity before you can even blink. From that mid-game, once they have some control, you can see that everyone just jumped into action. Everyone just kept looking for the pick-off potential. And then the late game, once again, it's Sans just randomly going in with the Divine Judgments. This is why you cannot let this man steal those beneficial ultimates on this Valentina.
That's, I don't know. Why are you smiling, Eterna?
What?
It's not your team.
I'm not smiling.
Oh, I thought you were smiling.
Do you prefer me to be frowning?
No.
I'm confused. I thought that was wonderful, and I really understand your point, Arashi, which is why I mentioned with the Valentina being picked up by Onyx earlier on in the drafting phase, I was like, I don't know, do you really want to pick a Kaja and give that Divine Judgment over to Sans? Because in those final moments, those critical moments, Sans was able to get those picks, those really expensive picks that allowed and facilitated Onyx to win it.
For sure, for sure. I mean, he is the mechanic god here in ID. And it shows, right? Give him Valentina and an ult that he can steal, he'll make it work. It seems like Kaja is in the composition of Onyx.
It almost feels like that's the case. And you have to question, maybe, some people are talking about experience being a big factor on why the original, the ISF trio is better than the WCG trio. And you can see that in this game, right? The moment things don't go according to their plan, the whole roster of Evos just crumble. Again and again, it's the same outcome. Sutsujin, being the main frontliner, gets engaged on, and everyone just is confused on what to do. Do they want to strike back? Right? Does Krite on the Kadita want to try and scare away the members of Onyx using the threat of a huge combo? Nothing was really working out for them, and they didn't make any adjustments on the fly in-game. That could be something that they can work on. Because for game number 2, it's looking to be a bit of a repeat of the same story if this goes on.
So what do you think should be changed? Just execution? Because for me, draft, that's why I voted for Evos. I really like their draft. I thought there were a lot of loopholes coming in from Onyx. But is it just a skill diff at this point?
In the current meta, the execution is almost as important, if not more important, than the draft, right? So that already makes it things quite difficult to predict, first of all. So there's that. But on top of that, I think that draft, right, it was doing so well, but again, I think they could have executed it better, especially in that mid-game, right? Once the golds really swung in favor of Onyx, they just really scrambled. They had no control over the minion waves, they have no control over vision, and they had the wrong person, like, checking out the bushes as well. So I think execution is definitely the main issue, and if they can't fix that now, man, that's a tough assignment for the coaches, for Coach Caleb as well, to draft something that can succeed despite maybe the lack of flexibility in execution.
I completely agree, but again, CW will be the POTG here, it seems like. Yeah, worth it.
Yep,
well deserved. I mean, again, I personally feel like Sans with the Flicker Divine Judgment caused problems. But, you know, CW. Weak side. The best weak side gold laner in ID.
I think at this point, CW is just perfect in the gold lane, right? We saw that being kind of a loophole that a lot of teams capitalized over when Albert was in the gold lane. The fact that Albert needed a little bit more company from Keyboy, and so Keyboy wasn't really free to do his thing, which is what Keyboy actually needs as a roamer. And the fact that they can't rely on the flexibility in the gold lane, which CW offers, there's just a lot of factors as to why I think CW is still the better fit for that gold laner for Onyx.
I think it's crazy, man, because you can make a case for Sans, you can make a case for Keyboy. I think, because for me, right, the person initiating the bulk of these plays, the one who set up the first initial comeback that we might see in the highlights right here, was Keyboy. And everyone from Onyx, they were just performing really well. Evos, despite great moments in the beginning here, Krite with the pressure, with the damage, and Fluffy with the aggression on the Arlet, they were just unable to close it out the longer the game goes.
Very good display. Again, composure from the side of Onyx, because early game, even here, minute 5, minute 6, 2,000 gold deficit. But what they did here, I feel like, was the start of the problems for the side of EVOS Legends, where Rans got taken down. But overall, man, Onyx displayed a perfect, not perfect, but I mean good approach when you're losing. What do you need to do? This is what you need to do. Take a look at Keyboy. Boom, bang, bada bing.
On Krite and Fluffy to make things really worse for EVOS Legends. And afterwards, Brands going all in right here. It just seems like they're not on the same page. And afterwards, Van Strong, you can see that he was able to walk away with his immortality, and then he made a few back and forth moves, loses his life on top of that, and from then on, whenever there's an engage, it was always done with on the terms of Onyx instead of the terms of EVOS. And being such a heavy pick of comp with the Kadita and Kaja, you cannot really take fights on the terms of your opponent. It just doesn't work.
Definitely. And even in the later stages of the game, I would have given to Sans. Did you see that play?
Multiple times. Again, I feel like Kaja was not in the side of EVOS Legends. I feel like Kaja and Kufra was on the side of Onyx. because the proactiveness flicker Divine Judgment we see from the side of Onyx, not EVOS.
I mean, we saw that Van Strong tried to do it. There were a lot of moments where he actually missed out that Divine Judgment, used the flicker, but didn't actually connect. And those are like missed opportunities that EVOS could have had to turn things around. But taking a look at the items here.
I mean, for the side of EVOS Legends, quite the Kadira, having a very healthy amount of damage, but again, not having any targets to output that damage towards. Is it going to be Kyrie? Is it Keyboy? In the end, there was just no vision, no control enough. And I think they're not working together. Because by all means, if you're afraid of a pickoff, if you're afraid that Keyboy could jump at you, you can just let Suzuki take the initial engage and then counter-engage using Fluffy's Arlet. This is what he's meant to do. Dive in the back, land a big final slash, and afterwards, there is follow-up. There is the Kadira, there's the Claude as well, but it really wasn't working out. If you look at the emblems as well, tenacity for both Brands and Fluffy, but they were unable to actually live long enough to actually make the huge difference in that game. And speaking of the win conditions, Van Strong on the Kaja. He went for the more tanky build, tanky approach right there. And in this game, initially it was pretty okay, but he wasn't unable to find any real high-value picks with the Divine Judgment. And I think the whole idea for EVOS Legends is to engage with other tools like the Boxia, like the Arlet or the Kadira, and then save the Divine Judgment for a defensive use, which is what allows Sans to actually use it aggressively instead, which is why it feels like the Kaja is on the side of Onyx instead.
I actually have a question. As a Boxia, are you like reliant on your mana?
When you have a purple, you do rely on your mana, but since you're a jungler, early game towards mid, yeah.
Mana issues.
Yes, if you don't have purple.
Oh, so that's why he went for Impure Rage. I was wondering why Boxia Impure Rage than something else.
You don't need it by all means. Most people go with the Concussive Blast for faster clear, extra bit of burst damage when they first contact someone. And in the early game, that's a very respectable amount of damage. But to quote Anti-Mage, right? Anti-Mage was talking about this. Sutsujin likes bringing this Impure Rage on the tankier heroes, like the Fredrin, like the Boxia, perhaps for a bit more burn damage, more repetitive damage. I think in this particular game, it didn't really show its value, particularly. So maybe they can improve, they can try in something else as well. Because I really don't think that it's required by all means.
I was wondering, right? I was like, you know, being a jungler, being the Boxia, is it worth to bring the Impure Rage if you're not as reliant as any other hero that's reliant, like, let's say Uranus, right? He's quite reliant on the mana. But, you know, I'm reliant on something.
What's that?
I'm relying on OVO because you guys just get so many benefits on many different things.
Gotcha.
You get quota, you get this, you get that, you get this. But with OVO in collaboration with Lemon, you guys can actually watch pro players play together, and you guys can also play like a pro alongside MLBB pro players, and you totally can because all you just need to do is buy MLBB items on Google Play using OVO to get a chance to play with Lemon. Lemon, the Lemon. The Lemon.
Your Lemon, Arashi.
Your Lemon.
My Lemon.
Have you tried it? Because all you need to do is register at payovo.co/MPL and you get a chance to play with Lemon.
I mean, you already know I'm trying, right? But, you know, maybe you guys at home can be a bit more lucky. Today, at least, for example, for instance, my predictions have been relatively wrong. So maybe you guys at home will have better luck today and, of course, with the OVO X Lemon promo as well.
Man, you don't want to miss this out, so register now at payovo.co/MPL.
Because registration is open from August 3rd to September 20th, 2023. Don't miss out. Register now at the website beforehand. But coming back into this matchup, ladies and gentlemen, what's up?
I'm hyped.
Why?
Because Onyx just won in a very dominating fashion.
I don't think it was dominating at all. They lost the control in the early game.
Which they handled perfectly.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that they're dominating. Sorry, Arashi. Need to put this man in his place a little bit. This Onyx fanboy.
He's
I'm
got
not
a
an
rein
Onyx
in
fan.
Gani, man. He's just-
Dominating is like you're controlling the tempo from the early game,
But
which
after
they
the
weren't.
turnaround, they dominated EVOS.
Well, it wasn't like a 10-minute game, you know, and the fights. In that last fight, by the way, I gotta shout out Onyx again because this is what they do that is so scary, by all means. They were all like, what, 200 HP? But they saw the chance and they have the experience to go like, you know what, we're gonna get low, but we're gonna end the game, so it won't matter. Any other team, when you see like every single one of you, 5 of you, at like 150 HP, 200 HP, you're gonna start moving backwards. But
Spam that
not
recall.
Onyx, they're like,
Need to go
we
home.
got this. that experience definitely played a huge role in how they're able to turn things around. The turntables, as we like to call it on the English desk. I think EVOs have to try and set a good game plan from the beginning, but also a good recovery plan as well. Because if they don't, this is what happens, man. They dominate initially, and then they get dominated, which is not ideal.
If you expect to gain the same experience that Onyx already has, stop changing your roster.
True.
What do you want? Decide. Do you want Taz? Do you want Krite? Do you want Hijume? Do you want Dreams? Do you want Vanstrong?
You tell them, Eternal.
Where are you going with this?
Who do you think is the best lineup for EVOS?
Ooh.
I think this one with Taz in the jungle.
Okay. So no
That's
Hijume, no Dreams as well. Inar Ahmad.
No.
Rashi
Wait,
seems to disagree.
No brands as well?
Nobody's been able to replace brands, but if I had the option to pick Doma, I'd pick Doma.
Ooh, strong words. I do agree with that though, because like I think what they need right now is flashy playmaking, first of all, or some consistency, some knowledge, right? Someone they can rely on when things hit the fan. Because earlier, when everyone was just scrambling, they need someone to keep in control. And the fact that Brands goes in and full commits there and, you know, doesn't really help with the recovery process. It's not his fault, I'm saying, but having more people that can be that consistent, that calm in the panic could be such a good addition to EVOS Legends.
But what about you, Gani? You asked our opinions. What do you think is the best roster for EVOS?
I haven't really gotten Arashi's answer, but okay, I will answer. I feel like if we do not count Doma, I think, Brands, Krite, Vanstrong, Fluffy, and Taz. So like you, I think.
So Vanstrong over Dreams, you think?
I think so.
All right.
This current state, in this day and age.
In this day and age, wow. Honestly, I'll be real with you. I said earlier,
How long
Gani,
have you been alive? Sorry, Rashi.
for generations.
I'm so confused with that statement.
This robots have been so good for generations, but in this day and age, it's a different time.
Okay, Dad.
Back in my day,
Okay,
Dreams
Grandpa.
would have dominated. Well,
Okay.
Gani, you were asking. I said I agreed with Eterna, but I
Okay.
think when it comes to the roamer,
Okay.
I need to see a bit more data from Vanstrong because I think he has great instincts. He knows a lot of how he has synergy with his teammates because he's played so many different roles as well.
Exactly.
And then he has a great hero pool that could be so beneficial in the drafting phase. Does he have the adjustments mid-game, the presence of mind, the calmness of nerves to try and play at the highest level though? That we have to wait and see. I think we've seen 2 games so far. I want to
True.
see a bit more before I can make a bold statement like he's better than Dreams.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think my 50-50 would definitely be the roamer between Dreams and Vanstrong, but we saw what he was able and what he was capable of doing at SPS. I think we saw a glimmer there from this man. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the drafting phase here for game number 2, the Rumble in the Jungle, Onyx and EVOS. And interestingly enough, peculiar choice here. Onyx first pick, EVOS second. I don't think I've seen Onyx first pick in quite some time.
Exactly. So I think this is EVOS opting for that second pick, right? Because they lost that first game. So, Onyx, now this is somehow not Yeb's favorite side, but let's see if he is able to make it work this time going up against EVOS Legends. EVOS Legends still, theme from the second match, every red side wins the game.
Well, I hear that whoever picks the side they start on, right? It's alternating. It's home team, away team, home team, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's the info we received backstage. We'll confirm with you on another day, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, the bans, Uranus has been added to the fray for Onyx. The Fredrin, though, has been added afterwards. The Paquito is left open, but I think Onyx might be trying to dare Evos. Like, do you want to leave it open? Do you want to risk Boots getting it? Or even worse, Kyrie on that Paquito?
Well, looking at the situation right now, a lot of approaches that can be executed right from here because Valentina is still open, even Yves is still open. So Onyx or Yeb, they can play around the heroes there. EVOS Legends, they will opt for a Kadira ban, somehow Force as well. As we all know, Keyboy and Sans can pick up the Kadira effectively. So that's a bit too overwhelming for EVOS Legends.
Yeah, super flex.
Super
flex, Onyx.
Well, what's not flex is the fact that the Valentina is still open. And I think Onyx, despite their flexibility, seeing Sans' performance on that Valentina, they might take it right now. If they don't, the Yves is available.
You know what? Ling is open.
The Ling, though, you're right, is open, but the Valentina will be picked up first. We'll see if the Ling does make an appearance.
We'll see.
I want to see Ling Kyrie again.
I want to see... Yeah.
Oh, I want to see Saber Roam.
We saw that already.
I want to see it again.
I think one
is
Saber
enough?
Roam is enough.
All right, one per day?
For the whole year.
Oh, all right.
Year?
For the whole year. But with the Valentina being picked up here by Onyx, how do Evos want to respond? Fredrin taken away. Do they want to go for the Kaja once again and bank on perhaps the Yves this time? Or they can actually leave the Yves later on for the third pick. Paquito, I agree.
And Claude, maybe. It's something that Grants is very comfortable on, but I think he does better with a bit more range. Range, I was about to say. So the Beatrix is the option. More flexible in the weapon selection. And the usual pesky quote-unquote counter in the early game, the Uranus, is not available right here. So Evos having some good things going for them right now. For Onyx, are they going to be forced to pick the Roamer early? Because for Keyboy, the Kufa was picked 4th in the first game.
You know what? They can go for Keyboy or they can go for the Grok here. Which is flexible for Boots or
Masha.
Keyboy. Masha this early.
Yeah, before he gets banned out of second phase.
Let's say Claude, Keyboy or Boots. Oh, the Edith. It's also flex. Goodness, I hate the Edith personally. No, I mean going up against the Edith.
It's
very annoying here.
Why? Elaborate.
Very tanky, but can deal damage. Nasty. Yuck.
Balanced hero.
So it's
builds
flex.
full tank, does damage.
Exactly.
Provides utility. Like, what in the world is going on?
Has crowd control.
Exactly. Well, against the Edith right now, this means that Evos might want to maintain their distance. So the Yves is available, but what's been more efficient, more attractive is that Novaria or the Farsa for that long distance new combo, having a Valentina and a Claude. Everything is very, very short range.
Oh, I actually like that. The combo pairing with the Beatrix as well. Might just work, but no. They go for the Kaja once again, trying to go on the bank of these pickoffs with the Divine Judgment. But we saw what Sans was able to do, and he once again was given the Valentina very risky. And now Evos, do they want to go for the EXP lane ban or something else? Because I don't know. I don't think, is Keyboy Edith a thing?
Keyboy Edith?
Definitely can pull it off, I believe.
I feel like with Keyboy, it's just, it's a spectrum, right? He's not always like gonna be good or bad. It's just relative, depending on the hero. And on the Edith, I believe he has playmaking tools available. The onward flicker combo is actually quite difficult to land. So we'll see if he tries and does that in game number 2 right here.
Yeah, the Grok ban here from the side of EVOS Legends. They do not want to deal with another hero. That is a rock, right? So, Onyx, Martis ban. Jungler, limiting the jungler here. So, with this Martis ban though, if they ban another fighter, they might go for assassin pick here.
I agree. Could be Ling.
It could be Ling.
Well, could be Ling. Lancelot is also still an option, open up and available for Kyrie to pick up. We've seen him on even... Oh, actually, Joy's been banned out, so maybe those are the options. Bane is a possibility as well. But for Evo's Legends, what do they want to ban out? I think still go to, yeah, exactly, Keyboy. I don't think that this is Edith Keyboy. I think this is going to be Edith EXP. I don't see the flex for Onyx in particular here. And so they're going to go for the Kufra ban, taking it away. And what does that leave Keyboy to pick up? Franco is an option. Cho.
Well,
it's also an option.
Banning the tanky junglers, targeting Sutsujin and his expertise in these fighter tank junglers. They go for the box shot ban finally in the final ban on their side. So tanky heroes in the jungle. Akai? Could it be?
Oh my god, you're right. Akai is still up and available. So the assassin pick for Kyrie might be a little bit too hard.
I think Lancelot is difficult to pull off, but I think Ling into Akai
It's not bad.
is not bad. Especially for neutral objective takes.
Especially with a Paquito and a Beatrix, right? Having the ability to pin someone down like that with a heavy spin, there's a lot of follow-up options available. Will they show the jungler first, or are they going to show the mid lane first? Because if they don't show the jungler, they can hide it with the Paquito possibility. So they go for this Faramis in the mid lane, going for a teamfight situation, but only having a Beatrix as a DPS source. Very bold, but here comes that bold Ling pick as well.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say, if EVO's Legends, they picked up a mage, Ling or an assassin, Hellcat might be picked up. And there you go, you mentioned the Ling earlier. Now, Keyboy or Boots? I think they're still discussing here, even Keyboy pointing out a hero. See, still discussing with Yeb here, taking their time. What do they need? Do they need CC? Why not, right? I mean, Cho.
I think they do.
You need a frontliner.
I think Atlas could work here.
Atlas. Oh,
what if they pick a dig into it though?
Yeah,
How can they? They already have the Faramis and the Kaja.
Diggy Roam, Faramis, mid?
Cho.
All right. Well, it's going to be Cho, and it's going to be the Arlet again. So it actually is going to be the Paquito in the jungle. A bit more aggression coming in from Sutsujin. We'll see if that is enough.
And all that being said, right, Arlet falling back into the hands of Fluffy. He was a monster in game number 1. I know he lost, but he was able to do so much for his team with the final slashes. It's going to be a tough one. I like the drafts coming in from both. I see the advantages and the disadvantages, the risks that both of these teams are willing to go for, especially now that it is match point.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, what will happen here in the second match. Will we see a third match? But spell check and as well as talent check here, Arashi.
Purify on the Faramis, pretty standard stuff. Everyone else going for the flicker, but CW has that sprint, so he's trying to kite back away or maneuver more away from these fighters. That's a good choice, considering the Paquito most likely will be able to keep up with his mobility as well.
And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn for game number 2. Onyx once again going head-to-head with Evos in the Rumble in the jungle. Will the King of the Jungle be able to force a game number 3, or is it going to be a 2-0 from the former MSC champions?
In the jungle though, the clear from the Paquito is deceptively slow, I think, because people expect it to be a lot quicker, but not like Keyboy trying to be a nuisance, getting chunked quite low, and everyone else is on the hunt trying to find an extra kill. But look at Kyrie.
Oh, he wants to steal. He gets it! With the retribution, he was able to get the camp, getting more EXP, but Lito will be secured by Sutsujin. All quiet until then.
I mean, at this point, you can... Oh, wait a minute. Keyboy's taken really low.
Yep, stun now, still holding on towards his flicker though. Van Strong already opening vision, taking damage as well. No commitments to invade though.
Back to my point earlier on, I think Onyx, they have a little bit more to work with, especially with the Ling. They should be able to rotate a lot quicker, but in terms of emblems here, anything standing out?
Tenacities, and of course the pull yourself together and the inspire for Krite. He is all utility, but look at Kyrie!
Alright, no cold altar. Take a look at this fast hands, Kyrie. That's Kyrie Rios del Sol for you, but take a look at outside, CW. Oh! BMI!
Oh!
Keyboy with the cover. CW low on HP, but no. Sutsujin secures the kill. Almost a great escape there.
Almost, but Sans goes in once again. That's a terrify.
Oh, the trade, looking for the trade. Sutsujin with the cover. Take a look at the backside though, Cho. Jet Kundo, no flicker. Oh, he has a flicker. There you go, finding the kill. That's 200 gold for Keyboy.
Oh, but was that a wise decision? Van Strong already in the vicinity. He doesn't necessarily have level 4 just yet. Sutsujin is there as well.
Yeah, just buying time here, Keyboy. Take a look at top side. Boots survived
No
the
way.
2v1 as well, and Keyboy!
No way!
No flicker, no problem. He escapes from that situation.
The Cho mobility, so difficult to deal with. Now for Evos, they were able to get a chain of moments right there, but they lost control over the turtle, and now Fluffy gets jumped on.
Oh, let's see. He did it in game 1. This time, he won't be able to do it. Kyrie finding the turtle and finding the kill as well. Cold Altar wasted. Suppression comes through. The damage is there. Kyrie finds the kill again. Sans taking ult. Shadow on towards Sutsujin. No kill for Sutsujin. Kyrie finds the double. Van Strong now, juicy target, triple kill for Kyrie, minute 3.
It's like Onyx just want to go home at this point, right? They're playing messily, but it's working out with how they're able to chain their skills because of the early game damage coming in from Kyrie as well. Look at that, 6-1 in the first 3 minutes of the game. And Papolong, anti-Onyx.
Is the anti-Onyx, the final boss, Pak Pulung.
Can the audience hear the chants?
Audience probably are starting to chant that as well. But man, for Evos, you can see that they have no control whatsoever right here. They're just playing at the whims of Onyx. The Cold Altar from Krite was late as well to save Fluffy's life, so a lot of miscoordination, and this is what happens when you change your roster around. But look at this play though.
Flicker Divine Judgment on towards Keyboy though. Take a look at the Jet Kundo. Will not survive this time. Keyboy will be taken out. Onyx though, still a healthy lead.
Even in the XP lane, one level ahead.
Goodness.
Boots on the Edith. And in the jungle, this strong Paquito pick, the fighter against the assassin, still showing right here, right? Level 6 against level 7, despite losing his life once already. For now though, without any neutral objectives, both teams is waiting around, looking for plays, but Evo's Legends, they are the ones who require to use this Kaja in a more aggressive fashion.
They haven't been able to. There's just so much counter-engage coming in from Evo's Legends. I mean, from Onyx, what are you supposed to do? Go in Divine Judgment, and let's say there's follow-up coming in from the Paquito. Earth Shatter from Boots can just seal the deal, not to mention Sans can pick up anything they want, but in the top lane, Boots gonna get severely punished here.
Yeah, 2v1, no flicker. So, it's a clean kill. Just before the turtle. Well, I mean, just as the turtle spawns. So let's see here, will they be able to take the domino effect? Seems like, yeah. Not yet though. Keyboy jumping in, Sutsujin claiming the turtle, but Keyboy will be saved by the Cold Altar. Take a look at the backside here. Both teams popping that Cold Altar. No casualties, only Boots top side earlier.
What a great secure from Sutsujin there. Despite being an equal level, or was he a level below?
He was a level below, got 8 after the turtle.
Well, that's the burst damage from the Paquito for you. He's going with the lethal ignition, by the way, so again, he has a lot of damage in his pocket. The timing for the pick off on the top side is really, really good. You need to see more moments like that from Evos if they want to try and bring this game to the late game. Because Kyrie, already 4-0. In the late game, Evos will rely on brands, and against a 4-0 lane, that's not a fun prospect.
Definitely not, but at least they do still have cover coming in from Krite, and I think that's the point of the Cult Altar and the Faramis, that cover, and even if they want to go for it, they do still have Advanced Strong. There are layers to these team fights, which is why Onyx has really benefited on going for pickoffs instead. It looks like they're going for more, looking for a pickoff here as well.
Ooh. Almost. Wave Dragon though, connecting onto his Van Strong, and Van Strong will be taken out by CW. Cult Altar out of range, Tempest Blade in the backside, it goes for Krite. Purified pop there. But it seems like no casualties, I might be wrong. Take a look at the damage. Oof. Krite barely survives.
That's dangerous. And yet again, the Cult Altar fails to save the member that is being jumped on by Onyx. It's a repeat again and again. And with Sans and CW pushing together, Bronze wants no business, no part of that whatsoever. Building towards a BOD. with the steel leg plates to try and get an edge in the lane against CW. For CW though, like we said, he's a great weak side player, and still he has an 800 gold lead. So far, only finishing the Demon Hunter Sword, Corrosion Scythe most likely coming up after. Or Golden Staff, sorry.
Let's see what happens here on the mid side. I'm quite curious. Last time EVO's Legends were able to get a pick off. That's how they've been able to gain control of the neutral objectives. Are they going to go for a 50-50 5v5 this time around? Oh, they're not!
A good pull onto his boots, flickering as a defensive maneuver. Primal Wrath will not be able to mount anything. Facing Duet, will silence 3 members, the tip is a blade! Will secure the kill! Fluffy on the right side, finding the kill though, finding the shutdown. It's a 2-4-1 for now, as Sans gets taken down as well. It's a 3-4-1, EVO's Legends here. They equalize mid at 7.
The shutdown onto Kyrie by Fluffy, man. This man, once again, give him an aggressive hero, he will deliver on the aggression department. The tankiness, the fighter comp from EVO's Legends allows them to actually sustain through. And the Cold Altar nullifies the Blazing Duet as well. This is how the comp is meant to operate. We'll see if EVO's Legends can pull off similar fights again and again.
And once again, EVO's Legends claiming control over more things on the board, with Sutsujin being able to get the turret in that top side, providing more space for EVO's Legends. This isn't clean again.
No. This time not clean. Earlier, I feel like this is drifting from the game plan of Onyx. So, what Arashi? What happened? Can Onyx bounce back? And if so, what did they need to do?
I think they have to play for CW a bit more. Over in that fight, CW has the basic items, right? The Demon Hunter Sword and the Golden Staff, but it's not enough to burst through a Arlet with a Brave Smite, as well as Sutsujin on that Paquito. So they were able to sustain through it, essentially, and outlive that damage. The longer the game goes, the more EVO's Legends will not be able to do so, but until then, Onyx needs to stay on the pick-off game or on the counter-engage game and just try and make sure that they just keep bewildering EVOs using that macro gameplay, using the mobility of the Ling that's 5-1 with a Windtalker, not losing any 1v1s anytime soon.
And that's exactly what Kyrie's been doing. If you notice his rotations on the map, right? He's looking for a little bit of damage here, a little bit of damage there, trying to cut some lanes around the map as well. That's all that they've been able to do, realizing that EVO's Legends, they don't have the mobility to match the Ling with the choices that they made in the drafting phase. But EVO's Legends, despite all that, they've been able to trade back really well, right? With CW being able to take a turn on the top side, you can already see there's pressure there for EVO's Legends. They're looking for that tier 2 turret. They're looking for a pick-off before they go in for these team fights. EVO's Legends are doing everything right. If Van Strong gets yet another pick, it's another GG. There you go!
Quick Divine Judgment. Into Truncheon. Sans with the read. Now Fluffy. Will and battle. Boots with a 3-man knock up. The Shadow Blazing Duet towards the backside. Sutsujin finds the first. He gets the double as Sans is going to get taken down as well. Keyboy will lose his immortal here as Fluffy will be the trade. It's a 3-4-1 all for EVO's Legends.
Those are the cores of Onyx just obliterated with that team fight coming in from EVO's Legends. You thought that perhaps Sans outplayed the situation with the Winter Truncheon, but look at them grabbing the space, grabbing the objectives on the board. Kyrie focusing on that top turret.
Yeah. It begs the question, why did Onyx go for a team fight there? Boots going for a multiple-man knockup, that was really, really good, but at the same time, it puts his team in jeopardy as Kyrie slides out of there. Both him and CW needs to be very careful right now, because otherwise, Brands at this point has quite enough damage. Before you know it, you're going to get bursted down. This is the danger that a Beatrix with the full physical damage build can get you.
You see Kyrie's hands earlier. Goodness, fast hands. But yeah, I mean, they're still behind 3,000 gold with the Lord come in, marching mid. I think they are still able to defend, but question is, how many base turrets will stand?
I don't know, that's a question here. I mean, it is the first Lord, but the problem is Onyx, they don't really have the range to be able to compete against EVO's Legends. Remember, Bronze does still have that ultimate. I guess Onyx can utilize CW, but is it too risky going against the Divine Judgment?
Well, Onyx will be able to clear the Lord out just now, and Kyrie is positioned behind everyone. A bit of a risky maneuver here, but for Evos, that's what they want to do, force a team fight. And look at that, Kyrie gets spotted out, forced to leave the vicinity, and Evos is back on the hunt. Back and waiting for Vanstrong to just hook one guy down, pull him into the team, and Onyx is just forced to wait for a mistake from Evos Legends.
And they have the damage to do that, right? You can see that the Beatrix already, Maleficor, BOD, Fury Hammer, a lot of damage. What is he going for next?
Oh, Flicker Divine Judgment on towards Boots now. He gets insta-deleted. 5v4. Finally, Van Strong repaired his game from game 1. Conceal. Oh, cancelled immediately by first Claude skill. Take a look at Ling here. Trying to prio the jungles of EVOS Legends. Very smart.
While this is all going on though, Onyx, they're sending Kyrie off to try and get something else. Trying to go for a bit of a split push, kind of. He's just trying to get farm as much as possible, making use of the mobility. It's the best thing he can do for now. With the wave pushing really hard in the top side, building up to be a massive wave. Seems like EVOS Legends want to try and control it before it becomes out of hand. Or they're just trying to deny Kyrie his purple buff.
Good final slash on towards Boots. Again, the Primal Rat to the backside. Sutsujin gets taken out. Keyboy finds up Raz, but he will be taken out instead. Called Alter saving Bronze there. But then again, it's a 1-for-1. No retreat for EVOS Legends.
Fluffy is so insane. What is he on lately? Arlet, Paquito, Uranus. What else has he utilized to just crazy extent? Esmeralda to Rizla. This guy performs so well over and over. EVOS Legends, if consistency is a thing, even if they swap out the rosters, man, Fluffy is consistent with a 4v4 situation. There you go once again.
Finding 2, my goodness, suppression comes through towards Boots. Couldn't not soak the damage. Oh, Sans with the 4-man final slash. Luckily for side of EVOS Legends, there's no follow-up. Take a look at Cry. Call the Walter pops, but take a look at Keyboy finding Van Strong again. Fluffy has Immortal, will lose his Immortal, but Sutsujin calmly claims the Lord.
Wow, CW, very low right there, but still outputting that damage. It's a great move for EVOS to force that fight though, because otherwise Onyx, look at that wave. They haven't touched it and it's pushing on the top side. It would have been a big problem, but they go and deny that chance from Onyx. Left behind in the levels, left behind 2k in the gold. It's not much, but it still counts. And against a Beatrix, now they are in trouble. In these big team fights, they lack the damage to actually pressure EVOS Legends away, and they have no solution for Fluffy, just being an absolute menace right here.
Yeah, not just yet. How is he always able to find those openings? And the way that it collapses with one another. I think another shout out needs to go to Van Strong. I think he's been performing really well as well, getting those Divine Judgments down. And it really banks on that. If Onyx is able to get a pick off first, I think it's going to be in favor of Onyx. If Van Strong gets that important Divine Judgment, GG for Onyx as that Lord marching down in the bottom sit line.
Ooh, that's a Cult Altar stolen by San, so it can be utilized quite effectively to try and defend the base right here. The first turret though gets taken out. Keyboy caught out. That's a final slash down though. So for one base turret, it seems like an okay trade that Onyx is willing to take. Look at Kyrie though, never an idle moment.
I mean, again, EVOS Legends, I don't know if it's unanimous, but they failed to push 3 waves. They left the top side unoccupied, which Kyrie happily occupied. Keyboy moving off Flicker. That's a miss mechanic there by Keyboy. Losing his Immortal. Call Alter now 4. Take a look at Kyrie. In the backside, Boots will be taken out. Oh, CW blazing duets. Call Alter pop though. Kyrie, will he survive this one? Keyboy gets taken out, so it's a 2-for-none. Fourth side of EVOS Legends.
Diving a Called Altar? What were they thinking? Oh, that was so unfortunate. The Called Altar was stolen from Sans as well, so they were trying to match EVOS Legends, but I think Kyrie was a bit late to the party as well. He's forced to just dive under the turret. That's dangerous with 2 members down right here. EVOS, they might be trying to go for more base turrets.
It looks like it. I mean, they're marching down in the bottom lane. Brand's just sieging, just melting through. Kyrie might be in trouble against Fluffy here.
Oh. Not for now. Seems like a base turret left standing will be the top side of Forge out of Onyx. EVOS Legends. 2,000 gold lead here, minute 17. With the Lord coming. What can Onyx do?
I don't think they can win if the Lord is involved, but let's take a look at the instant replay by the Samsung Galaxy Z series. Keyboy goes for the play, but Van Strong denies it from him, and that is just unfortunate. The Cold Altar was popped to try and salvage the situation, but afterwards they're forced to engage under the turret with a Cold Altar. That is not the way to go, man. Onyx lost 2, they lost control, lose 1 more base turret as well, and then the Lord is being taken by EVOS. But no, Onyx are the ones that have control over the area. EVOS are playing it very patiently macro-wise.
Looking at the situation again. Seems like EVOS Legends, why are they hesitating here? Is that the right move, or do you think they should be more active with this momentum that they have established?
At this point, they just have to be a bit more, they have to play a bit reactive. If they go too aggressive, then they risk losing brands due to the lack of card control whatsoever. But now, look at that, going in towards Boost, the immobile hero.
It seems like they are going for the creative route. Boots now, again, very low. Good way of Dragon to disengage. Fluffy again loses Immortal Sujin. Will also be the casualty perhaps. But now, the Terrify comes through. Boots gets taken out. Take a look at Crime in the backside. Causing Kyrie! Take a look at Kyrie! Take a look at Kyrie! Onyx gets it with the Wind Talker!
No.
Oh, wait!
No!
Oh! Kyrie Rios now soul with the solo push!
And Onyx Esports show what it means to have the experience, to have that MSC championship, and the material to create amazing plays. Oh man, that was Kyrie. That was Kyrie all. That would have not ended that way without Kyrie, man.
Oh, the communication there, Arashi and Eterna.
Onyx, it was beautiful.
Onyx lost boots, but then they re-engaged. That's what happened? What is going on? That's a distraction, so EVOS Legends couldn't recall. Wow.
The yellow porcupines showing that they are the true kings of the jungle, telling the tigers, bow down to us, bow down to the kings of the skies, as once again they prove that they have what it takes with this lineup.
For EVOS though, it was a very nice try, it was respectable. Goni might think that it's dominating, but honestly, that was so close from both these teams. So despite the lack of experience, they're able to push Onyx so far deep into deep waters, forcing them to pull out all the stops. And a lot of people are asking, how do you play an assassin in the late game? That's how you do it, man. That was so brilliant. The timing of everything going down. That's why you have to be so aware of not just what's going on in the team fight, but macro-wise on the map, how the waves are doing as well.
This is tough, Arashi. This is tough, Goni, because this has happened to different generations of EVOS Legends.
Yeah.
Remember the EVOS Legends with Clover?
Yeah.
And then the EVOS Legends afterwards with Sutsujin, and now
Sutsujin again.
another layer, but also with Sutsujin. But every generation, they fall a prey to -1 map or -1 map that they're not aware of the map. And again, it happens. History repeating itself here. Ladies and gentlemen.
They are the history maker, so.
That's true, they are the history makers we saw in that asset, but with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's take to the interview with Bude Clara Momstar and Onyx. How were they able to do it again?
Ya, Itangki bercaster 2-0 dengan momen 1 saja dan membuat tim Onyx mendapatkan kemenangannya. Sobat Onyx, mana suaranya? Langsung semua pada bersorak-sorai. Satu momen dari Kyrie, linkmu, buset. How do you find that moment? How did decide to just go and to the EVO's best?
Nggak tahu, insting mungkin.
Instinct. Jadi ini dari Kyrie sendiri. From yourself or is there anyone who told you to go there?
Gua coba because gua gak ada biru.
Oh nggak ada, nggak ada buff biru. Jadi coba aja.
Ya cobain.
Jadi daripada perang mungkin ya, dia mau cobain aja dan berhasil. How about the others? Gimana kalian? Responnya gimana pas Kyrie ngeloncat sendiri ke sana mungkin cewek? Kyrie ada sendirian di sana. Ada yang merespon nggak di sini?
Tadi sih emang Kyrie kan udah di atas kan. Kyrie udah di atas, jadi kayak kita langsung gagalin recall aja sih. Jadi kayak kita mati nggak apa, yang penting Kyrie cobain aja.
Yang penting Kyrie coba, semuanya ngasih space untuk Kyrie dan gameplay dari Onyx sangat kuat. 2-0 dan mereka berhasil lagi meranjak untuk mendapatkan poin-poin dan ini penasaran juga ya pasti. This is gonna, maybe kita bisa ngobrol juga ada cownya Keyboy. Wow, Keyboy pakai cow, kamu mengembalikan cow lagi nih untuk match hari ini, untuk game terakhir. Bisa bermain cow di match kali ini gimana Boy?
Senang.
Ngelawan Evo Station dengan komposisi seperti ini gimana Boy?
Ya lumayan susah sih, ada Faramis. Seneng sih paling udah.
Ya, tapi kombinasi Evo Station yang seperti ini kah yang kamu harapkan untuk kamu temuin? Atau dengan komposisi mereka punya dua atau mereka bahkan bisa punya banyak sekali line up pula seperti kalian. Apakah ini line up yang kalian harapkan untuk ketemu?
Pengen ngelawan Hijume sama Dream sih.
Apakah leg kedua akan melawan Hijume dan juga Dreams? Ini line up yang baru. Ada nggak sih mungkin yang perbedaan dari kalau Dream sama Hijume dan yang tadi?
Mungkin lebih seru sih, udah kenal kan.
Udah kenal jadi lebih seru ya. Bisa lomba recall lagi nggak sih sama, mungkin sama Sans ya? Sans.
Lo lagi.
Woi. Ini seru ya. Dari Onyx mereka berlima, ini adalah line up internasional yang dibawa kembali. Ini adalah kali pertama kalian bermain berlima seperti ini di MPL Indonesia. Apakah ada alasan khusus kalian memainkan 5 line up ini seperti mungkin season lalu juga untuk kali pertama di MPL?
Itu tergantung dari coach kita. Semua main kok, kita ganti-gantian.
Ganti-gantian?
Ya.
Ada tergantung apa nggak, bisa dikasih tahu nggak?
Nggak ada, itu tuh dari coach kita.
Semua dari coach?
Ya benar.
Semua dari coach. Dan tentu saja ini menarik banget ya, dimana Valentina dari Sans nggak terhentikan. Kamu gimana sih ngelihat sekarang mid lane di MPL Indonesia season 12?
Wah, jago-jago.
Jago-jago?
Jago-jago.
Siapa? Kalau bisa sebut nama kah?
Sans.
Sans! Paling jago ya. Jago-jago semua by Josan. Oke, ngomong-ngomong tentang match kita 2-0 ini, kita akan melihat player of the match. Siapa kira-kira, coba sobat Onyx? Siapa? Ini player of the match, ada cewek, ada Kyrie, ada siapa lagi nih? Cewek. Wow, oh Keyboy juga. Siapa? Komeng lagi ulang tahun ya, happy birthday. Tapi kita bakal langsung cek bersama-sama player of the match dari tim Onyx. Let's go. Inilah dia, player of the match jatuh kepada deng 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 deng. Kyrie, with that moment you become player of the match. With that link. Kamu takut gak sih linkmu bakal di-ban untuk sepanjang MPL? Are you afraid that your link will be banned after this?
Takut.
Ya.
Enggak, gua masih ada banyak hero.
Kyrie nggak takut, masih banyak hero. You prefer assassin hero or fighter hero or tanky hero for the jungle?
Masih banyak sih. Ada Nana, Layla.
Mau Nana, Layla, banyak hero-nya Kyrie ya. Ditunggu ini semuanya yang pada bersorak-sorai. Dan ngelihat ini gear 5-nya Sans sama Kyrie. Is this your gear 5? Gear 5 like that, you know, the gear 5? Sans gear 5, nonton nggak? Semuanya bikin poster kamu loh, gear 5-nya Sans. Apa? Gear 5. San. Tuh, lihat poster. Seneng nggak? Seneng nggak itu? Kamu dibikinin poster.
Senang,
Dipegang
senang.
sama awak
Tapi saya
pula.
nggak nonton One Piece.
Oh nggak nonton. Nontonnya replay match ya?
Iya.
Nontonnya. Ini menarik di mana Kapten Boots. Kita melihat ini adalah 3 match panjang. Ini week yang cukup panjang untuk Onyx, bisa dibilang ini adalah 1 minggu di mana 3 match Onyx akan bermain dalam 1 minggu. Gimana sih kalian melihat untuk mungkin minggu yang panjang kah, match yang panjang?
Yang pasti seru sih dikasih match lagi, soalnya kemarin habis kalah kan.
Jadi malah kepengen menang ya? Dikasih
Iya.
match lagi, seneng?
Iya.
Jadi apakah itu tidak merepotkan untuk kalian mempersiapkan diri melawan 3 tim yang berbeda dalam 1 minggu?
Itu urusan coach ya, kami taunya main doang.
Oh gitu ya? Silahkan coach yang berpikir sampai pusing, sampai umep ya. Gitu ya. Tapi 3 minggu ini kemarin sempat mendapatkan shock terapi mungkin ya. Ada apa gerangan dari kekalahan kalian terakhir? Dimana banyak banget gas coin katanya pada bilang ke Bude sih curhat, gas coinnya pada hilang ya.
Paling takdir sih, emang takdirnya kalah aja.
Ada takdir yang bermain di sini ya. Bisakah kalian membuat takdir yang lebih baik untuk next match-nya?
Bisa
Bisa. Dengan cara apa kalian membuat takdir yang baik untuk Onyx?
berdoa.
Berdoa. Dan mungkin dukungan dari para sobat Onyx semuanya ya. Mungkin ada yang mau disampaikan gak sih? Kairi, do you have something to say to your Philippines fans that cheer you up? Especially maybe the Eco, because Yawi and Sanford say that Onyx will win this and Onyx is the strongest team right now. Anything to say to your fans in Philippines?
Apa? Bahasa Inggris?
Mau Filipin boleh, bahasa Inggris boleh. Translate-nya nanti San.
Oke. Nggak tahu. Salamat sa mga sumusuportang Pinoy. Sana supportahan niyo kami lalo sa M5. See you soon sa inyong lahat sa Pilipinas. Good luck.
Translate-nya?
Makasih yang udah dukung, mau yang nonton, mau yang jauh. Terima kasih semuanya, kita masih ada match besok. Dukung kita lagi. Thank you, Sonic.
Terima kasih, Sonic. Is that right, Carrie?
Accurate.
Right. Oh iya, dan itulah dia begitu luar biasa dari tim Onyx. Mereka masih bermain esok hari melawan tim Rebellion. Akan seperti apa untuk esok hari? Ayo, mic-nya di mana? Dikantongin. Ayo, boy. Gini nih.
Yang pasti bakal berusaha buat menang.
Akan berusaha untuk menang.
Yes.
Ada mungkin pesan untuk Rebellion?
Good luck.
Good luck. Terima kasih sekali lagi untuk tim Onyx. Selamat beristirahat tentunya buat para caster. Langsung saja bedah dengan satu momen yang begitu luar biasa dan permainan epic dari Onyx. Silakan para caster.
If you were to walk into a forest or a jungle and you see a 1v1 situation between a porcupine and a tiger, who would win?
You would put your money
On the tiger, right?
Well, I think if you watch this on National Geographic, the tiger would be like, and walk away.
Is it poisonous?
No, but it's not fun.
Oh, well.
It's pretty bad. There's some pictures out there you can Google about like porcupines. They're pretty dangerous.
Thank you.
I'm curious now.
My bad, I watch National Geographic a lot.
I'm really curious to check that out, but there you go, ladies and gentlemen. It was a 2-0 for the side of Onyx. I don't think that anyone was surprised with this outcome. It's what we expect from them, and so hopefully we get to see this Onyx a little bit more with CW frequently, you know. And I think Evos, they really need to think about the lineup. Do they want to stick with this? Do they want to go with Taz? Do they want to go with Hijumi? Do they want to go with Psychos? Okay, Psychos is not here anymore. But yeah, that's what I mean.
Well, I mean, on that point, well, Eternal, that's a very, very good point because I think the highlight player for Evos in this game was Fluffy, right? Everyone was talking about how Fluffy solo killing Kyrie and all that. There were some moments in that game where he would make a play and there was very late follow-up.
Yeah.
So I think there was some miscommunication going on or some communication barriers that needs to be addressed, man. There's no way you can play at the highest level and not have the kind of synergy like the player of the match by the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5, Z Flip 5, Kyrie. What's his name, Goni?
Kyrie Rayos del Sol.
Rayos del Sol.
This is the PO team by the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5, Z Flip 5. And I gotta say, I mean, a lot of people in the chats, when they're being toxic and stuff, they go like, Kyrie Esports, Kyrie Esports.
Yeah.
But in this entire series, I think that's true.
Yep.
Right? Kyrie single-handedly won Onyx that difficult game, especially game number 2. Without that play, that would have been a very long draw, and it could have been game number 3.
Well, you can flip it around and say, without the team, Kyrie wouldn't be able to pull off such an impressive split push. The fact that EVOS had so much mental pressure to focus on the fight to actually win it out against the rest of Onyx, even though they were fighting 4v5, by the way, keep in mind, Kyrie wasn't there.
Also, you know what's funny to really think about
What's funny?
Fluffy. Remember Kabuki split pushing going up against EVOS Legends 2 seasons ago, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Fluffy was on Aura.
What?
Fluffy was still
in Aura.
With Kabuki split pushing EVOS. Now he is on the receiving end.
But against Onyx, so
true.
Not the same
Yeah, I
team,
don't get it.
But I'm just like,
yeah, I guess it's a similar experience.
Oh.
And it's funny, like
you know?
he moved teams only to get
Exactly.
split pushed again. It's
Yeah.
so unfortunate.
I get it.
This is how you feel.
Look at his heat map though. For 5 to 10
Fluffy?
minutes. For Kyrie.
Oh.
Fluffy ain't here, bro. For Kyrie, look at that. 5 to 10 minutes. He is literally all over. Because he's not just going for team fights, going for pickups. He was farming, man. He was trying to find gold when there was none to be had. Invading, counter jungling in the jungle of EVOs instead. That is what Ling and Fanny players need to try and do when they're behind, right? Because their jungle is going to be way too dangerous for them to wander in. And even if they get chased down, even if they get ambushed in the jungle, that buys some space for their whole team. So overall, it's not that bad.
Because like it's crazy. Like he had to revert onto that of how the early game went for Onyx. At some point it was 6-1, right? Like the way that they're just dominating the early game, they're just stacking all these kills after kills after kills after kills, and suddenly there's like a switch that occurs.
Yeah. This is where Onyx, again, they were establishing a lead. Take a look at the passion from Kyrie. But I feel like this is where Onyx blunders.
They tried to salvage a fight that wasn't really in their favor, but still, Kyrie was able to get brands, but at what cost?
Yeah.
The Fluff Man himself gets that shut down, and everyone else being so tanky, they really excel in these big team fights. But you can see, this is a deja vu situation. They always fight in these tight spaces in the jungle, where the AoE is just so dangerous from both these teams. But the Call Alter seems to be the more decisive factor in all of these fights.
Well, looking at this situation again, yeah, this is where I feel like still Onyx just behind EVOS Legends. What happened was here. Take a look at Ling. Take a look at Kyrie. Right? He gets the base turret. Boots taken down, CW taken down. But it wasn't enough.
Wow, they actually re-engaged right there, and EVOS, there were some members not really cancelled, which recalls weren't cancelled, but they saw that, oh, this is like probably the game-ending fight, and they had to just stay solid with their team, and they just stopped recalling. That is unfortunate, I guess.
Imagine if Kyrie failed. If he failed there, that would have been over, man. EVOS Legends could have taken that game.
Would be, but that's why the experience pays off, man. No jitters whatsoever. Looking at the post-game stats, Kyrie, of course, going for a bit more attack speed with the Scarlet Phantom, which also plays a part in how he's able to actually burst down the base so fast in that final split push sequence. Everyone else, for Boots, like we said, what is the value of this Edith? So slow, so clunky in the crowd control, but he's able to tank all the damage from EVOS Legends, stay alive, and trade some damage back in. That is something that only an Edith can do, I think, because like the ultimate just gives so much more range, so much more sustain. And look at the emblems, man. It's full tankiness with the Brave Smite, firmness, and tenacity from Boots. He's played his role really, really well, even though he wasn't proactive. He was just reactive, but it really worked out for Onyx.
That's why, right? Because I saw when Boots was able to utilize his ultimate, when he went out, deal damage with his spells, his health came back. So Brave Smite, Could have been one of the reasons their intelligent talent and as well as emblem exploration.
Ooh, I love it. I love it. Again.
Well, the same thing can be said for Vanstrong. And honestly, EVO's Legends, man, again, credit to them for pushing Onyx so far, especially when they had their own respective signature heroes, the Cho, the Ling, the Valentina, and of course, the Claude as well. You can't say that Onyx won on comfortable picks. EVO's Legends just made it that difficult with a good draft, a great execution. Krite even was the carry, doing the most damage on this Faramis. But in the end, it's still the rich guy Kyrie, even though he's being pressed down, held down by EVO's Legends, able to just find income somehow, some way by using that mobility.
You mean figuratively, right? He wasn't literally tied down.
Oh, figuratively, yes.
Oh, okay.
Even
Man,
though
that-
Evo was pressing, controlling his
Oh,
jungle,
okay.
you know, trying to put him down, right?
I was shocked. I was like, was something going on the stage that I wasn't aware of?
I'm relieved.
My mistake.
Me too, me too. But I get your point, right? Boots being the sandbag, it exactly explains your point really perfectly. I was kind of like, 50-50, like, did he really absorb that much damage? But then looking at the stats, it looks like he was able to
take damage.
do that.
I wish you could see how much damage he dealt back, because I think there was quite a respectable amount as well. It's the value that it gives to you, but it. I agree, Eterna. It's very team fight centric. So if you don't have a lot of team fights, it just loses value.
So what were the keys to success here? But we see Kyrie's face, so it's definitely related to Kyrie. Haven't read it though.
His decision making and the mirroring of objectives. Once they start falling off in the mid game, due to the cult altar and the tankiness from the members of EVOs, they were able to just trade in objectives again and again. Kyrie was split pushing and showing to you again what to do when you can't win team fights because you have an assassin, right? Use the split push, use the mobility, and I think it's just a great game plan, a great plan B for when Onyx was like, okay, I guess we're not gonna snowball all the way and end the game before 13 minutes.
I don't think that was a plan B, or see, that was a plan Z, contingency plan,
Plan
right?
Z.
Like, okay, small opening, just push, hoping that EVO's Legends was late to the party. For Onyx's sake, thankfully, EVO's Legends was late.
Wait, so that was the second split push that we saw today, right? There was
Hang
another
on,
one. Fanny plus
RBL.
Angela base push during Lord fight. Bigatron were able
right.
to do that earlier on in the first match of the day.
Against a Rebellion Zion.
So teams, map please.
Wave management.
clear.
That is critical, man.
A fellow caster likes to put it this way: housekeeping, housekeeping, housekeeping. It's getting Q. Always reminds us to do our housekeeping.
3 times.
No, that's you doing it 3 times. But let's take a look at the standings here,
Whoa.
ladies and gentlemen. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone. RRQ still untouched at number 1 despite suffering a loss earlier on. Onyx climbing to 2nd place. Bigatron Alpha following after. So the turntables or a fire out of the red zone.
Oh, what a great turn of events for you, Eterna.
For everyone on this table.
I guess. The more exciting the games are, the more we are happy on the desk right here. But yes, Aura Fire. Everyone has been saying that it's over. There's no way to recover from this. But hey, here they are.
A Ran effect.
A Ran effect. RRQ as
And
well.
Saint Lucas.
Finally, Saint Lucas as well, of course. But RRQ losing 1 game finally. Unfortunately for the RRQ Kingdom, they have to admit that they can still be defeated. But close second, Onyx and Bigatron Alpha now competing for that number 2 spot.
Oh yeah, they're both at 4-2, but
69% team
won
rep.
Ooh, nice.
more games. Is that it?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay.
9-4. Well, Bigatron Alpha loses more game.
Yeah.
Also, one way you can put it.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, EVO's down from the top 3, but Dewa United still in the same situation, same spot. We'll see if this team can make something happen. Not tomorrow though, because tomorrow, Onyx versus Rebellion at 16:30 West Indonesian time.
Interesting.
And EVO's against Aura.
That's
Eterna.
so crazy. Fluffy's gonna meet his ex, man.
Yeah.
His ex team. Yesterday in the interview, Aura Fire's like, we want to meet Fluffy. Well, you get it tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen.
Around
Second
Fluffy,
match.
You know?
It's gonna be very interesting. Is Aran the better EXP laner, or is it Fluffy? Did
like a
Fluffy make a
vengeance match.
mistake or not?
It's a revenge match.
Yes,
Wow.
I love it. And with Onyx going against Rebellion Zion, man, that's a tough nut to crack in Onyx. But you know, Aurafire was able to do it. Maybe Rebellion can too.
You never
Evo's
know.
never. Oh wait, Evo's almost did it.
A game, not a match.
Almost. It was very close.
You know, Evos has that effect, right? Whenever they're at match point, they get stronger. You saw it in game number 2. They got a lot stronger. Unfortunately, not quite enough. They can't rely only on the mythical buff for the match point Evos moving forward. They gotta try and get things into their own hands, man.
And I like it. The things that we've seen today, the results that we were given, Alpha coming back, Saber Roam. I can't imagine what tomorrow has in store for us. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that marks the end of today. Thank you so much for tuning in, and please come back tomorrow for another action-packed sequence of Mobile Legends. It's me, Eterna, Gotti, and Arashi. We'll see you tomorrow. MPL ID Season 12. We
Own this!
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti.